It's your host with the most, King Truth, Hosenberg, Benny Bo, the one with the word, the one with the flow. We coming at you live at 109 with some little quick little content for you. Boom. Tap in, like, comment, share, subscribe. Hit that notification bell so I know y'all there. So I could throw it in the air. Wait, hold on, my bad. Like, comment, subscribe. Hit that notification bell so I know y'all there so I could throw it to you when it's in the air, man. Hey, but yeah, let's go. Benzino calling out 50. Let's go.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV. Shout out to E. He the reason you see.
Shout out to E.
You said, I just remember being shot by your client. You know, almost being killed by your client. That's what I remember.
If you think that's the, go get my paperwork.
This is your
That's
paperwork.
No. I'm saying,
This is
I'm saying, hold on. But that's from the recordings, right?
No.
The recordings.
No.
From what?
This is from the court date, the trial.
Right.
I got the whole.
Right. No. But a lot of that is from recordings, and then you have to look at to see which one is the stand and which one was the recordings. They are basing. See, this is where the recordings come in, and they're basing everything. His defense is basing everything on what I said from the recordings. We knew they're going to do that. That's all. That's the recordings. That's not me saying it on the stand. This is telling you.
Okay, so you read it. This is.
No. I don't know who shot me. Now that's in the paperwork. The grand jury, you can go get the paperwork. They said, nah, I don't. I said, I don't know who shot me. I said, I was dizzy, I was fucked up. But you said this. I said, I don't know what I was saying. I was panicking. I was blanking out. I was saying anything. I was in an ambulance. I said anything. I was in the hospital. I was under medication. I was saying anything. They said, okay, fine. Months now go down. It's time to go to court. They tell me and say, they tell my lawyer, God rest Mr. Lepo, they said, he has to come in court. I said, I'm not coming to no court. I already told the grand jury I don't know who shot me. If you don't come to court, we're going to give you 6 months contempt. Ain't this a bitch? I said, okay. Me, my father, went to court in Brockton. My nephew was sitting there with his lawyer, big fat bitch. They're looking at me like, it's funny because they said, if you can see who's in the courtroom, point them out. I said, I don't see anybody. If you could see who shot you, point them out. I said, I don't see anybody. It was that simple when I left. There was another 10 witnesses that were white people and everything that were on the highway that witnessed him shooting me. Because I said that he didn't shoot me, he got 18 months for shooting in a dwelling around people. That's what he got charged with. If I would have said he shot me, he would have did 15 years. 15 years. So I don't give a about no internet. I'm solid. 50 Cent, your pussy. My nephew, your pussy. And if there's any real issues, I'm not hard to find. But that's a fact. What I just said was fact. We don't gotta, and the paperwork's out there. So I don't want to hear about no snitching shit.
Wow, guys. Make sure you like, subscribe to the channel, man. Listen, man, big shout out to Ghetto Report Podcast. Those guys upstate, up north, they doing their thing. But boy, it's crazy to me how this thing is rolling now. It's crazy to me because Benzino speaking out, man, and he's been had issues with whether it was Eminem or 50 Cent. So he's responding really on this latest one that I showed you, 250 Cent's post and how big it's gotten, because he's speaking to it because his nephew ends up shooting him and he ends up going to court. You remember way back when this happened because his mother had passed. And this was a bad situation. I remember like it was yesterday. But now, you know, when you go on these podcasts, of course, they're going to bring up the things that you're known for. And that's one of his things that he's known for. So when you look at him, he's been working out. He's telling 50 he wanted to catch the fade. He wanted to try to figure out a way to box 50. All these people are doing this stuff on the internet, and it's crazy to me how they always just resort to, hey, let's do this. We could settle it. But I'm not seeing them out here going to box. I'm not seeing them out here going to do none of the stuff that they're saying, let's go do. So therefore, it rolls back to being an internet situation. 50 shot the shot at him. When 50 shot his shot, let me see what he done. 50 posted that podcast. So 50's posted me before. So shout out to 50. He always show love to the situations that involve things that he's privy of. And he'll say something. and he gets shine on different people. So shout out to him for posting the Ghetto podcast, the Ghetto Report podcast. It says 50 wrote in captions in his description in his Instagram post. You want me to believe Omar was stooly because Sosa said so? Yes, if I say he ain't right, he ain't right. You know, and he's giving him hell, and you gotta know where that come from. But he's on it, man. And like I said, my thing is this, man. It's a touchy situation when family get involved, right? Family does things to you that you try to ignore. So I could understand Benzino not wanting to go to court, not wanting to point his nephew out on the stand, him and his dad going up there because they're forced to go. And I can understand what he says makes sense that it could line up the fact that he didn't want his nephew to get more time. That's family. So I get it. And I know when you go through, you hate for stuff to spew out of control like this, and you end up on the stand trying to figure out ways to, defuse something that you guys had a moment on, even though he comes back and double down and calls him a P and calls 50 Cent the same thing. And at the end of the day, guys, people have problems. People go through it. Benzino right now, from his daughter he always in the media. So here's another situation. He was just here on TMZ the other day. He's steadily getting into situations right now. I don't know if he's trying to promote something or what, but I know 50, he always gonna put his liquor and all his stuff that has to go with his brand in the caption, hashtag this, hashtag that. So 50 is well aware of what he's doing. I don't know what Benzino is doing. Is this something where he's trying to promote something? I don't know. If it isn't, he needs to start figuring it out, because that's what these whole situations and spotlight moments add up to now these days. If you're not trying to promote something, if you're not trying to figure out a way to push something out, then you're just wasting your time on the internet. If you're not going to be a podcaster, if you're not going to be trying to allocate some type of visuals to people that watch you. I don't know what Benzino is doing. I do know he went on the podcast because he basically was just trying to clear up the fact, and he was very confused about the paperwork. The paperwork that they had, he was saying it was recorded and all this other stuff. It wasn't the true paperwork. And they had it there, and they were adamant to say here. And not only did they have it there, they stuck it in the camera. Here, you can read it. He's like, no, I'm not reading it, because he's very offended in the fact that they're questioning his integrity behind the paperwork that they're showing. So Benzino is trying to figure out ways to diffuse all of the stuff that's happening around him. But right now, I'm in a thing where you're causing this thing, because the more you speak out, the internet's not going to respect you. They're not going to say, hey, you right this time. You got to find it in yourself to say, hey, I'm right this time. You got to find it in yourself. You got to know. You got to figure this thing out. That's the one thing I can tell you when it comes down to it. It's all about how you take things, how you play the whole situation. And that's what I'm telling you now, man. When it comes down to it, we got to figure out ways to be dynamic in the way that we address issues on the internet to make capital dollars and gains off of it when necessary, if we're out here doing something that's crazy. Because a lot of times they're going to take it on the internet and put it out there, and then you got a question, you got to answer for it. So at the end of the day, when Benzino see this coming, is he capitalizing on it? Or do you think it's real beef? Do you think who wins out of him and 50 Cent? Can he whoop 50? Can 50 whoop him? I don't know. Who wins? He says that he not buying that boxing stuff. I seen that he not buying that boxing stuff. You got to show him. That's what he's saying. You got to show me. You say it. You talking to the game. Put the boxing stuff to the side. That you some Golden Glove or I don't want to hear none of that. Let's just box. And of course, y'all know this stuff don't never happen. So 50 Cent basically is messing with him because he love to get out there and get his roll on at these different enemies that he have out there. What's the name? What's the boy name that died? Irv Gotti. So now you got Benzino. He's firing him up. He's getting it ready. And that's the way you got to look at it when it comes down to this guy, man. 50 is not trying to hear it. He's for the game. He better bring it. And so when you look at Benzino, he's been working out, but I don't know, man. When you get to be older, like we are, you ain't gonna just jump out here and he's like 3 rounds and all that. Man, come on, guys. Stop it. So at the end of the day, do you guys think that Benzino and 50 need to get in the room and try to figure out, get in a ring and try to figure this whole thing out, or you think this cap? What is it, man? What is it? Because I'm telling you now, his nephew is the one he need to be concerned with, the one who put that high lead in it. His nephew shooting out the cars and all that during a funeral. He don't like you. That's the one you need to be concerning yourself with. With a nephew like that, you can't even go to a family reunion or none of that stuff, bro. So Benzino, man, I'm checking you out. I see you be doing your thing, man. I've always been a fan of the stuff that you've been connected with Source and all the other different things over the years. So I see what you are, but I also know 50 done blew his brand up. So you got to be careful, tread lightly over there trying to deal with 50. You in his own zone right now. But because he's the internet guru when it comes down to branding, marketing, figuring out strategies to keep people watching his brand, whether it's you, whether it's Rick Ross, whether it's Ja Rule, whoever it is, he gonna give it, he gonna bring it. Who wins if you don't have some money or something you're trying to accumulate out of this situation on a brand or something, guys? And Rick Ross got it down packed too. But man, get in the comments, guys. Let me know. Do you think Benzino and 50 ought to get in the ring together? Do you think the paperwork and stuff that Benzino is referring to, that he snitched? He talks about 50 Cent. He helped him to go to the doctor and all kind of stuff. He helped him when he could have ignored him. Do you think this cap? I'm hearing these stories. Let me know what you think, man. Boss Talk 101 reviews.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV. Shout out to E. The reason you see.
On his very first day in office this year, Donald Trump attempted to unilaterally rewrite one of the core features of the American Constitution, one that was put into that document after the bloody horror of slavery and the Civil War. And today, the question of whether he has the ability to do that and what the courts are going to do about it landed before the Supreme Court. There are hundreds of protesters gathered outside as the justices listened to oral arguments about whether birthright citizenship, the law of the land for 157 years, could be undone by Trump's authoritarian whims. Now, the first line of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution reads, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside." It was written very precisely and consciously by a group of lawmakers as the first of their Reconstruction-era constitutional reforms after banning slavery, an effort to refound the nation on the principles of true multiracial democracy. Today, Trump and his lawyers took a stab at undoing that. Some justices were not having it.
You're losing a bunch of cases. This guy over here, this woman over here, they'll have to be treated as citizens, but nobody else will. Why would you ever take this case to us? In a case in which the government is losing constantly, there's nobody else who's going to appeal. They're winning. It's up to you to decide whether to take this case to us. If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case. This is not a hypothetical. This is happening out there, right? Every court has ruled against you.
She's not wrong. Justice Elena Kagan was referring to Trump's Inauguration Day executive order, which essentially seeks to deny citizenship to anyone born in the U.S. to parents who aren't already citizens or permanent residents. Now, enforcement of that order has been halted by the federal courts in at least 4 separate lawsuits against the Trump administration because it's so blatantly unconstitutional, anti-constitutional even. And so they appealed to the Supreme Court, and it's easy to see why, right? Here's the math. Trump thinks the justices are made men and made women, that they're his people, at least the 3 he personally appointed, the 3 other conservatives he inherited. And I think his takeaway from another Supreme Court case last year, the one that granted him broad immunity for crimes he committed in official acts as president, was that if you have a solid majority of justices in the high court, you can amend the Constitution. You can add a new immunity provision or just delete birthright citizenship simply by going to the court and basically rewriting the document. It's that easy. Get 5 votes, and the U.S. Constitution can say whatever you want it to say. But today in oral arguments, Trump's lawyers did not ask the justices to rule on the merits of their bizarre fringe order ending birthright citizenship. Instead, what they're arguing today that none of the federal judges, these are the lowest level judges, district court judges, who halted the order, had the power to issue nationwide injunctions. They said the judge's relief should only apply to the plaintiffs, the individual parties who sued the administration. And some of the justices, including one of the conservatives, Amy Coney Barrett, seemed to say, whoa, not so fast. That makes no sense.
Look, there are all kinds of abuses of nationwide injunctions. But I think that the question that this case presents is that if one thinks that it's quite clear that the EO is illegal, how does one get to that result? In what time frame? On your set of rules without the possibility of a nationwide injunction?
On this case and on many similar cases, the appropriate way to do it is for there to be multiple lower courts considering it, the appropriate percolation that goes to the lower courts, and then ultimately this court decides the merits in a nationwide binding precedent. You have a complete inversion of that through the nationwide injunctions with the district.
So General Sauer, are you really going to answer Justice Kagan by saying there's no way to do this expeditiously?
Notice the Trump lawyers, they like when things percolate. Yeah, they like when things take a little while when they're not in a hurry. When they're in a hurry, they want it to go fast. Now, suddenly, the Trump White House was compounding one gross abuse of power, ending birthright citizenship, with another one, arguing that even if a federal court rules their executive order unconstitutional, the administration can keep carrying it out against anyone who wasn't expressly named as a plaintiff in that ruling, which is a dodge. And they're only saying that because they keep getting shredded by lower courts. So today, it fell to the court's liberals to call out just how unequal and unjust that dodge was.
Your argument seems to turn our justice system, in my view at least, into a catch-me-if-you-can kind of regime from the standpoint of the executive, where everybody has to have a lawyer and file a lawsuit in order for the government to stop violating people's rights. Justice Kagan says, let's assume for the purpose of this that you're wrong about the merits, that the government is not allowed to do this under the Constitution, and yet it seems to me that your argument says we get to keep on doing it until everyone who is potentially harmed by it figures out how to file a lawsuit, hire a lawyer, et cetera. And I don't understand how that is remotely consistent with the rule of law.
It's not remotely consistent with the rule of law, in my humble opinion. It's a rule bought by blood in the Civil War and enshrined by the framers of the 14th Amendment. They knew fully what they were doing. They debated it. Their core vision was equality under the law, no matter people's races or ethnic origin, even if they had been born to parents brought here in slave bondage or to parents who came from foreign land of their own volition. So that everyone born here was equal to everyone else born here, full stop. That part of the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment in its fullness, is a cherished part of the American experiment. Congress has even incorporated its language into U.S. code to put birthright citizenship beyond any doubt. Now, plenty of other countries don't have such guarantees. Countries that have produced entire caste systems and multiple generations of second-class citizens. And it is not too much to say that birthright citizenship is one of the pillars of the American dream. And of course, Donald Trump is not just trying to detonate it. He's trying to do it in a way that will give him even more latitude to ignore courts that rule against him. What we don't know just yet is whether the Supreme Court's conservative majority will have his back. Jamal Green is a professor of constitutional law at Columbia. He's a deputy assistant attorney general in the Biden DOJ. Maya Wiley is the president of the Leadership Conference for Civil Rights. She served in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, and they both join me now. It's good to have you here. Let me just first start. I'll start with you, Jamal, and then go to you, Maya, in terms of what your broad takeaways from the arguments this morning.
Well, I think the really important point here is what you led with, which is he's going to lose on the merits. He's already lost several times. He's very, very likely to lose at the Supreme Court. And what he's really trying to do here is kind of get another bite at the apple to try to get himself a win. His lawyers are setting up a case over an issue that some of the justices have been concerned about in the past, which is a single district court issuing a nationwide injunction. But this is the absolute wrong case for that. And that's what you kind of saw getting teased out by a lot of the justices today.
Did you feel the same way that the losing on the merits hung over the arguments?
Well, I felt both those things, right? That the losing of the merits, this is a case where Trump appointed judges in lower courts ruled against them. You had it in your setup, Chris. The Constitution's pretty plain and clear, and the history is clear. And as Justice Sotomayor said, She started counting the Supreme Court precedents over 100 years that they'd have to overlook and bypass to hold it up. But the nationwide injunction is not a small thing.
Right.
I mean, what Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was saying was absolutely right. So what you're trying to do is abuse your power, but weaken the court's ability to be that check and balance that says, this is going to harm way too many people for us to just apply it to the plaintiffs. And that's the part to understand. If there are 28 states where there are not lawsuits, babies are still getting born.
Yeah. I mean,
who aren't
every
going to
day
get Social Security numbers?
There are people are giving birth to children here who are on student visas, on work visas, don't have papers. I mean, there's a million different ways you could be here,
or
born in the United States.
Born here.
Right.
And I think you said it absolutely right. There was a clear constitutional decision to say, born here, you're one of us.
Yes.
And what they're really saying, and we're not going to talk about South Africans right now, but Donald Trump in the 1990s who said, we're not going to be South Africa. This is all about race. So at a time when we're talking about the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, we should remember it was to create a more perfect union that was diverse, not to be afraid of that diversity and start denying rights across the board to not perfect it.
Your point about so there's the merits, which I think we all agree, like it's ludicrous. And let's just say they're going to lose for the argument here. Okay. Now, the procedural stuff can get weedsy, but it seems to me there's two ways to really understand it. I'll start with what you're saying, which is that the burden on the people impacted here is insane. Like you're talking about thousands of people, and then there are more and more and more, and every single one, literally in the hospital, you're taking home your baby. Like, do they get a birth certificate? Do they get a social security? I mean, all of that hung up while the court decides it. That's a crazy burden to put on people.
I think it even goes further than that, because any baby that's born in the United States, under the law, as it's been for more than 100 years, all you need is your birth certificate.
Right.
But now it's everyone. It's not just people who.
That's a great point. Now, you now have to introduce a kind of sorting hat, right?
Exactly.
To the.
I don't know what the fuck. Okay, we gonna do this.
We can get in the ring, and I'll beat your ass, Curtis. Gorilla face, hole in the mouth, can't dress, limit. Got as a platform, so I see 50. I see your man Curtis. He posted some today about the situation that happened with me and my nephew. So we gonna go over all that. I noticed, right, with the incident.
Actually, want to do this one.
Let me see what's going on, Benzino 50. Benzino says he want to get in the ring with 50 and give him 3 rounds. He'll whoop him. Let's say this.
Yo, watch this. I'm gonna come back.
And I'll beat your ass, Curtis. Yeah. Me and you could get in the ring for that money. 3 rounds. I'll whoop you. You big and sloppy and too stiff. And I don't believe all that Golden Glove shit. All right, we're gonna put that to the side.
I'm gonna come back, y'all. I'm gonna come back.
Believe me.
What?
I'll be his Huckleberry. How the fuck could I snitch when he was the first one that called him and said that the first one, before any statement that I made anything, he said he shot me. Let's make that clear.
What? 50 probably deleted shit.
All right. Months go by. It's time for the grand jury. Now the grand jury is the, I don't know. You can see who shot you, point out. We can get in the ring.
Wait. Let me look at the whole IG live. What did 50 say about him? If you don't know, Benzino's like former co-founder or owner of The Source. 50 Cent. Oh, Benzino. Oh, 50 claimed he snitched on his nephew. Here we go.
My nephew, your and if
after he had been shot. Whack 100, I believe, he snitched on his nephew back in 2014 after his nephew shot him. There was an audio recording that came out of Benzino speaking to police officers after he had been shot. Whack 100, I believe, was the one to put it out, but other people had heard it before Whack even put it out too. In the recording, he identifies his nephew as the shooter.
I got up, it's the thing. He rolled his window down, he put his gun on, he shot.
You saw him?
Seen him. I just was surprised. I seen it. Next thing you know, gunshots. That was it.
Okay, you didn't intentionally pull up next to his car or anything?
No, I mean, potentially. I just was going through the procession. I mean,
Yeah, back in the day, Benzino got shot at a funeral by a relative, like his nephew. And this audio is Benzino being in the hospital after getting shot, and they're asking who shot you, and he's telling them. And I don't have a problem with that. Yo, it's my nephew. That fuck nigga shot me.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have no gun on me. I didn't have any gun. There was no gun. He had a gun.
Right.
Shit. Obvious.
When you say he, who's that?
Guy.
All right. Thank you for clarifying those last couple points. I'm going to end the recording. And you understand each time we've talked that you've been on the tape, and so forth, and it's a tape statement. You understand that? Okay.
There were also the court transcripts where he was summoned to testify in court against his nephew. Benzino said this, but throughout the entire court transcripts, he's also saying he doesn't remember seeing who shot him, and he doesn't remember the statement he gave before to the police officers when he was in the hospital. So Benzino's whole thing was, yes, I said these things previously to law enforcement when I was confused after being shot, but I didn't get on the stand and say it when it mattered the most, where it could have gotten my nephew 15 years. That's his whole thing. Now, Benzino went on this podcast specifically because they had a former group member of his on there saying that Benzino had snitched based on the recording. So while on this podcast, Benzino really went off and was arguing back and forth with the host and eventually got up and left the podcast. There was audio at the end of them arguing, and it sounds like a confrontation happened, but you couldn't see what happened. Well, 50 Cent decided to post a clip from this interview with the caption, "You want me to believe Omar was stooly because Sosa said so? Yes, if I say he ain't right, he ain't right." He also included the comment, "This is your paperwork. The wrong with your man." This caused Benzino to go on live and just go off. Man, roll the clip.
Who got blammed up 9 times and didn't do shit about it. Then, at the Hit Factory, Murder Inc. thumps up on him and Tony Yayo, and he makes statements, which is his signature, made statements about what happened. Now, with me talking about this, I want a lot of people to realize, and a lot of the younger guys, to listen to what I'm saying. Me, I got a big heart. A lot of things that I've done for people were my own fault because I ended up doing shit for the wrong people. These motherfuckers would just walk over my dead body, step on me if they had a chance, right? In the situation with my nephew and Curtis, it's like they're kind of alike. Like I helped both of them, and then years later they kind of stabbed me in the back. First with Curtis. We'll start with Curtis since he likes posting things. You know what I'm saying? When he was at the Hit Factory, and I've told the story before, but it kind of means something now, right? Curtis ran down to my studio session not even a half a block down, and I actually helped his ass. He showed me where he got poked up, and I actually helped him and sent him on his way to the hospital, called him a car service, because he didn't have any money, I don't think, on him. How else was he going to get to the hospital? He showed me where he got poked up. He showed me the gun that Tony Yayo dropped when Black Child lumped him up with no bullets in it. Me, the big heart that I have, the cancer in me, said, come on, you know what? Let me help you out. And I helped him out. And now years later, he keeps trying to, what a lot of people been trying to put a stain on my name and on my reputation. And you can't do it. The transgender thing didn't work. The gay shit didn't work. None of that works. I'm not gay. I've never been gay. I never even met that transgender. Never was even in the same room. We shot a movie together. The director gave the transgender my number. They edited the conversations. Never even hooked up. Never seen nothing. I have a history.
Wait, what? Hold on.
He keeps trying to, what a lot of people been trying to put a stain on my name and on my reputation, and you can't do it. The transgender thing didn't work. The gay shit didn't work. None of that works. I'm not gay. I've never been gay. I never even met that transgender. Never was even in the same room. We shot a movie together. The director gave the transgender my number. They edited the conversations. Never even hooked up. Never seen nothing. I have a history of.
That's a wild sequence of events. Yo, I've never seen a transgender, but we shot a movie. But we weren't in the same room. But the director gave the transgender my number.
them up with no bullets in it. Me, the big heart that I have, the cancer in me, said, come on, you know what? You ain't gotta, you can't, let me help you out. And I helped him out. And now years later, he keeps trying to, what a lot of people been doing, been trying to like put a stain on my name and on my reputation. And you can't do it. The transgender thing didn't work. The gay shit didn't work. None of that works. I'm not gay. I've never been gay. I never even met that transgender. Never was even in the same room. We shot a movie together. The director gave the transgender my number. They edited the conversations, never even hooked up, never seen nothing. I have a history of dealing with beautiful women my entire life. The woman I'm with now is amazingly beautiful, but that's a different story. Nick, like Curtis, he seemed like a Nick that always been insecure, not always that Nick on the side looking like at the other niggas who be getting the bitches. See, I didn't grow up the big, tough, thug gangster nigga. I was a fly hustler nigga. But if you fucked with me, I'd take your head off. But I wasn't out there bullying people. And I ran with a big crew that still fuck with me today. Free my brother Porky, free Trev, free Hood Boss. So I don't, that street shit, I did it all. So I don't worry about that. I'm 60 years old now. It's supposed to be a new path. But this nigga keeps posting stupid shit about me, like, and I'm like, what's his a Nick that actually helped you out? This is how you treat him? Because like I said, we can get in the ring and I'll beat your ass, Curtis. Yeah, me and you could get in the ring for that money. 3 rounds. I'll whoop you. You big and sloppy and too stiff. And I don't believe all that Golden Glove shit. All right, we're going to put that to the side. Mayweather, holler at me. Believe me. I'll be his Huckleberry. All right, we're going to talk about my nephew now. We're going to talk about this snitch thing and my nephew and Benzino's a snitch. And when I went and did the podcast in Boston, there was some young guys. I said, let me help them out. And they...
Now, let me just pause here and I'm going to go to 50's post just to kind of make everything go full circle. So 50 had posted, and the podcast he's about to refer to is this podcast. It's called the Get a Report Podcast. And 50 says, you want me to believe that Omar was a stoolie because Sosa said so? Yes. If I say he ain't right, he ain't right. Now, I don't know if that's a quote from a movie or something like that because I don't get what it means. Anyway, let me play it.
At one point, you said, I just remember being shot by your client. Almost being killed by your client. That's what I remember.
If you think that's go get my paperwork.
This is your paperwork.
No. I'm saying,
this is
I'm saying, hold on.
This is your paper. Yo, Whack 100. You see what you done started, my nigga? Yo, why is niggas going to interviews and niggas just holding up paperwork in the camera, bro? This is not it. Yo, chat. This not crazy, y'all. You at an interview and niggas is bringing out your court documents, just like, yo, what the fuck? Oh, it's from Scarface. My bad, chat. My bad. This is crazy, dog.
Wait, hold on. But that's from the recordings, right?
No.
The recordings.
No.
From what?
This is from the court date, the trial.
Right.
I got the whole.
Right. No. But a lot of that is from recordings, and then you have to look at to see which one is the stand and which one was the recordings. They are basing. See, this is where the recordings come in, and they're basing everything. His defense is basing everything on what I said from the recordings. We knew they're going to do that. That's all. That's the recordings. That's not me saying it on the stand. This is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so you read it. This is.
No.
You read it. Oh shit! I might have to go find that podcast. Where's the podcast at? This is it right here.
Y'all now rocking with. Don't even know God.
Okay.
Yo, go get my paperwork.
This is your paperwork.
No. I'm saying
this is your paperwork. That's crazy. This is your paperwork.
I'm saying, hold on. But that's from the recordings, right?
No.
The recordings.
No.
From what?
This is from the court date, the trial.
Right.
I got the whole.
Right. No. But a lot of that is from recordings, and then you have to look at to see which one is the stand and which one was the recordings. They are basing. See, this is where the recordings come in, and they're basing everything. His defense is basing everything on what I said from the recordings. We knew they're going to do that. That's all. That's the recordings. That's not me saying it on the stand. This is telling you.
Okay, so you read it. This is.
No. It doesn't matter. I'm explaining what it is. The whole paperwork is them talking about the recordings. That's the recordings part. When I got up, my shit was short and sweet. I don't know who shot me, and that was it.
Okay,
that's the recording part of it.
Okay, yes. If this is the recording part, who are you talking to? Your client in the recording?
I don't know. You're
talking to. The attorney,
listen,
Rosemary.
Hold on. Go to the part where I took the stand. It's simple.
I'm at the part where you took the stand.
No, that's not the stand. I'm telling you. That's not the stand.
Question,
That's
answer,
not-
question, answer.
Right.
Why these guys want to be so tough, bro? Yo, Benzino, bro. Yo, you need to come over here with me, Charleston White, Boston Richie, 6ix9ine, and the rest of us and Gunner, bro. Like, bro, who gives a fuck? Yeah, I told. Who cares? Chat, I ain't even tell yet, but I done told y'all I can't wait to tell. I can't wait to tell. So you might as well just put me over there with them niggas. I can't wait. Nigga, you do this to me, I'm gonna be like, nigga, I'm gonna read like this is a spelling bee, nigga. I'm gonna pass this shit with flying colors. You damn right. I'm like, fuck the paperwork, nigga. Bring the video up. When I say move, yo, he right there. Yo, bro, what up, bro? Yo, you thought you got me, right? I got you back. Yo, I'm telling. Why everybody so scared of telling? Nothing happens to snitches no more, bro. Yo, we gotta erase this mindset in like the black community, bro. Like, I know some of y'all, it's just the moral fiber. You're like, nah, we don't like snitches. But like, listen, who gives a fuck, bro? Bro, who cares? Yo, my nephew shot me. Of course, I told the cops who shot me. I just got shot. Duh. Benzino, all you got to do, because I get what Benzino's trying to say. Let me be a little bit nuanced. Benzino told on his nephew when he just got shot. He went to court and basically said, I was high off drugs because they're about to sedate me and whatever to treat me from bullet wounds. I didn't really say, like, I didn't mean what I said. I said some bullshit. They asked him in court, did your nephew shoot you? And he basically said, I don't remember. So for him, he's like, well, I'm not a snitch because, yeah, I might have said something that was recorded in the hospital room. But when I went up to court, I said something different. I ain't remember. Yo, they forced me to say that. I don't remember. I was high off drugs. Bro, who cares? Like, gangsta street shit is over. Benzino, you're 60. It's cool, guy. Like, bro, who gives a fuck? Now, granted, I think from what I hear, Benzino's from like Boston. There's a lot of like real niggas like from his area. He might be a blood as well. So maybe that's why he does it. But like, bro, who cares, man? Nigga, like they have you, bro. It's the clearest audio I've ever heard. Nigga, they got you on. Nigga, the guy even says it. You do know we're recording this? You're like, yup. Yeah. Benzino's trying like, well, I went to court and I said I didn't remember. Like, who gives a fuck? Come over here, Charleston White, 6ix9ine, Gunner. Everybody else, man, it's cool. You know what we got to change this to? You're not even snitching. You just told the truth. Fuck that. You told the truth.
That's not the stand.
I just remember being shot by your client. You know, almost being killed.
Bro, listen. I don't know. Listen. I don't know if niggas doctored that up or what, bro. But that ain't that. That's not what it. That's not.
Hey, yo, bro, that's the fake work. Who got to work? Bro, that's the fake work.
What I said, bro. Like when I said understand, my shit was short and sweet. Like I mean, it's 300 pages. Go to that part where I said I don't know who shot me. Where's that part?
This is page. You said that a lot. You said that a lot, right? You said.
Chat, I love being a civilian so much, bro. I kid you not, because everybody knows my character. That's why I'm very comfortable with being act. Yes, I sit here and I do pop my shit. I talk my shit because I'm a man and I talk my shit. That's what it is. Am I a gangster? Hell fucking no. And everybody who I've ever interacted with, like for example, 21 Savage is my friend, right? Savage is not gonna call me and tell me about nothing street. If that's even happening, right? He knows it's act. Also, he's not gonna give a fuck if people like, man, why are you friends with act the police? He's gonna be like, my nigga, act is act, nigga. And that's why, like, a lot of times I feel like people don't want to be themselves. But it's much easier when you're yourself, right? Like, I don't mind if somebody call me square, but I don't have to put on a front. And I think people, like, when they accept you, they're going to accept you for what you are. Benzino, like, I don't even know what he's trying to say here. Benzino, you told on the nigga. You just said, bro, my cousin shot me. Or my nephew shot me. It's cool. We get it. You did maybe some honorable shit by making sure he didn't go to jail. I don't know if he went to jail, but like by trying to clean it up on the stand. But bro, we heard it.
You don't remember.
Listen, guy was running around with doctored up paperwork, bro. I'm not gonna do this with you, my nigga.
There's fake paperwork. Yo, half of these niggas don't even know how to spell none of the 3-syllable words used in court. Half of these niggas ain't making up no fake paperwork, man. Stop it.
I'm not. I know my paperwork.
Guy was
and I
running
know
around
what I
with
said. I'm not gonna do it. It's the same crazy shit. That's not what I said. I went up there on stand and said I don't know who shot me. It wasn't even 5 minutes of conversation. I don't know what the fuck that is. How you playing it? How they who? But I know what I said.
I'm coming here with fake paperwork. You sent the link to me. You told me to. So page 4-140.
Page 4. Oh, so yeah. So then that's all the recording. Then see, you got to go back to the way back where I took the stand. You're not. You see, Benzino didn't take the stand. It says it right there. You got to read the whole shit. Benzino takes the stand. That's not me on the stand.
Okay, that's not you understand. So anybody could go look that up themselves.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's easy. I'm not.
Okay, but why did prosecutor Amanda Fowle say you were willing? The prosecutor Amanda.
Bro. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. What else we doing? What else we doing?
You want to move on?
We done?
No, come on. What you about to
No. Are we done? If not, I'm out. It ain't nothing.
No, we're not done. We continue the interview.
I'm not doing that, though.
You're not doing what?
I'm not doing.
Why are they so combative? By the way, this is the energy you get when you pay for a nigga to do an interview, right? You know, right? Like, I could tell the dude paid Benzino. Because if you could tell this is a sore spot for Benzino and you invited him to have a conversation, you would kind of like just move on. But this guy who's an interviewer clearly wants to make that moment, and trying to make that moment, he knows Benzino, he's not looking at it like Benzino is a willing participant that came here on his own recognizance. He's looking at it like, nigga, I paid you, so I'm gonna get what I paid for. So that's why the dude Benzino keeps saying, are we done?
What I just said I'm not doing. I'm not answering none of that.
You're not answering no questions?
Hell no about what prosecutor and so Amanda Seals the prosecutor.
What she said about you.
I don't give a fuck what the prosecutor says about me.
So she's
what
lying.
does that got to do with anything?
But you cared about what the police said about Guy, though.
What?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, Benzino, you got that boosie froth at the side of your mouth. I always be wondering, what the fuck is that? You see the boosie froth? It's the boosie froth, man. They did a scientific study that boosie froth, the famous Dex froth, and the Benzino froth, the shit that at the side of your mouth, if you get a whole gallon of that shit cures AIDS, cancer, and everything else, nigga. Tuberculosis, everything, nigga. That fucking froth, you just got to get enough of it. It's like mouth schmegma. It cures everything.
Seals the prosecutor.
What she said about you.
I don't give a fuck what the prosecutor says about me.
So she's
what does that got to do with anything?
But you cared about what the police said.
Ooh, yeah. Right there, you got to get like a little thing you put in your ears. You got to just like grab it right there. Good. Put it in like a little thing. You got to bring that to the lab. Ooh. That's crazy froth right there. That's that crazy froth. That's that crazy froth right there, bro.
About Guy, though.
What?
But
I don't listen, bro.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on, because I'm gonna continue this interview, and we're gonna address certain things here since you here.
Yeah, but
right?
if I'm saying, bro, listen. What I'm telling you is,
I like this podcast. This podcast, the name is Ghetto Report, and they keeping it ghetto. I like it.
If it keeps going,
you gotta cotton swab that shit. You're right, Chad. You're right. Yo, Brave Daves. You said, stop showing that nigga mouth, man. Yo, bro. Yo, this is how I get y'all niggas to wake up in the morning, man. Y'all about to stare at Benzino's froth for the next like three minutes, okay? That's how I make sure y'all niggas wake up, okay? I can't go back to sleep after this shit, all right?
Point them out.
If
That's
what
I'm
keeps
telling
going.
You. I said, if I'm not gonna keep. Let's go.
Okay, so Whack 100 had a lot to say about you.
Right.
Any truth to the things he said?
Fuck no. No, I'm not even, again, none of that dumb shit either. Look, let me tell you, I went out to Adam 22, 4.5 hours at that motherfucking shit. Whack 100 never showed up.
Was he supposed to?
Why? And why wouldn't he? We got beef, right? In real life, right? I don't know the internet.
I don't know if
shit.
y'all got beef.
I was at. And why are you talking about?
I'm going by what was being said. All this internet
okay,
shit. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's real.
Hey, listen.
No.
Listen, no. We don't want to talk about it.
No. What I'm saying to you, from my perspective,
let's move on.
I don't know what's real and not on the internet. That's why I'm asking you. If you got beef with them, that's cool.
But I want to address it.
So address it.
I'm saying I was up at Adam 22 for 4.5 hours. Right? This is where he's at every day. Brick Baby, Sharp, everybody up there. That nigga never showed. 4.5 hours up there.
He knew you was there.
Why wouldn't he? Everybody else did.
Okay.
You hold up. You don't think he did 4.5 hours? You don't think me going away? You don't think that they didn't tell Wack 100?
It ain't about what I think, because I think he would have known.
Bro,
I'm
you
just
smart as hell.
asking
You don't
I'm
think
asking you.
that I'm going up there. This is his partner.
It's
that he does
rhetorical.
shit.
It's rhetorical.
It's rhetorical?
It's rhetorical
Most
question.
of the shit you say is rhetorical.
It's a rhetorical question. Hey, well, I'm gonna keep asking these rhetorical questions then, man. Okay, all the information you said you don't believe none of. Well, you said the stuff that Wack was saying.
No. I'm not doing the Wack. Next, I already answered that. You don't want to do that. I'm not doing the Wack either. What's next? I've already said
What you mean?
that.
I don't want to do.
No. I'm saying if I see Wack, me and Wack gonna handle our business.
I think he said, "What you mean you want to do? I want to." Yo, why is the interviewer like a thug? Yo, the interviewer is like a thug. He's like, "What you mean you don't want to do it?" Nigga, I want to do it. Yo, the interviewer is like a thug, bro. You know what's so funny about interviews? And I think this is why, like, you know what I mean, that bozo Tax Stone, like, he was actually a breath of fresh air for people, because, like, he felt like it came across like he was more gangsters than the niggas he was talking to. So it's like a different dynamic. Y'all know, like, when I'm interviewing somebody, I let them say all type of shit. Like, they'd be like, "Act, you fat." I'll just get to my question, nigga. I don't give a fuck what they be saying. Because as an interviewer, when you're trying to elicit answers or moments, like, you can't be on this unless that's your persona, like the super tough guy, like, "Nigga, what, nigga? Like, nigga, what you talk?" So with me, my thing is I take shit, I just roll it off the shoulder. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm interviewing Go Yeah calls me square a bunch of times. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, let me just I'm gonna get this good content. I don't give a fuck what you're saying, right? But the idea of being an interviewer a lot of times is kind of you being a little bit, a little bit passive to a certain extent, right? You know, obviously some people have a line to draw. Like, some people, like, you know, if Vic Mensa was like, "Yeah, yo, shit, I wanted to slap the shit out of you one time." Some of y'all wouldn't be like, "In what sense?" Some of y'all would be like, "Yo, nigga, slap me now, pussy." Like, I get it. I know y'all thugged out. But being an interviewer, you can't be too, like, forceful. But whoever this guy interviewing him is, he looked like he's almost down to be like, yo, Zeno, we could fade, nigga. Just listen to his demeanor.
All the information you said you don't believe none of. Well, you said the stuff that Wack was saying.
No. I'm not doing the Wack. Next, I've already answered that. You don't want to do that. I'm not doing the Wack either. What's next? I've already said.
What you mean?
That.
I don't want to do.
No. I'm saying if I see Wack, me and
what you mean?
Wack gonna handle our business.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
So I'm just saying, where do you think he got his?
I don't know where the fuck he got it. I don't know him. I don't know that man. I see the man on the internet. I ain't seen the man in real life.
Yeah.
I know he woof on the internet. I was up there in real life for 4.5 hours in LA. There at the spot, just like this, bigger one. And there 4.5 hours sitting there. He never showed up.
He never showed up.
Nah, he never showed up.
Let me ask you this. Do you know this phone number? No.
Bro. I'm out, man. I can't.
Yo, this is prime fuckery. The dude say, "Yo, you know his number?" And it says the number. Nah, this is hilarious. No, chat. Nah, this interview gotta be coded, bro. Who is he? I gotta see a picture of him. I gotta see a picture of him, bro. I need to see a picture of this interviewer, bro. He just don't give a fuck.
He never showed up.
Nah, he never showed up.
Let me ask you this. Do you know this phone number? No.
Bro. I'm out, man. I can't do this. What number is that? I don't even know that number. What number? How am I gonna know this number?
Is that not your phone number? That wasn't your phone number?
That's my number?
All right,
wait a minute, hold on. You said that is my number?
That wasn't your phone number?
I never had no number.
Your phone.
I'm not doing this.
Come on,
I'm not doing
that's what we doing? Come on, man. All right.
In my life, bro.
This opportunity to
Come on, let's finish the interview. I can move on to a different question.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
You're not doing what?
I'm not. What I just said. I'm not doing. I'm not doing the interview.
You done with the interview?
I'm done. I'm done.
You came here to do this.
Good interview.
So how's it a good interview? You walking up? That's all you want to address?
I'm not talking about that.
All right, so let's move on. Let's talk about something else. Give me
Why the interview is so gangster? Let's move on, nigga.
I'm not doing it.
because this dude resident.
What doing? What? I came to do the interview, and that's it.
You came to
So I
do
don't
it.
like the way you're doing the interview. I have that right. It's okay. Let's keep it moving.
Well, I think that was like a number to one of the transgendered individuals. You know what I mean? Like, yo, you know that number by heart?
Gangster, who we talking, man? Hold on. Who we talking about here, man? Who we talking? Hold on.
Oh, they about to fade.
Hold on, bro. We waiting to do it like this.
Oh shit. Nah, this not fake. This is like real. Bro, this shit is some low budget shit, bro. Like your nigga got like the, you know, you doing in the lineup, and they got 3 foot, 4 foot. I don't even know if that's actually by scale. Nigga got a little ashy leather couch out here. Come on, man.
We go.
Yeah, that's Marchie, nigga. You supposed to fuck with Boston niggas, but you ain't
Well, apparently this is like a Boston podcast or something. Damn, Boston niggas are that thorough? Yo, chat, who's more gangster? I got New York niggas the most gangsters. Like the most gangster type niggas. Shout out to my Jersey niggas. We're not gonna put Jersey in the mix in this. Cause there's some New York niggas who really knock everybody's head off. But we gonna go New York niggas the most gangster. Nah, the Philly YNs is running shit right now. Philly got the most, not even gang, they crash outs. But I've always heard about Boston though, and I heard in Connecticut there's some goons too. When I think about Boston, I be thinking about like the Celtics and like, what's the baseball team? I be thinking about a bunch of white people. I always hear that Boston's racist. I never knew Boston had real niggas. Yeah, I heard about Bridgeport, Connecticut. I heard about it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, New York niggas are so in competition with some goon shit. The niggas from Queens is competing with the niggas from Brooklyn. Anyway.
I'm caught up in this.
Yeah, I actually think that was real. Anyway, let's get back to Zeno explanation.
They bring that up and they try to manipulate a story. My nephew was my first nephew, 2 sisters. We had different fathers, which plays into play later on, I'm gonna tell you. I always kept the story quiet. I was filming Love and Hip Hop when he shot me. But now, you know, since it's an issue about me snitching, then I have to protect my name and my reputation. So, again.
Is he on steroids? Like, how the fuck he had these veins just bulging out of his arms? They look like an action figure. And also, remember we used to call him the No-Neck Bandit? What's going on with Zeno, man?
And I raised my nephew. His pops wasn't around. I raised my nephew. My sisters, when I was with the Source and I had all that money, I was giving thousands and thousands of dollars, okay? Later on in life, my mom, me and my sister, this was before the Source magazine money. Me and my sister went half on a house that was supposed to be her and my mother's, my older sister, okay? Now, the house was a big house in Dorchester, right? At the time, probably worth about $180,000. I think I might have put up 20. She put up 20 or 10 or something and got the house. My mother had a 3rd floor apartment, little small apartment, while her guy, my nephew, her daughter, they lived downstairs, big house. My mother, it was a lot of stairs on the 3rd floor. My mother's older, beautiful woman from Cape Verde. I miss you, Mary. I miss her every day. my best friend. I was the only son, the only child from her and my father. So, of course, I'm filming Love and Hip Hop. And, you know, again, all the years I've done nothing but took care of my family. I had the money to do it. There was never no beef with my nephew. Years later, come to find out that, well, let me go here. I had to buy my mother her own house because, again, that third floor apartment and her climbing up them stairs was too much. So I bought her her own house in Milton, Massachusetts. Bought her a Benz. She didn't like to drive. She was older, but she was happy with a house. My mother started getting dementia. So it was a thing where my sister wanted to take care of her. I didn't live in Boston anymore, so she moved back with my sister at the other house. Well, they was going back and forth, but the house was still in Milton. Come to find out that my nephew Guy had been, and my sister was taking out loans on the house in lines of credit. My mother didn't do nothing because she was suffering from dementia. My father had found out, words were exchanged. It wasn't nothing like I was going to do anything to my nephew or something. It was just was a fucked up situation that happened. Like, how could they take out loans on my mother's spot, especially the one that my money went into, and she never knew nothing. Okay, I'm filming Love and Hip Hop. All of a sudden, my mother dies. She dies in her sleep. Now, my mother worked at Prudential Insurance Company all her life. I was actually in her stomach when she was working at the Prudential in Boston. When she died, there was no money for me. Not that I wanted them, but it was only for my sister. Imagine that. Her only son, but it was only for her sister, for my sister. Okay, can't prove nothing. But we do know that they took lines of credit and loans out and forged their signature. We do know that. So I guess the guilty conscience must have been eating them up. And when she died and I was coming up there to the wake, he must have thought that I was going to make a move on him. Now, I knew that there was tension. So when I got up to Boston, we was filming Love.
He's explaining why his nephew shot him.
In hip hop. When I got to Boston, I didn't want to be at the wake with everybody, so I suggested that I go an hour earlier to see my mother with just me and her. I didn't want to see her like that, so I hadn't closed the casket. I was pretty shaken up. They took out a bunch of loans on the house, found out. When I got to the wake, I went by myself, seen my mom, closed casket. I made a decision I wasn't going to go to the funeral because of the tension. I seen her and we was filming and I was going to go back because I didn't want the rest of the family and everybody else, all this shit, all this drama to overshadow my mother's funeral. She was being buried in Plymouth. I made the decision not to go. As I'm getting ready to get on the plane the next day, which was going to be my mother's funeral, it was a Sunday, Stevie J called me. Shout out to Sleezo. Hope you're all right, my G. Ain't talked to you in a minute. So Sleezo calls me and says, hey, I'm out here in Plymouth. Where you at? I'm like, man, I'm not going out there, bro. He's like, oh, man, I'm way out here. Plymouth is like 45 minutes from Boston. I said, stay there. I'm going to come get you. I jump in a rental. Now, mind you, I have no reason to be strapped. Sunday afternoon, 12 o'clock. I'm not thinking about nothing. I ain't got no beef in Boston. Jump in a rental. I start heading out towards Route 3. Route 3 goes to the Cape. It's one of the most, it's a 2-lane highway, but it's super.
It sounds like you're telling again. Yo, Benzino, I love this story. This nigga is detailed.
Busy. And it's a super conservative white highway. A lot of people live down the Cape of White, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the suburbs. As I'm going down there, I noticed there's a funeral procession, the cars flashing lights and everything. So I'm like, oh shit, I wonder if this, sure enough, it was my mother's. Seen a bunch of light-skinned Cape Verdean people. I was like, yeah, this is, I'm on the left lane, the funeral procession's on the right going slow. I'm driving on the left, next thing you know, bop, 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 bop. I'm getting hit. I got hit 3 times in my shoulder. I felt them, you know, but I'm still driving. I did a 180, a fishtail 180, started driving back against the traffic. I couldn't drive no more because my arm kind of felt limp. I kept breathing and feeling my chest because I've been shot before. I wanted to make sure that, nothing hit my chest. Once I knew that my breathing was good and everything, I jumped out that bitch and started running. As I'm running, I run towards the hearse. And this is a true story. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear on my mother's soul this shit happened. I can't even believe it happened. As I run, I go towards the hearse, and all I seen, because it has the old school locks, I just seen the finger pressed down on the lock of the front of the hearse, because there was 2 hearses. Of course, one had my mother's coffin, it had to. So then I ran down a couple other cars, and then 2 of my cousins, Auntie Geneva, God rest her soul, I jumped in the back of their car, they're screaming like a motherfucker. I said, you got to drive over the medium, get me out of here, because, I'm losing a lot of blood. They drove over the medium, and we're going down here. Now, at that time, my nephew never been locked up, never had he wasn't a street kid. I raised him. He was a DJ. Now, I raised him. You could see in videos, I was proud. That was my first nephew. I loved him to death. My nephew was the first one to call police. He was the first one to get on the phone and said, I just shot a man, because come to find out, he had 3 guns, and he had licenses for all of them. I didn't even know he had licenses. He called the police first, all right? This is the shit that nobody said. This is the shit that these niggas at the podcast, everybody just wants to try to get a story, clicks and comments, and trying to stain somebody's name. Don't even know what the fuck they talking about. He called the police first. The very first one to call police. Now, mind you, this is about 1 o'clock broad daylight. Cars, 100 people seen him shoot me. Everybody's seen. He told the police that I had a gun and I pointed it at him, that I'm Benzino. Now in Boston, I got a bad reputation. The police been trying to fuck me over for years. My whole family, my father, my brothers, just it is what it is. Racist city. You know what I'm saying? I love my people. I love the hood, but the power structure, I can't fuck with them. And I love the sports teams, which by the way, the Celtics will beat the shit out the Knicks tonight. But let's get back on point. He called the police first and said I had a gun. When we finally get off the exit, I'm bleeding like a motherfucker, getting ready to.
By the way, when he recorded that Celtics loss.
Pass out, blood all in the back of the car. The police pull us over, state troopers. As soon as we get off the exit, I think it was the Pembroke exit. They took me out the back of the car and stripped me butt naked, dick out and everything. Butt naked, bleeding butt naked. They said, where's the gun? 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 I think that it was Driscoll. Now, Driscoll's whole family, if y'all know the Driscolls up in Boston, y'all know them some dirty motherfuckers. All right. He said, yeah, your nephew said you had a gun. Your nephew said that you were shooting at him. Your nephew said this. I said, no, he shot me. So what the fuck are you talking about? He said, because like, at this point, it's just a lot of chaos. They're screaming, yelling, where's the gun? Your nephew. I said, no, he shot me. I said, I mean, it's broad daylight. And plus, like, I've been around enough to know that whatever you say right then and there that don't matter when it comes to snitching. It matters in the grand jury and in the courtroom. So now, the ambulance came. I get in the ambulance. They're still asking me, where's the gun? Where's the gun? Where's the gun? He said that you shot him. Where's the gun? So at that point now, I get to the hospital. That's with Love and Hip Hop cameras. I had a connection in there at the hospital. You know, it's Boston. I'm in Quincy Hospital. So they came. They were shooting and everything. More detectives came. They said, look, you know what I'm saying? You know, he called. He said you had a gun. That's the reason he shot you and everything. So really, how the fuck could I snitch you? And he was the first one that called them and said that the first one, before any statement that I made anything, he said he shot me. Let's make that clear. All right, months go by. It's time for the grand jury. Now the grand jury is going to be the jury that got picked to see that if he's going to get charged with attempted murder. In Boston, anything over the waist, attempted murder. Anything below the waist, assault with a dangerous weapon. Above the waist is 15 years and up. Everybody knows that. We get to the grand jury. They ask me, do you know who? I said, nah, I don't know who shot me. Now that's in the paperwork. The grand jury, you can go get the paperwork. They said, nah, I don't. I said, I don't know who shot me. I said, I was dizzy. I was up, but you said this. I said, I don't know what I was saying. I was panicking. I was blanking out. I was saying anything. I was in an ambulance. I said anything. I was in the hospital. I was under medication. I was saying anything. They said, okay, fine. Months now go down. It's time to go to court. They tell me they tell my lawyer, God rest Mr. Leppo. They said he has to come in court. I said, I'm not coming to no court. I already told the grand jury I don't know who shot me. If you don't come to court, we're going to give you 6 months contempt. Ain't this a bitch? I said, okay. Me, my father went to court in Brockton. My nephew was sitting there with his lawyer, big fat bitch. They're looking at me like, it's funny because they said, if you can see who's in the courtroom, point them out. I said, I don't see anybody. If you can see who shot you, point them out. I said, I don't see anybody. It was that simple when I left. There was another 10 witnesses that were white people and everything that were on the highway that witnessed him shooting me. Because I said that he didn't shoot me, he got 18 months for shooting in a dwelling around people. That's what he got charged with. If I would have said he shot me, he would have did 15 years. 15 years. So I don't give a fuck about no internet. I'm solid. 50 cents, your pussy. My nephew, your pussy. And if any motherfucker, and if there's any real issues, I'm not hard to find. But that's a fact. What I just said was fact. We don't gotta, and the paperwork's out there. So I don't want to hear about no snitching.
I believe him. I think the definition of like snitching, it just varies. So some people, like, I think his definition is, did you cooperate to send somebody to jail? He's saying, if anything, I cooperated to well, not cooperate. I made sure my nephew didn't get sent to jail. So I'm the opposite of a snitch. Some people would also believe if you give law enforcement any information, that's snitching. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, I don't want to hear it. And guess what? A lot of you motherfuckers out there with the snitching shit, you know, snitching was the first snitching thing that I heard of. Of course, my dad told me at 11 years old, but he was dealing with the mob. So the mob was the first one to really kind of popularize don't snitch, because back then if you snitch, you was getting killed. But I think when Sammy the Bull, I think after that, and even Whitey Bulger, when they seeing that the snitches are the actual ones killing all the people, I think people started saying, damn, ain't nobody killed Sammy the Bull. Whitey finally got it, but it's like back then, if you snitch, you got dealt with. Nowadays, y'all motherfuckers are exposing snitches, and y'all ain't even doing shit. Okay, they snitches. Now what y'all gonna do about it? Nothing. It's just for clicks and comments. It doesn't change their life. 6ix9ine's richer than he's ever been. Still, ain't nobody did nothing other than the LA Fitness shit. All you niggas out there who are so much snitch this, snitch that, when y'all find out they're snitches, then why don't y'all go down handle business? Y'all ain't gonna do shit. But see, yeah, my name and reputation means something to me. So that's why I had to tell tell the story. It's a beautiful day today, man. Much love. I'm 60. I'm not gonna be. I got a 9-year-old. I got grandkids on the way. I'm not gonna be the same person that I was back then. But ain't none of you niggas gonna fuck with me. And I ain't no crash out nigga. I'm very smart. That's why I lasted this long. But like I said, 50. If you want to get in that ring, celebrity, I'm with it. And then after that, man, we can hug it out and let this shit be over with. But all that shit you post on me, sorry, dickhead, that shit ain't true. Y'all figure it out. Celtics tonight, we beating the shit out of y'all.
So let's talk about it, y'all. Some people believe that snitching is only when you get up on the stand and point someone out and
hilarious. What the fuck? Wait. Give me 1 second. Ooh. Give me 1 second, my bad. Oh, let me just keep playing this.
and intentionally try to get them convicted. Some people believe that any talking to law enforcement in any way is snitching. It's really based on your definition of snitching. So y'all let me know what y'all think about this, man. Put your thoughts down in the comments and make sure you like and subscribe and stay connected with Panda Chop TV. Peace.
Panda Chop.
Panda Chop.
Oh, okay. That actually works. Okay. All right. Yeah, I feel Benzino, like, I don't think Benzino's a bad guy, and about if he gay or whatever, I don't give a fuck. Shit, I looked at that. I guess he's from a street background. He's like really locked in with a lot of street people in Boston. So I understand. So I understand why, you know, he cares about these, like, whatever nuances about is he a snitch, is he not? Not that my opinion matters on snitching, but the reality is this: if he wants to be at 60 aligned with street shit, you shouldn't have told him who shot you. I don't care if it's your cousin, your nephew, your son, could be your dog accidentally shooting you. Nope. Shut the fuck up. Now, every civilian should tell who shot them if you unfortunately get shot. Him trying to now clean it up, I feel like he's in a rock and a hard place, but man, bro, you're 60, bro. Who gives a fuck about that reputation of being a street nigga, bro? Who cares? That's how I look at it. All right.
Proposed budgets to show you what it would look like over the long haul. Musk has basically given few details about this. The Times reports he gave no identifying details on the majority of them after they did an accounting. But there's the conflict of interest that he has been trying to hawk Teslas from his struggling company on the White House lawn, violating pledges that he and the president made about a conflict. And even that hasn't actually yet enriched him the way he might have hoped. To the contrary, financially, the biggest loser of money is Elon Musk out of everyone, because he's also the richest and maybe had the most to lose, but he's down over $122 billion as we approach this magical 100-day mark. Tomorrow, that means Elon Musk has been losing over $1 billion a day. From a market perspective, I guess his allies might wonder how much worse would he be doing if he didn't have all of these insider relationships and access and White House marketing events. But it's a lot of lost money. So this is the economic piece. It's not the only thing going on, but it's affected the largest number of people the quickest. And if Donald Trump had done the opposite, if the markets were up 9%, 10%, we'd be telling you that. It's just not the case. And that brings us to the other reckoning that we are seeing as we approach 100 days tomorrow, which is in a time where people are more upset about Trump's policies, trade war, an entire set of priorities, downing the markets, breaking campaign promises to lower prices that he made. That sets up a lot more scrutiny and adversity, quite frankly, for the other parts of his agenda, rewiring the way we do democracy, gutting the rule of law, trying to make agencies in the DOJ part of his partisan enforcement machine. So right now, I'm just going to open up to listen to the whole country with the survey data we have, including sources ranging from nonpartisan to Fox News, to what Republicans think if you ask them specifically, and what we're hearing from the people 100 days in is a big, wide rejection of Trump's current governing priorities. His approval crashing already to 39%, the worst in 80 years. He's underwater by double digits across the board. If you look specifically at Republicans, most of whom want him to succeed and liked some of what he did and said in the campaign in the first term, this has been a radical departure from his campaign promises. So half of Republicans say he's not focused on the right priorities. Doesn't mean they're about to turn into liberals and vote Democrat. They just think the first 100 days have not been what they wanted, especially after what they heard on the campaign trail. Here's one Republican vet, Karl Rove.
When it gets to the economy, he is in very bad shape. And it's not only that he's in the short term in bad shape, there's also evidence in the poll that no matter, even if he gets his way on certain things like tariffs, that he's not good in the long run. There's some very deep-seated skepticism among ordinary Americans about the effect of the economy, the president's economic policies, both in the short run and the long run.
That's Bush veteran Rove, and he's talking about how these things work, which is when the economy is good enough, people often do tend to give a pass to more of what's happening in Washington. They either don't have to pay attention to it, or they say, well, things seem pretty good. But what if things are going really poorly? Things seem bad, and then they look at other issues with a more skeptical eye. What I'm reporting to you tonight is that's what we're hearing is happening. Broad disapproval across other issues. This is a Fox News poll, and they asked about all these different things. And as you can see, a majority disapprove of Trump on everything but border security. The disapproval also goes across the country. We hear about how we're divided, but he's underwater among all these groups. And then there is the law. The law, what is allowed, what is legal, what is just, has been a huge part of politics over the last decade. On the right, you hear about what Trump calls weaponization and the claims that somehow they're out to get people based on ideology. Among progressives, we've had a debate about policing and Black Lives Matter. And if you follow Washington politics, there's a lot of discussion about recriminations and investigations and subpoenas and all of that. But here's the thing. Donald Trump's second term has had direct clashes with the Supreme Court and actually following the law more than any modern president, except perhaps Nixon, but that was later than the 100 days. There are over 200 different lawsuits against Trump. If a frivolous lawsuit is filed, we don't count it here. We're talking about areas where at least the evidence and allegations showed potential government overreach. We've had all of the documentation of Trump's purges and retribution. Whatever he accused of others in the government, the unfairness, the weaponization I mentioned, he is doing it worse than we've ever seen, and I have the evidence and case law on that to show you. Musk's department, for example, went after government employees, so many different headlines, removals, purges, retaliation. This is exactly the kind of thing that you don't want in a nonpartisan government. Judges challenged some of this, froze some of it, dialed some of it back. The efforts to dismantle agencies like the Department of Ed, to access federal worker data, a huge conflict of interest for someone like Musk. Trump's culture war attacks we've seen against all kinds of groups based on how you might identify or whether you are part of diversity. They have lost early skirmishes in those cases, partially blocked by federal judges. And perhaps most consequential is the immigration agenda. We've got just some of the high-level cases where, even though the president has broad powers, you cannot just abuse immigration or war powers to snatch people up off the street or send them to the wrong foreign prison.
President Trump's promised mass deportation operation is now underway.
The Trump administration says it sent hundreds of alleged Venezuelan gang members to El Salvador.
A federal appeals court has upheld a lower court ban on the deportation of hundreds of immigrants.
Trump administration officials admitted to a, quote, administrative error that they made when they deported a Maryland father.
That's up to El Salvador
if they want to return him. That's not up to us.
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
We will never give up on you, Kilmer.
The Supreme Court ordering the Trump administration to pause deportations under the Alien Enemies Act.
This is measurably the most we've ever seen an administration clash with the Supreme Court, the highest law of the land, over whether they actually have to follow the law in modern history. Nixon ultimately was pushed out of office over these kind of legal clashes that took much longer to foment. But this is what we're seeing. And it matters because, as I mentioned, the economic dynamic, the political dynamic, Trump's crashing support may also affect whether people want to give him the benefit of the doubt when he's taking actions that not only the Supreme Court, but every Trump appointee on the Supreme Court said were too far. We had late in the 100 days, just within the last 2 weeks, that rare overnight weekend ruling that said against Trump, you cannot take war powers to seize people and snatch them up. And we live in such a politicized time, maybe some people would say, well, if Kagan's against it, sounds like a bad idea. Someone else might say, well, if Kavanaugh's against it, it might sound like a bad idea. Well, how bad of a legal idea is it when they and 7 members of the court, all Trump appointees, are against it? The immigration agenda is facing these setbacks, not because the courts have a problem with lowering the number of immigrants into this country. That is fully allowed. They do have a problem with abusing powers or claiming we're at war when we're not. Are we in the constitutional crisis? Well, the Supreme Court will ultimately have to decide whether the Trump administration has done enough to follow its order to facilitate the return of that detainee Garcia. The court may also take a closer look at ICE arrests of individuals whose lawyers say they're being targeted for their free speech, like that Turkish national. The pattern is students who repeatedly are linked to political speech. You're allowed to take positions against the U.S. government. It's generally considered patriotic to use your free speech that way rather than just supporting the government. You're supposed to be allowed to do either. And the question is, and it's not been resolved in all the courts yet, whether this government is abusing ICE powers to target those people. A broader crackdown on universities themselves, trying to yank federal funding, a retribution tour against law firms themselves, many of whom are stacked with experienced government veterans who've worked at the DOJ, who've worked for conservative justices, but apparently they're not immune to being told, if you don't only do what the government wants under Trump, the government will go after you. Courts are increasingly the last resort, but courts do not operate in a vacuum. I can tell you that. And if you know American history, you know that. And if you think about the times where civil rights and human rights were tested most in this country, there were judges doing a good job following the facts, not getting intimidated by the politicians, but there was also a robust public that cared enough to be involved to affect the temperature that we were all in.
A failing grade 100 days into the second Trump administration. Nearly half of all Americans, 45% to be exact, believe that Donald Trump deserves an F for the way he has handled the presidency. That is according to a new poll from NPR, PBS News, and Marist. And if you look under the hood, the numbers, they are even worse for Donald Trump. Just under half of all independents give the president an F. And just 54% of his own political base, Republican voters, would give him an A grade. NPR reports that, quote, it's driven by views of how he's handling the economy. The first 100 days of Trump 2.0 have been defined by dramatic disruption, and there has been a lot of it. The gutting of federal agencies, a reorienting of the country's place in the world, a government at war with universities and law firms and Trump's political critics. But the first 100 days has also seen the emergence of a political vulnerability that Donald Trump did not really have in the first Trump administration. And Donald Trump, well, he has no one to blame for it but himself. He started the trade war with China and with Canada and with Mexico and practically every country and island here on planet Earth. According to the Yale Budget Lab, consumers face an effective tariff rate of 28%. That is the highest since 1901. The conservative-leaning Wall Street Journal now warns that the tariffs could be Trump's undoing. The editorial board writes that, quote, presidential second terms are rarely successful, and on the evidence of his first 100 days, Donald Trump's won't be different. The president needs a major reset if he wants to rescue his final years from the economic and foreign policy shocks he has unleashed. Mr. Trump was elected to control inflation and raise real incomes, but tariffs do the opposite. It's a mistake to think the tariff damage is only domestic. The willy-nilly assault on friends and foes has shaken global confidence in U.S. reliability. Voters reelected Mr. Trump in part because they remembered fondly his first-term economy. This term, he is indulging his trade and foreign policy obsessions, and the early results are negative. He'll fail unless he heeds the warnings. Team Trump does not appear to be heeding the warnings, at least not today. The administration began its 100th day attacking Amazon over reporting by Punchbowl News that it was going to show how much Trump's tariffs would be adding to the price of every product. Here's what White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt had to say about that reporting.
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon.
A hostile and political act showing the import duties at checkout would have made it crystal clear exactly who was paying Trump's tariffs. That would be you, me, the American consumer. In response to the Trump administration's attacks, Amazon released a statement saying, quote, the team that runs our ultra low-cost Amazon Hall store considered the idea of listing import charges on certain products. This was never approved and not going to happen. A fight with Amazon and multiple warning signs about tariffs revealing Donald Trump's political Achilles heel is where we start today. Staff writer for The Atlantic and MSNBC political analyst Ashley Parker is here, plus MSNBC columnist and author of the newsletter To the Contrary, Charlie Sykes, and anchor and correspondent for Bloomberg News, David Gura, in Ottawa, Canada, covering their elections. It is good to see you all, David. We're going to talk about what is happening where you are in Ottawa in just a few minutes. But first, let's start with the unease over the economy, the cloud that's now looming over Donald Trump, our politics. What is the prevailing Wall Street view on Trump's tariffs at this moment?
Well, Wall Street is still looking for some sense of certainty from this White House, and it's gotten none over these last 100 days. If you look at the tariffs policy in particular, there's been starts and stops, pauses. All of this is adding to some unease about the direction of all of this, where it's headed. And so we've seen obviously dramatic market moves here over the last few months. Those have continued. And I should say it's not a sign of a healthy market if the market shoots up by 1,000 points, just as it's not if it goes down by 1,000 points. That's giving you an indication here that what Wall Street's looking for actually is some sort of concrete deal. And there can be all kinds of happy talk about progress made on one deal or another, or talks that may or may not be taking place. But until something is actually codified or signed, Wall Street is not going to be happy enough to have confidence in the direction of this economy, the direction of where the White House is going here. And I think just looking back on these last 100 days, that is the overarching message on both Wall Street and Main Street. A White House pursuing economic policies that aren't resonant with either constituency, the president doing things that he hasn't fully explained, both to those high-level investors and to just regular folks wondering why he's doing what he's doing, Alicia.
So, Ashley, in light of that reality, which David laid out so clearly, you still have a president that was really doubling down on this idea of tariffs. You spoke with him just yesterday, and you report this. Trump pushed back on the notion, popular among some Wall Street analysts, that financial turmoil, plummeting markets, the threat of a recession, a weakened dollar would cause him to roll back his tariff policies. Quote, it always affects you a little bit, he said, but there's no red line, no certain number at which he would feel compelled to change course. Why the commitment to something that he can see in the numbers is not resonating?
Right. He told us that. And one thing that was interesting was the first time he actually did change his tariff policy, or at least do this 90-day pause, which we're in the middle of, was when the bond markets went haywire. So he told us, you know, there's not a number. I don't really have a red line. I can stomach a tremendous amount of pain. That said, the first time we saw push come to shove, in this case, he did have a red line, and it was the bond markets. But as to why he would say this, another thing he told us when we were in the Oval Office with him last Thursday was he said, look, he just said, I believe this. He said, I have believed this in my gut for 35 or 40 years. This idea that America is getting ripped off, getting taken advantage of, that we're getting a bad deal. And for a president who is not particularly ideological, this is one of his few core political policy beliefs. And I think that helps explain why, on the whole, broadly, he is so dug in on tariffs.
Okay, so Charlie, let's just go with that, right? The president says this is something he believes. He believes it in his core. As we know, there's sort of a white paper that gave way to all of this about the potential for restructuring global markets, how that would require these tariffs. The problem is, he hasn't actually stuck to the plan as it would need to be followed, even in the theoretical, right? It would have to have been targeted in terms of the countries they were going after. It would need to have had carrots and sticks that accompanied the tariffs, and he would have need to stay the course, not imposing tariffs, rolling them back, imposing them, rolling them back. The bad math we've seen out of his own administration, where they themselves could not tell us what the tariff rate on China was. He may have the belief. He does not have the discipline to follow the plan necessary, even if you theoretically believe it could be effective.
Yeah, and that might be a problem, won't it? This is, as Ashley points out, this is one of his consistent through lines. He's had a fetish about tariffs forever, but also this is a president who wants to project strength. He wants to have people think that he is a master negotiator who never blinks. But of course, he's already blinked, and he will probably blink again. But what is interesting is the way in which he has cut himself loose, both from the economic experts and from all the Wall Street folks who had really talked themselves into thinking that he was just bluffing, that these were just negotiating ploys. And now they're looking around going, none of this makes sense. The math does not add up. They contradict themselves on an almost daily basis. And they have this massive uncertainty hanging over them. And they know that the worst is yet to come. There's almost this tsunami heading toward the West Coast ports, where they're saying, look, these shipping containers are not coming from China, or they're coming empty. You have the longshoremen who are saying, look, please take the tariffs off, because we're going to have this massive hit across the board. Trucking companies are experiencing this. So the reality is that even he's taken a hit in public opinion, but the economic pain has not yet been felt, but it is coming. What I also think is interesting is the way the public opinion has turned on all of this, because, this was a big issue in the 2024 campaign, but a lot of voters shrugged it off because they did not take Trump seriously or literally. And you get the sense that right now, a lot of voters, swing voters, are thinking, you know what, maybe he is serious about these things. Maybe we ought to take him literally and seriously. And this poses a real danger to my job, my community, my business, and my 401k.
Right. I mean, Ashley, to speak to Charlie's point about the fact that we have been warned that shipping containers are not fully packed, that Long Beach is not seeing the traffic that they normally see at the port, that you have the CEOs of companies like Target and Walmart calling this president and saying, Mr. President, 2 weeks, there may not be sufficient goods on the shelves. Consumers are going to start coming to our store, and they're not going to have some of their basic needs met. You then have the reporting from today about Trump calling Jeff Bezos, saying that Amazon was considering showing the cost of tariffs on individual products. Why is this reporting about Amazon generating so much reaction all the way to the presidential briefing room?
Well, again, Donald Trump's argument on tariffs is basically that tariffs are a purely good thing, and there will not be. I mean, one thing that has been interesting is he has admitted in a way that he typically does not a few times, there may be a little bit of pain. We need to take the long view, which is something, he's very impatient. He's often focused on winning sort of the day, the minute, the news cycle. But he has shown a little willingness to say to Americans, there might be a little pain for long-term gain. That said, he's largely dismissed that and papered over it. And the idea of Amazon showing, for instance, that this thing that used to cost X now costs Y, $10, $20, depending, higher, that is making voters, including many who voted for him, understand exactly the effects of tariffs and understand exactly that pain, and it's pocketbook pain, and it's pocketbook pain that you can talk to Democrats and Republicans that decided this past election. That is why people chose at their core Donald Trump over Joe Biden, because they thought he would be better for the economy. And so the economy, as it ever was, is always such a deep political issue that Donald Trump knows he does not want to be blamed for a bad economy, and more viscerally than a bad economy, sort of daily rising prices.
Garrett, key White House officials were pressed about these tariffs and this new Amazon move just last hour. What did they say?
Yeah, on the tariffs more broadly, you heard some optimism that there could be trade deals struck in the not too distant future from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who talked about the use of what he called euphemistically the president's strategic uncertainty in his negotiating position over time here. On Amazon, in this report that Amazon might start listing the additional cost on specific items put in place by the tariffs, the president is clearly angry. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said she had spoken to him about it this morning. And the question, the idea that this shows factually that it is American consumers who pay the cost of tariffs, not the Chinese or any other foreign government, seemed to be the thing that set off the president's anger. Listen to how the White House Press Secretary addressed this issue.
I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American.
So just to clarify, not an announcement from Amazon, just a report at this juncture, and something we should definitely watch closely given the White House's response to it and how much attention we've all been paying to the relationship between President Trump and Amazon's multi-billionaire owner, Jeff Bezos, now at least a bit rockier than it was this time yesterday.
Yeah, Christine, before we go bigger picture on Trump's first 100 days, talk about Amazon and the potential price difference they could be highlighting if they indeed show what tariffs cost.
Well, if you have a 145% tariff on Chinese goods, any Chinese goods sold by Amazon then would have a higher cost. I mean, you think of it this way, a $10,000 container of goods coming over would have a $14,500 tariff on it. That's more than the cost of the goods is the cost of the tariff. That will clearly be a big cost difference for these sellers that are selling on Amazon. What's interesting to me is you've already seen Temu and Shein raise their prices, and one of those low-cost retailers actually putting right in the cart to the cost of the import charge. A lot of people had noticed that over the past couple of days, so sort of breaking out the import charge. So we may see more retailers start to do that, although you can see from the White House, they're taking that, if that were to happen at Amazon, as a political move.
It would be a sticker shock for consumers, though. Garrett, you also have reporting on tariff walkbacks, at least when it comes to the auto industry. It's going to help the auto industry. What do we know?
Well, that's the way the White House and the Commerce Department is framing this new decision today, which is to basically say that the president's 25% tariffs on automobiles and auto parts are the only tariffs that will apply to those businesses. They won't be stacked, if you will, on top of tariffs on steel and aluminum, which are obviously key components in cars, or added to tariffs that affect just Canada or just Mexico or just Germany, for example, places where we might import cars or parts. The idea is to make it a little bit simpler, a little bit easier for these auto companies to invest in the United States, so says the White House. But the price of cars is still going to go up, and many of the companies, the big three, the domestic auto manufacturers and parts manufacturers, have responded tepidly, let's say, to this announcement. It will help them, but it's not the same as getting out from under these more burdensome tariffs on the industry more broadly.
And Christine, the president has faced backlash on the economy, largely driven by the tariffs, which continue to be a moving target. Walk us through the president's economic actions and the impact in these first 100 days of his administration.
Well, it's really the rollout and the strategy, and what people who are going to be at the other end of his tariff see as a haphazard haphazard kind of implementation of his tariffs. I mean, here's the recipe of what we have are 145% on imports from China. That is essentially grinding trade between the world's two biggest economies to a halt. And that's where we'll be watching to see the goods that are still coming in. At what point will you begin to see those import surcharges on your bills? But the steel and aluminum, the USMCA, there already was a trade deal with Canada and Mexico that the president ripped up himself. So that begs the question, you know, what kind of reliable trading partner is the U.S.? So this is what's all on the table right now. And then you look at what the stock market makes of that. As you pointed out in your intro, this is the worst performance for a first 100 days of a president since Richard Nixon, an almost 8% decline in the S&P 500, and roiled markets from the dollar and to the bond market as well. So just an awful lot of uncertainty. I will say there was a bank note this morning that said the first 100 days of ... uncertainty. So we'll see if there's more clarity from the president tonight about the next 100 days and what business and consumers can expect from that.
And Shaq is joining us from the state where we'll see President Trump head later today. The White House framing this first 100 days as a smashing economic success. Shaq, the polls show otherwise. You've spoken to Trump voters there in Michigan. Where do they land?
Well, Anna, in my conversations with Trump's biggest supporters here, they acknowledge the reality that you guys are talking about. They see and feel the impacts of the tariffs. They see the softening market, the looming price increases because of the tariffs, but they say they are sticking with him for multiple reasons. One, they say this is what he promised on the campaign trail. It came as no surprise to them, even with the impacts that we're talking about. And two, they say that this is something that they believe in. It's a mission they ultimately believe in and a goal of bringing back manufacturing to the United States. Listen to how his supporters explained it to me.
Nobody likes to pay more for anything. I don't. But in the long run, I think it's going to be good.
The tariffs, they don't scare me at all. My money went down just like everybody else's. My investments in there coming right back up. Doesn't faze me a bit.
I know that as a country, we owe a lot. You know, we're in a lot of debt, and if those tariffs are going to help bring back more to our economy, I'm all for it.
Anna, in some cases, you heard some of his supporters essentially repeating the analogy that he uses sometimes when he talks about a sick patient, and that you might have some tough moments in the beginning, but this is ultimately going to lead to a country that is stronger and healthier. It's clear that his base is sticking with him, even as when you look at polling among the general population, this is an issue that shows to be pretty risky for his presidency.
Shaq Brewster, always appreciate your reporting there. Thank you. John, you write about this really seismic unilateral approach in terms of the actions President Trump has taken so far. You write, in times of war and economic crisis, past presidents from Lincoln to Roosevelt have tested the constitutional limits of their office. None have tried to exercise so much power across such a broad range of issues and with such disregard for Congress and the courts as Trump has in a time of relative peace and economic stability. John, it strikes me that this is a Republican president who has a GOP majority in both chambers of Congress, yet he has signed fewer bills into law than his predecessors going back to Eisenhower. Is that by design?
I think it largely is, Anna. I mean, the president had the ability, if he wanted to come in and work with Congress and do some major things, and he's absolutely ignored Congress. His aides say, I talked to Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary last week, that he will be focused on getting a deal on the budget reconciliation bill. Of course, the White House uses the term deal all the time, even when there's, even when they're only negotiating with their own side, which is basically what's happening here. But she says that they'll be focused on that in the next 100 days. I think Trump wanted to hit the ground running. I think he promised to hit the ground running. And this has been breathtaking, whether you are a fan of his or a critic of his, whether you see what he's doing as necessary, regardless of the law, if you see it as both unnecessary and potentially breaking some of the laws. We've seen courts push back on him. However you see it, this is breathtaking. We haven't seen anything like this in terms of the size and scope of change in such a short period of time.
Yeah, no doubt. And Christine, we heard there with Shaq that there are Trump supporters who say they'll be patient.
Sure.
They're really buying the line. Just wait, give me time to let these policies take effect. Well, we have some new reporting, new warnings about when these tariffs will be felt and how severe of an impact.
So, let me be clear. If consumers have to pay more for a set of sheets, that is not the end of the world, right? I mean, the consumers are so used to very, very cheap goods. That's not what the issue here is. The issue is the way that trade has been just thrown off a cliff. You're going to have longshoremen, you're going to have truckers, you're going to have the people who handle all these goods will be seeing layoffs. We've seen from the big West Coast longshoremen and warehouse union, they say that this is a war on the working people and that the first Trump tariffs didn't result in companies moving wholesale their operations back to the U.S. It just was a bigger burden on the people who pay for it, the people who work in these industries. So a big concern from this big union that this is going to be a problem. And we've been checking sort of our channels with freight and logistics, and already you're seeing trucker layoffs, our sources are telling us. So these are working people who may have voted for Donald Trump, who instead of just the pain of maybe paying more for your everyday goods, we're talking about a reordering of working class parts of the American economy. And if you have a recession, so many economists tell me the first jobs to go in a recession are manufacturing jobs. So in a policy that's meant to restore manufacturing, the first fallout will be in manufacturing if you don't pull this off exactly right.
Right now, obviously, today marks the 100th day of the second Trump administration.
Yes, the president will be holding a rally in Warren, Michigan at Macomb Community College, where he made 2 campaign stops ahead of last year's election. It comes as 5 major polls over the past week show historically low approval ratings for the president. Trump yesterday dismissed the numbers in a long post on social media, writing that the pollsters should be investigated for election fraud. President Trump has signed 143 executive orders, so far more than any other president in history in the first 100 days. Meanwhile, in an appearance on Fox News over the weekend, longtime Republican strategist Karl Rove gave a stark assessment of the president's handling of the economy. Take a listen.
When it gets to the economy, he is in very bad shape. And it's not only that he's in the short term in bad shape, there's also evidence in the poll that no matter, even if he gets his way on certain things like tariffs, that he's not good in the long run. Take a look at this. Trump policies. Today, will it help the economy? 32% say yes. Will it hurt the economy? His policies, 54% say no, 10% no difference. In the long run, will it help the country? 40%. In the long run, will it hurt the country? 51%. So there's some very deep-seated skepticism among ordinary Americans about the effect of the economy, the president's economic policies, both in the short run and the long run.
He was elected because people had more confidence in his ability to help the economy and lower prices than they did in Kamala Harris. So to what do you attribute that new skepticism or real concern about the economy?
Well, I have a slightly different view. I agree with you that they voted for him because they felt better, in my opinion, about they looked at the last 4 years under Biden Harris and said, not good. And they looked at and remembered the 4 years under President Trump and said, those were a lot better. I think this was a hope. I don't think it was based upon a explicit understanding of what he was going to do. They just hoped that he would do better on inflation and jobs and economic growth. And then when he came in, just the sort of chaos and the inability of the administration to explain what they're doing, I think has hurt them very much.
And a tanking of the economy you could add into that. That's Karl Rove. The Wall Street Journal editorial board this morning argues, quote, at 100 days, Trump 2.0 is in trouble. The new piece on the op-ed page reads this way: presidential second terms are rarely successful, and on the evidence of his first 100 days, Donald Trump's won't be different. The White House motto seems to be that if something is worth doing, it's worth doing too much. That's especially true on tariffs, which could sink his presidency. Ken Griffin, the investor and major donor to Mr. Trump, summed it up last week as a self-inflicted blow to the American brand. The U.S. is needlessly ceding global economic leadership. Voters reelected Mr. Trump in part because they remembered fondly his first-term economy. But that success was owed mainly to his pursuit of conventional GOP priorities like tax reform and deregulation. This term, he is indulging his trade and foreign policy obsessions, and the early results are negative. He will fail unless he heeds the warnings. That is from the Wall Street Journal. President Trump obviously doesn't see it that way. He thinks all the polls are fake, talking about the interference in an election. Unclear which election he's referring to, but obviously the data is there. Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, even many conservatives saying not so good so far.
Yeah, he won the last election and he's prohibited from running again. So it's not sure what he's talking about there. We'll certainly hear a very different message from the president tonight. He heads to Michigan, one of those blue wall states that he won twice in 16 and 24 after losing it in 2020. A lot of his closest aides feel like that's where he made his strength, white working class voters, and flipped over just enough of whether it's black and Latino voters, and gathered some new members of his coalition this time around. You know, he's going to be talking about the economy. But when he does so, it's going to be in sharp contrast with reality. We have seen the markets quake. We have seen consumer sentiment plummet. We have seen real worries about inflation because of this self-inflicted trade war, because of these tariffs that very few people think is a sound economic plan. We're also going to hear him lean in heavily, I am told, on the issue of immigration, which is what they keep wanting coming back, the topic they keep wanting to return to. Even yesterday on the White House lawn, putting up posters on the fence there on the White House driveway of who they say are illegal immigrants who then committed violent crimes here in the United States, which is their justification for their deportation plan, and putting them up in a way that if a newscaster is doing a live shot from the White House, that's the backdrop. It's unavoidable, those pictures. It's a very in-your-face moment, Willie, and that's what they want to talk about, because so much else, they can read the polls. I talked to someone in the White House yesterday saying it's not panic, but of course they understand their numbers are down. They'd rather have good polls than bad. They recognize right now American voters not quite sure what they're seeing.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the attitude in the White House is would rather have good polls than bad polls. A lot of stuff has been going on over the first 100 days, but we're going to start focusing on trade deals, on peace deals, on tariff deals. And then they say they believe those numbers are going to turn around. John Heilman, though, there is, as John Lemire said, always a focus on immigration if they think that they need to move from another subject. The problem there is they're upside down on immigration in several of the polls. Also, just about every poll I've seen over the past week has shown they're upside down significantly, even on the Abrego Garcia case. And now, of course, headlines over the past couple days about two young children that were taken out of the country with their mother. One with stage 4 cancer, I believe, advanced cancer. And so, again, even on the issue that should be, again, the winner for them, there is this overreach that always seems to turn, if not their most ardent supporters, certainly those swing voters that put the president over the top in the upper Midwest, blue wall states, turning them off. And I mean, we see the numbers dropping among Hispanics. We see the numbers dropping among Americans without a college degree. We see it dropping, especially with younger Americans. So there are these specific areas where this overreach, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out, this overreach seems to be getting in the way of even issues like immigration, which should be helping President Trump.
Well, that's right, Joe. And I got to say, you look at all of the polling that we got over the weekend at this 100-day mark, and he is now since the invention of modern polling. If you're judging public opinion through the best instruments we have, his first 100 days are less popular, and his presidency is in worse state than any president in the history of modern polling. And if you look across those issues, this gets to your immigration point. There isn't a bright spot. There's not something you can't say, well, he's down here, but he's doing great over here. Immigration is the strongest issue they have, and he is across all of that polling. His numbers on immigration aren't great. And I think you got to think back to the first term when immigration was an important reason why he won the first term, often overlooked by people in analyzing the 2016 race. And what happened was he lost the plot with family separation. The family separation policy was when people started to put a human face to the cruelty of that policy, and he lost a lot of support on immigration around that issue. And I think it was predictable that if he tried to do an immigration policy that was as draconian as he promised, that the same phenomenon would happen now. The Abrego Garcia case and a number of these other cases are getting a ton of attention for good reason, and they are dragging his numbers down on an issue where, in general, he has a lot of support among the American people. And in general, it's always been one of his strongest issues. They are just comprehensively, politically speaking, in a huge amount of trouble with the American people right now.
And Mika, I'll tell you, what was so remarkable about the polling that came out is, of course, we have the headlines about President Trump because he's the president. That's where the headlines are going to go, being at 39% in several polls, 40 in some polls, being extraordinarily low on a lot of issues. But then the other side of the story is the polling on Democrats. The Democratic brand is as bad as it has ever been. And really one of the most stunning polls is this one right here. With Donald Trump at historically low numbers, voters were asking the ABC News Washington Post poll, who do you trust to do a better job handling the country's main problems? Donald Trump still beating Democrats by 7 percentage points. Of course, 30% of Americans still up for grabs because they say, we don't trust either of them. By the way, for people who have always dreamed of an independent candidate being president of the United States, that poll right there is something that's going to be passed around for the next several weeks. Because again, 30% of Americans say none of the above. But Democrats, again, this should be a time for Democrats to step through the door that voters and Donald Trump has opened up for them, and they're not doing it. And one Democratic governor, J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, he took note of that.
So today we're learning that the most powerful man in the world, called the second richest man in the world, directly. President Trump reportedly complaining to Jeff Bezos about a report that Amazon, a company Bezos no longer runs, planned to display tariff import charges on the products it sells. A source familiar with the call tells NBC News that it likely came around the same time that the White House publicly slammed the move by Amazon, calling it a hostile and political act. Well, Amazon has since denied the report, now saying that their ultra low cost Amazon Haul store, HAUL, considered posting tariff surcharges, but it never was quite approved and never was going to happen. Joining me now is NBC's Christine Romans, New York Times reporter and MSNBC contributor Jeremy Peters is here as well. Look, we know that Bezos and Trump have spent time together in the past, but how important is it for Amazon to be in the administration's good graces?
Well, I mean, look, a lot of these CEOs have really invested, and he's not even CEO of Amazon anymore, right? But have really invested this personal relationship with the president, because the president has been known to go after industries or go after different countries or companies rather. And you're right, countries too. And you don't want to be on the wrong end of that. I think this episode shows you just how sensitive the White House is to how big its tariffs are against China and how that is real money. I mean, this little Amazon Haul tab that you have to get to, I mean, this wasn't even about putting these prices on all of Amazon, and they decided not to do it. Temu, the Chinese, the other real low retailer, is doing it as well. But I mean, imagine you buy something that's worth $100 from China. The tariff is $145. That's $245 for something that used to cost $100. And the White House apparently doesn't want that broken out, you know, for consumers to be able to see just how big these tariffs are.
Let me also bring in Teddy Schleifer. You're our billionaire reporter for the New York Times. You know all of this very well. So the president picks up the phone. He calls Jeff Bezos directly. Is that necessarily unusual? What do you make of this exchange?
Yeah, we're not aware of Bezos and Trump having any one-on-one conversation, at least since Trump came into office in January. So it just sort of shows just how kind of trigger happy everyone here is, right? Trump is very concerned about this report, anonymously sourced. And, you know, immediately, like, imagine any other president doing this in any other time, immediately just calls him up It makes you wonder, how was this just literally, Trump at the Resolute desk, or in the Oval picking up his cell phone and calling Bezos on his cell phone? Bezos apparently is very nervous about this, understandably. So he picks up the call and they just have this one-on-one conversation. I mean, it sort of shows just how nuts kind of the corporate White House interactions are these days, that there's no bureaucracy. It's purely mano a mano, and Bezos has a reason to be concerned about Trump, and Trump has a reason to be concerned about this anonymously sourced report. And suddenly, it's a couple hours later, and this is a huge kind of micro scandal on a Tuesday morning. And you can never imagine this happening between, say, Apple and Barack Obama a decade ago.
Okay, so Jeremy, let me play for you what the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had to say about Amazon this morning.
I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise, because as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Should we be fact checking that?
Yes. First of all, a president doesn't choose to hike inflation, right? There's not a policy he can set into place
today.
Yeah, it's not an interest rate, right? It's not something. It's something that's determined by other forces, and Trump is choosing to raise tariffs on Chinese goods and all sorts of other goods. So this is, in effect, a tax. And Republicans don't want you saying that. They certainly don't want to get blamed if these costs do indeed get passed along to consumers for any extended period of time, to be associated with that kind of inflation that, of course, they complained about to no end during the Biden administration. It is an interesting role reversal, though, Chris, because remember, during the 2024 campaign, you had the Democrats being rightfully criticized for saying, why is everyone so worried about the economy? The economy's good. Look at the Dow. Look at the GDP. And people weren't feeling that. And Biden was almost insisting, no, what's wrong with you? You snap out of it. You should feel it. You should feel good about this. Trump and Republicans are basically saying the same thing right now, telling people, don't believe what you read in your 401k statement or your brokerage account. Or the prices that you're seeing at the grocery store or on the shelf at Best Buy. Everything is fine. And, at the end of the day, I don't know. The American people did not take Joe Biden's word for it. There's not really much of a reason to think that they'll take Trump's either.
So the Google, which I did, Teddy, and you may know this off the top of your head, I'm getting a lot of different numbers, but just so people understand the impact of Amazon on the economy, somewhere between 1.3 and $1.58 billion in products sold every day by Amazon. So let's say not insignificant. I don't remember these kinds of relationships back when Walmart was everything, right? Between the Walton family and the way that we're seeing it now. What has changed? Is it just that reporters like you are reporting on it more, or is this just a whole new world?
Yeah, look, I mean, the dependency of kind of America or any of our own personal bank accounts on, on Amazon obviously has changed a lot. I mean, the e-commerce market is dominated by this single company. And to what Jeremy's getting at, you could see if Amazon did do this, you can see how it would be all anybody could talk about in the world of retail, right? You'd have real consumers discussing suddenly why is toilet paper twice as expensive. Like, it's an interesting thought experiment at the very least here. And clearly you could see why Amazon would be, if they were to take this policy step, it would be extraordinarily controversial. I'm sure Bezos would be requesting, the famous 6-page memos that he asks for before making any big decision. Like, this would be a historic decision in kind of Amazon political relationships in Washington, which is why sort of when I saw the story this morning, I mean, I no inside knowledge here, I was shocked and I almost didn't believe it, because I would think to myself, Jeff Bezos would only do this after, considering every possible option. And the way it kind of came out this morning was sort of flippant and surprising. And I think you can see in Caroline Leavitt's reaction herself, she was taken aback, even though she had the color printout of that Reuters story ready to go.
Yeah, boy, did she. So look, Jeremy, retail, obviously a huge part of all this. But one of the things that we talked about the very first day that Donald Trump decided he was going to do tariffs was, okay, you might not see it immediately, even though there would be some people rushing out to buy a car or a phone, right? But you wait a couple months, you wait 3 months, and suddenly you'll start to see the impact. Canada, perfect example after their elections there. For the third straight month, Canadian tourism to the U.S. is down sharply. This is the biggest group of people, the largest country for tourism into the United States. You're hearing reports of things like people saying, you know what, I'm not going to go to Florida this year when it's brutally cold in Canada. I'm not going to go to Arizona. I think I'll go to Mexico or all those border towns. I know when I lived in upstate New York, the Canadian tourism, not just at Niagara Falls, but all across the border was huge. And it was the driver of local economies. So talk a little bit about the significance of what we're seeing overall as we actually do see people feeling the impact of what the tariffs have wrought.
Right. And there's probably something of a political cause here, too, maybe not responsible for a whole big chunk of that percentage drop. But part of it, you imagine people are like, no, the America, they want to invade us. They want to take over our economy. I don't think we're going to. I don't need to say it. The new prime minister or the president of Canada said it today. But it is interesting when you think about it from the other side of the border. Where are Americans deciding to spend their money this summer on vacation? Are they going to spend money on vacation? You saw one of the airlines over the weekend come out and lower its guidance for earnings because they don't anticipate people traveling as much this summer because of the economic uncertainty. And it's those type of big ticket, high price items that people are putting off for now because they just don't know what their costs are going to look like in a month or two.
Yeah, a bunch of airlines and a bunch of other companies are just pulling their guidance altogether. Last time we saw that happen, it was COVID. It was a global health crisis. It was the last time we saw so many companies say, we don't know what's going to happen. We can't even plausibly tell our shareholders how much money we're going to make.
We are covering what is the first major ousting of a Trump White House official in the young second term that we're here living through. It's the security official who uncorked a breach by adding outsiders to a government group message discussion on the app Signal. It's a big deal. You probably remember hearing about it. Well, he's been relieved of that security post. Michael Waltz out as National Security Advisor. That is, of course, a key role typically held for, well, longer than 100 days, typically for years, by seasoned national security vets. This move is Trump's first major senior staffer change of the second term, coming just 48 days after Waltz first released internal discussion of war plans through that app. Many experts said it was a fireable offense at the time. It drew magazine covers, kind of reflecting and really mocking what was seen as an amateurish mistake, playing with larger risk. National security experts said that mistake literally made the United States more vulnerable to massive foreign cyber attacks. Today's move shows how the lingering scandal and the heat ultimately proved too much, at least for the official to be in this post in the Trump administration.
Dan, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, says he was accidentally texted war plans.
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic.
So the person that I thought was on there was never on there. It was this
Who
guy.
was that? What person?
Well, I'm not. Look, okay. Laura, I take I take responsibility.
Trump said it'll never happen again, and from now on, they'll only talk about war plans over Snapchat.
The White House and the president's national security team doubling down on efforts to shift blame surrounding that Signal chat debacle.
Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility. I don't think he should apologize. I think he's doing his best.
Maybe he was doing his best. The verdict is that it wasn't good enough. And so those early defenses, nothing to apologize for at all, have melted into a version of what passes for accountability, even if it comes with spin and is partial. Waltz is taking another job for the Trump administration in New York, representing America at the UN. No permanent replacement has been named today yet for Waltz, so Secretary of State Rubio will be the temporary backfill. It is the kind of shakeup Trump has sought to avoid, the Times reports. And while the UN can play, of course, important roles, Trump and Republicans have routinely belittled it as something like a world hall monitor. So being sent up to New York to meet with those foreign diplomats outside of the circles of power in Washington is, in a MAGA sense, viewed as a demotion. There are signs Waltz himself heard about this very last minute. He was on the White House grounds, we could see there this morning after doing a TV interview. And after some tough headlines about this change started trickling out, the White House then announced he would take this UN vacancy. There he was today. The signal breach cost Waltz his job, so it is notable that he was just caught using Signal in an open press gathering of the cabinet again this week. This is a Reuters news photographer who captured his hands, you see there. Now, experienced people know when you go to the open section of the cabinet meeting, the mic is on, it's on the record, as they say, and the cameras and the photographers are quite visibly there. Yet this Reuters photographer was still able to capture him opening his Signal app and including what he lists as apparently real names of high-ranking officials. They're not using code names here. There's references on his phone to what looks like Rubio, Gabbard, and J.D. Vance. You see there. The phone exposed a message from the sender named J.D. Vance, which said he had, quote, confirmation from a counterpart and, quote, it's turned off. That's what we could read on it. Those are fragments of the communications. They could mean a lot more to certain foreign adversaries who can combine them with other intel. So that was his last cabinet meeting as national security advisor. And to be clear, like the security breaches that dogged his now short tenure, it might be remembered more for that kind of sloppy approach to security than the boilerplate statements he made during it, praising the president.
This is leadership at its finest, led by our commander-in-chief who loves the troops and they love him.
We've had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it.
Whether the world is safer remains to be seen, but the Trump administration's impact on safety and creating safety risks out of whole cloth is what got Waltz ousted so quickly. I mean, again, if you think about these jobs are probably hard to do, but if you just did nothing, you might have had less of an impact than how much he leaked about war plans. Now, another short-lived Trump aide you might remember on your screen there, Anthony Scaramucci. Well, he got in a little jab, roasting his fellow MAGA traveler when this news hit today, noting Waltz has now served about 9.2 Scaramucci's as a unit of time for people who don't hold down these jobs very long. Now, that's the tumult inside the White House. And it is just one job, albeit an important one, that reinforces how facts matter. It was the fact of sharing the war plans, covered, documented, sort of can't really spin or deny your way out of that. And then the story lasting, people staying on it, that ultimately changed the staffing. Now, that's just one position, an important one. But it reminds you that while the administration and some of the folks around them say they use their own reality or nothing matters or the press doesn't matter anymore, this was entirely a product of the facts, the reporting, and the sustained pressure. Around the nation, Trump continues to be really facing a souring economy and a trade war that is hurting him. And for all the talk about Republicans who move with lockstep loyalty, that, Ted Cruz will stand by Donald Trump once he won and never push back, and Trump has benefited from that type of support at times, it's also notable right now that Donald Trump has picked a giant fight that's still going on with a right-leaning group that isn't rolling over. I'm talking about financial conservatives and Wall Street and people involved in all that work because they're alarmed over the costly tariffs that are driving the economy down, shrinking gross domestic product, which is a warning sign for a possible recession. Fox News' sister outlet, the New York Post, skewering Trump today for hiking toy prices with his tariffs and then trying to minimize it all. Skimp on the Barbie is how the front page is mocking the president. And it is still the economy stupid, as James Carville memorably put it. And the point there is not just that the economy can drive election outcomes, it's that the economy just sets the baseline mood. In boom times, people may look the other way. But when things go bust, like they have under these tariffs, the nation takes a more skeptical look at its government. And people are now hearing facts about Trump's stumbling 100 days, which is clearly driving opposition, as I mentioned, in conservative media like the Post, in financial quarters, and then really across the country here. These are really stunningly negative underwater results for Donald Trump. You look at this on your screen, we are a long ways from his November comeback, underwater in all major polls, down 11% in Fox News. So that's the temperature. Then there's the political thermostat, because we are in a dynamic process. There are those who think you should just give up or tune out. And as a free country, you could do that. But there are others, like the signs we see at some of these protests today, this one in Michigan, you voted for democracy, not dictatorship, that are trying to summon the moment to build something larger. In California, we saw a sign that simply says, "We, the people, deserve better." Thousands were seen gathering in Boston, in Washington, in San Francisco, and Chicago. These are new rallies. So if you're watching live on television or on YouTube, you're seeing things that are happening now. Today's news, but it might look familiar because over the last several weeks, we've covered a bunch of similar scenes. Smaller groups in small towns, some of them in conservative and red states, larger gatherings in the large cities, of course. It's a pro rata per capita type thing, but this keeps happening. More of a groundswell than we've seen in most administration's early periods. The shrinking economy also drawing comparisons to a very memorable Seinfeld episode featuring George Costanza. So Jimmy Fallon brought this up on Late Night, discussing Trump's trade war leaning to economic shrinkage, to that shrinking GDP I mentioned, and likening it to George's troubles.
Shrank. Trump was like, well, it was the 3 coldest months. Of course, it was shrinkage.
Yes, the U.S. economy is undergoing what economists refer to as a George Costanza.
You can see the shrinkage got everybody thinking. But the joke only works, especially in mass late night shows, if everybody is in on the punchline. A lot of folks watch late night, including people rooting for Trump, including Republicans or conservatives and what have you. But the facts still matter. And if you dare to tell people that the economy is not shrinking, that the trade war is working, you are going to run right into the brick wall, which Trump has run into in this polling I showed you, because people are living it.
And that's not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for Donald Trump's trade war. Today, Donald Trump found himself drowning in the fallout from his own demand that the American people make do with less so that he can raise tariffs, those tariffs that are damaging our economy and our standing in the world. A wave of brand new reporting suggests that there's more Trump-inflicted pain to look forward to. We played Donald Trump's comments for you here yesterday, but it bears repeating because the candidate who promised day in and day out on the campaign trail that he would lower prices on day one is now telling all of us out loud, too bad, you're going to have to pay more. Watch.
Somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally.
The shelves will be open, empty. Oh, well. Here's the cover of the normally Trump-friendly New York Post. It says it all. Take a look at this. Skimp on the Barbie. Trump admits tariffs will raise some prices, cause shortages. Barbie shortages. That's what we're getting with Trump 2.0. Trump's comments on Wednesday capped what has been weeks, actually months, of Donald Trump's millionaire and billionaire stacked cabinet downplaying, if not outright dismissing, the real anxiety this creates and the pain caused by the Trump administration policies.
Access to cheap goods is not the asset, is not of the American dream.
Americans who want to retire right now, the Americans who have put away for years in their savings accounts, I think they don't look at the day-to-day fluctuations.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up, and she'll get it next month.
Yeah.
The armies of millions of people. Well, remember, the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America.
No, it isn't. There are no screw-making assembly lines coming to America. And people who look at their balances and their savings and their retirement, that's everybody. That's all of us, all the time. And skipping a Social Security check, if your 94-year-old mother is your mother, I'm guessing it doesn't hurt. What are they talking about? And now, the war on Christmas. Trump telling the country's children there will be fewer toys to look forward to this year. New York Times reports this, quote, "This Grinchy pronouncement by the president had the value of being truthful. Many American toy makers and retailers have started to pause their orders as the effects of Trump's tariffs ripple out, threatening to snarl supply chains. It could all have a big impact on this year's holiday season, since it takes months to manufacture, package, and ship many products to the U.S. But the impacts are expected to be felt sooner than that. NBC News is reporting this, quote, "President Donald Trump's massive China tariffs are jeopardizing American fireworks shows, threatening to drive up prices and limit supplies. U.S. fireworks wholesalers and distributors say they've been canceling shipments from China for this year's 4th of July holiday. Some are also halting manufacturing in China of fireworks for next year's celebrations of the 250th anniversary of America's independence." Donald Trump asking Americans to put up or shut up with the consequences of his economic policies is where we start today with some of our most favorite reporters and friends. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman is back. Also joining us, publisher of The Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast, Sarah Longwell's here. And with me at the table, U.S. financial commentator for the Financial Times, writer of the Unhedged newsletter, Robert Armstrong is back with us. Steve Leisman, I start with you. There was a moment in our conversations when the only data point we had was the market going up or down. We now have the thing that I feel like you and I have been gnawing at since this all began, and that is the real world consequences. People having to make very difficult choices about what their families can afford around the holidays, things that you can see and feel. And it's almost comedic, but ruining the 4th of July.
Yeah, well, these things are probably going to happen. There is some inventory in the country right now. It's pretty interesting what happened. The reason that GDP report was negative was because there was this influx of imports, which are subtracted from the total growth numbers. So there is some inventory around. When it actually hits, there's an expectation. If you look at the maps of the ships not being in the ports right now, you can be pretty sure that it's going to happen. And then you're going to get, I believe, some increase in prices because either the tariffs will be piled on, or there'll be a scarcity of certain goods. I don't think that this is escapable at this point because of the supply chain time it takes to order something, to have it made in China and bring it to the United States. It's not as if over some period of years, Nicole, we could probably work this out. But the idea of slapping these 145% tariffs on and really quite sizable tariffs on other countries outside of China means that the global supply chain that companies have been working for a couple decades now has been pretty massively disrupted to the point where you may not even know what your tariff's going to be. There's something called bonded warehouses, Nicole, that I would offer you as a piece of interesting economic insight here. And that's a place where products go before they have to be pay tariffs on. They're kind of, it's like a storage area that's a kind of, it's not in the country yet. And these bonded warehouses are full. And if the tariffs remain, that stuff may be sent back, because if you're a retailer and you ordered something for 100, well, now it's going to cost 245 or something along those lines. And so you may not be able to pay for it. You may send it back. So we are in a deep purgatory here, a deep uncertainty. And tomorrow we'll get the jobs report, and we might get the first inkling of how this is affecting jobs in America.
I have some reporting from a neighborhood toy store of exactly what you're describing from the owner of a toy store in a real neighborhood serving real people that live there. I want to ask you, though, a question about whether we're at a point now where we might have a recent historical parallel. I mean, when the COVID pandemic hit, there were supply chain crises, right? I mean, everyone remembers the run on toilet paper and whatnot, but that was a global pandemic, and there were things to point to, and in the end, people did blame Donald Trump's handling, but there was something tangible to explain it. Is there any story that the White House could manufacture to explain these goods sitting in warehouses and not coming here because the prices are either unknown or too high, which sounds like what you're articulating, other than what Trump has done with his inexplicable, arbitrary, and chaotic tariff bonanza?
Well, he tried yesterday to blame the stock market on Biden, and I think there was a lot of laughter on around Wall Street, I think, on that one. I think that people pretty squarely put this on the shoulders of President Trump. You're right, though. Economists are calling this what is known as a supply shock. You can go back to perhaps the 70s with the oil price shocks. That was a supply shock, and the pandemic as well. You know, what's interesting about this, and I'm sorry, but a little bit worrisome in this score, score here, is that most recessions end up being ones of demand. People can't afford things because they lose their job. This supply shock is not easily handled through the normal tools that we handle downturns in, which is that you end up trying to get people to buy more. But if the problem is that there's not enough stuff and people are losing their jobs because of that, goosing demand is not going to help. And there's a second element to this that is more worrisome to me, which is that the normal circuit breaker on this tends to be government spending. And what's happening with government spending, that's coming down at the same time you have the supply shock. So we could be in for a twofer here over time.
We have some exciting programming news to share. This Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern, MSNBC will be premiering a brand new show appropriately titled The Weekend Primetime. It's on the weekends in primetime. It will be hosted by four very familiar faces from this network: my good friend Ayman Mohyeldin, Antonia Hilton, Catherine Rampell, and Elise Jordan. And it's gearing up for its great first broadcast. I'm joined now by two of those familiar faces, Elise Jordan and Catherine Rampell. It's good to have you both here. I feel like I had you both on Up, maybe at this table like 13 years ago, possibly.
Well, you know what I've said so many times? I've said Up with Chris Hayes as a model. Yes. Because it really, do you remember, you would bring us in, it would be a super smart, wonky topic. We'd spend 20 minutes on it, and everyone left smarter, and it became and look at you now.
Well, it's true.
You are responsible for the rest of our career.
I am happy for that. I want to ask you, Elise, I want to start on the Walls news today, because you actually worked in the National Security Council, which is this strange entity in the government that people outside know nothing about. But then as soon as you get into the White House and the government, it turns out to be basically the most important part of the government.
Well, think about how unwieldy everything is now and how many different intelligence apparatus we have and different government seeking missions here and there. And that is the one organ that coordinates it all within government. And so you have to be so detail oriented. It is a time drain. You are overseeing and you're making everyone get along too. And you're solving all these interagency problems. So now Marco Rubio is expected to do that and to run the State Department, which kind of has a lot going on around the world, too.
Yeah, Ben Rhodes, who we talked to earlier, who had been a deputy at the National Security Council, was like, this is ridiculous. He can't do it. He also is the acting administrator of aid, which they're trying to cut, and also National Archives, just to throw that in. But as someone who did work in there, do you agree with Ben that it's ludicrous to have him have both these jobs, national security advisor and secretary.
It makes absolutely no sense when there are plenty of Americans, plenty of national security experts who could fill such a role. It shows, though, I think, how Trump is relying on such a small brain trust for foreign policy. Is it really going to be Marco Rubio at the end of the day who he's relying on? It remains to be seen. Marco Rubio's foreign policy views were diametrically opposed to Donald Trump.
Like completely the opposite in every way.
Exactly. And how do you flip from being a pro-democracy, human rights supporter, very gung-ho for foreign intervention, to now just quietly going along with Trump?
I want to ask you, Catherine, about this great bit of reporting from Rolling Stone today about the tariffs and about preparations that are happening. I'm sure this has happened to you and people you know, that people have been like front loading their consumption.
I'm hearing from newly evolved preppers and hoarders.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And it has a little bit of that texture of the early COVID days of like, oh, go get all the paper towels. So this is a great bit of reporting in Rolling Stone. 2 Trump administration officials and a Trump aide tell Rolling Stone they have done some stockpiling of their own in recent weeks or months. They know others working in Republican politics inside and outside the administration who are doing the same. One of the Trump officials says they have already run to Target to bulk buy toilet paper, some types of food, other household supplies. When asked why they're doing this, a Trump aide who says they and their partner have done similar household hoarding lately are also stashing cash reserves in their D.C. area home, simply replies, because it would be stupid not to.
Well, to be fair, Doge has also been responsible for toilet paper shortages at some of the federal agencies.
Oh, that's true. Yes, because they cut off some contracts.
So I think we've talked about this before. So even without the tariffs, people might be worried about their paper products.
But in this case, like again, all of this is so strange because we're in this period of uncertainty because of the lag that happens with supply chains. So we're all kind of pacing out what this is going to be. There was a bunch of bulk ordering that happened. We got the first ship today, sort of arriving, I think, the last ship that's like pre-tariff.
Yeah.
But it does seem like we're going to experience some real consumer disruption.
Yes, absolutely. Not only because prices are likely to go up, but because we're going to have vacant shelves probably pretty soon. A lot of the stocking up that's happened has happened with these durable goods, things that are not perishable, right? Washing machines or furniture or things like that. The real pain that's going to come sooner is going to be on things that companies can't stock up on, like groceries, right? So for whatever reason, Donald Trump put a new tariff on tomatoes, Mexican tomatoes, quite recently. So that will have an effect. It will show up very soon at the grocery store. So consumers are going to feel this pretty quickly. With regard to that Rolling Stone article, I wish these staffers, these anonymous aides in the Trump administration would tell Trump that they are doing this, right? Because he has completely dismissed all of these concerns.
Well, and this is something that unites both, I think, that the tariff, trade war, domestic policy, and foreign policy. You know, it really does seem there is, you know, the whole value proposition of all these people around Trump this time around was there's no one to tell him no. He doesn't like being told no. We're seeing what it looks like when no one tells him no. Sometimes he backs off stuff, but that is the kind of unifying thread here, that there's no one telling him you can't do that.
Well, and also just the nonsense that's put in his brain every day. I mean, we've all read about Natalie Hart following him around with the printer and how he doesn't even really get mainstream media that he actually loves and he wants to do interviews with. He doesn't see it. And so
it's a garbage in, garbage out situation.
Exactly.
I mean, where the origins of the garbage are a little unclear. I think sometimes they are coming from outside his brain into it. Sometimes they're coming from inside his brain out into the world. Like the tariff stuff that's like him.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, well, yes, he has loved tariffs. He's been a tariff man since at least the 80s. He's obsessed with tariffs. He doesn't know why he's obsessed with tariffs. Maybe it's because of the revenue. Maybe it's a negotiating ploy. Who knows? All of these objectives are at odds. I think it's also whoever has his ear most recently who may be acting in their own self-interest, right? There are plenty of people who stand to get enriched because of this administration's policies if they can get in touch with Donald Trump at the right time.
Well, maybe someone can make the case against the trade war to Laura Loomer, and then we can get it via Laura Loomer.
That's how you nailed it.
Can tell the president, Elise Jordan and Catherine Rampell. Thank you both. Be sure to watch the premiere of The Weekend primetime this Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on MSNBC.
And I want to start by introducing some of the folks that are in the room tonight.
Please do.
Let's start with Brittany Coleman. Brittany was an attorney for the Office of Civil Rights at the Education Department. Then there's Carrie Murphy, who worked at the Commerce Department. Alyssa Ellman is a disabled Army veteran who has let go from her job at the Buffalo Veterans Affairs Office. Sam Peterson was a park guide for the National Park Service. And Tamara May spent 21 years in government service, working her way up at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And that is where we begin tonight. Tamara, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk a little bit about the job that you have at the CD, that you had, I should say, at the CDC. You were working specifically on birth defects and developmental disabilities, how to support families who need extra help due to certain rare genetic conditions like sickle cell anemia. This was mandated by a bipartisan group in Congress. Did you ever think that it would be abolished entirely?
No, I never did. There's 71 million people in this country with a disability. So I truly believe that, I don't want to use the word safe, but I believe that, as you said, because it was a bipartisan group, that everyone understood the importance of the work we did. And we were one of the smallest centers at CDC. And so we focused very heavily on impact because we didn't have a large budget. So we focused on impact and really meeting the needs of the audiences that we served.
And an impact you made. I know it's important to you as someone who suffered a debilitating injury from a natural gas explosion. For people out there that are watching us tonight, to see people working for the federal government who have faced and live with disabilities. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. When my accident happened, it was devastating to me. I was in the hospital for a year. I fought really hard to go back to work because it was always important to me to serve the people of this country. And I think that's one of the things that's really upsetting to me is because I truly believe most federal workers, all federal workers that I've ever known, are in it because we want to serve this country. So I went back to work and every day was difficult for me from a health perspective, but I did it because of what we do.
You know what? And it matters to the American people. And thank you, Tamara. Thank you so much. Everybody give it up for Tamara. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sam, stand up. Sam was a park guide at the National Park Service. Sam, you were at the Roosevelt National Recreation Area in Oregon. You were down at the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park. You served during his funeral. Is that right?
Yeah, it was an extreme honor for me. Before being in the Park Service, I'd been a high school history teacher, and like so many park rangers in the Park Service, just in love with the idea of America and our history and our treasures. So it was an honor for me.
So from history teacher to Park Service employee, you don't want to quit on public service, do you?
No, I truly believe that America is the best country on earth, and I believe the American people deserve to have a country that, supports them and that is available for them, that they believe deserve to be educated or to see the amazing vistas at the Grand Canyon or Yellowstone.
Which is why it's such a shame, unfortunately, that you took a job outside the federal government. Even though they offered for you to be reinstated, it was too late. You think you'll go back ever to the federal government?
Well, being a park ranger was my dream job. I sure would love to someday. I wasn't able to because of our specific circumstances. I had to move 6 hours away. I was living in government housing when I got fired. So I had to move. Like I said, it's a dream job. So I'd love to go back someday.
Let's get you back in the federal government, okay?
Yeah.
Sam, thank you so much. Really
Sam,
appreciate you.
Before you go, what do you think the park experience could be like for Americans this summer? This is what Americans and people from all over the world like to do for their summer vacations.
Yeah, so I would predict that Americans are going to see an impact at their parks. They might not. And if they don't, it's not going to be sustainable. They might see overflowing trash cans and overflowing restrooms. Just today, actually, the America the Beautiful Act was introduced to Congress. So if they don't want to see impacts in their parks, they should call their congressperson and they should support this legislation because it could go a long way to help their parks.
Sam, thank you so much. Alyssa, let's hear from you. Thank you so much for being here, Alyssa. You were working at the Buffalo Veterans Affairs Office in the Education Department, and I want everybody to know not only are you a cancer survivor, potentially because you were exposed to burn pits in Afghanistan, but you went into the VA even though you probably could have made the same amount of money working, accepting disability payments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so tell me, why did you decide to go into the federal service and go to the VA?
I decided to do it because I really care about veterans. I love to work. I didn't want to feel like I was stagnant and staying home. I wanted to give back to a system that has given me so much. Doctors at the VA treated my cancer, saved my life. Thank you, Dr. Ryan. But they were great for me. And I haven't had I've really benefited from these systems, and I wanted to be able to do something that was impactful, even if it was small, in order to give back to it.
Let me tell you something. You're doing something impactful right now, and you're also doing something very brave because you were told you could have your job back, but if you spoke out to media, you couldn't. And here you are tonight speaking out in front of all of us. I want to say all of you are very brave, but in particular, what you were faced with. Why did you decide to come and speak out tonight instead of take your job back?
I feel like this is a critical time in our country. I love America. I love being from this country. I've traveled the world. There is no greater system than what we have here. And I feel like it's just so very important to talk about not just myself, but my coworkers who work so hard to provide benefits, even when it's inconvenient, even when federal systems break. We work overtime. We exceed our production numbers on a regular basis. And to characterize us as terrible people or people who are lining their pocket with federal dollars is a lie.
You were
How does that
producing.
make you,
That's
how
right.
does that make you feel when you hear that?
It makes me really angry. I feel terrible because, I'm in a really unique position where I don't really need this job, but there are a lot of people who I work with who this is the money that they pay their mortgage with. This is the money that puts their children into sports. They're afraid to talk. They're afraid to talk because they really want their jobs back. This is their primary source of income. These people work really hard. The idea that we don't have any accountability for our job is a lie. We have to provide production numbers that we can't fake. They're looking at our computers for every single thing that we do during the day. And it's wrong to talk about employees who are working really hard for you and doing their best to provide these services in that way.
In a productive way. The thing I've heard over and over, Steph, time and time again, is that on their performance reviews, these performance reviews ultimately were positive for all of these. How many of you got a positive performance review, just out of curiosity? There you go.
Wow.
There's your answer. Let's get the camera around. Well, keep your hands up, please. If you had a positive performance review, raise your hand. Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate you talking to us. Thank you very much. Carrie, I want to make sure to get you in here. You were an administrative officer for the CHIPS operation inside the Department of Commerce. Tell me what CHIPS is.
CHIPS is bringing the manufacturing of semiconductors back into the United States.
Wait. Isn't that what President Trump said he wanted to do?
That's why I thought I was safe. That and the fact that, they were saying we're just going to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And the mission that we were assigned to do was not that.
Then how do you feel, right? When you watch the administration every day talk about we're going to bring jobs back, we're going to bring manufacturing back, when that's exactly what you were working on?
That's exactly. And the colleagues I was working with, shout out to all of them. We were a very small group, but the most brilliant, hardworking people. And that kind of piggybacks off of what Alyssa said. It's like we're getting a rap of, I ran into someone the other day, my neighbor, and she said, why didn't you just want to go back to work? And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, aren't the people that are getting fired either poor performers or those that chose not to go back when we were mandated to go?
It's not what it looks like in this room tonight, is it?
That's not the truth.
Yeah. Carrie, it's all kind of dizzying too. So many of these people, how many of you have been fired, reinstated, and fired again, or some version of that? Yeah. There you go. One more time for everybody. Hands up high, please. Fired, reinstated, and then fired again. It's all very dizzying. How do you understand sort of the disorder of this process?
You can't understand because every day you're wondering, is today the day I lose my job? Is today the day I get my job back? Do I have insurance each day? That's a whole nother issue that we're running into now. So you can't.
Yeah, there are so many stories, just like insurance is one of them. And I thank you so much for sharing yours. Brittany, let's get you in here. Brittany, you were an attorney in the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education. You were doing compliance type work with anti-discrimination, disability laws, disenfranchised communities to make sure they have access to available sources of financial assistance. Who's going to serve those families now?
Well, we've lost about 50% of our staff because of these cuts. So I can say for my office, the Office for Civil Rights, we went from having 12 regional offices down to 5.
From 12 to 5.
That's correct.
And one of the things about your story that I found so compelling is that you said you were once in the shoes of the people you served.
Absolutely. I mean, I was once a student in school who wanted to make sure that I had opportunities. I applied for federal student aid. I wanted to make sure that I was treated fairly, and my parents did at times have to go to the school and advocate for me. This is what our office is for, is that when people need to advocate for their children, our students need to advocate for themselves, that they have an avenue and an advocate that will look into, well, a neutral party, I should say, who's an advocate for enforcing the laws of our nation and making sure that everyone is treated fairly.
And that was you.
That's correct.
So right now, if folks were in your position as a student and they need help and they would want to reach out to your former office, what do they do? Who do they call?
Well, my office, the Dallas office, is one of the 7 offices that was closed. So unfortunately, the workload has now been shifted to the Kansas City office. But you have to keep in mind that that staff is now dealing with what was already hard enough to deal with 50 cases per person. They're now dealing with 300 to 350 cases.
300 to 350 cases.
That's correct.
And so that type of workload, Brittany, is inconceivable, I would imagine, to people in your line of work.
It's unsustainable, but it's not just penalizing us, it's penalizing the students because they're having to wait for us to get to their cases for relief when they need it.
Well, Brittany, thank you very much for being here. And Steph, I have to say, not only an extraordinary group of people and not only very sad stories, but at the same time, such inspiring ones. To have everybody be here tonight, be in the same room with us, there's something special going on here, you guys.
Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner has made his way over to the Southwest Wall to break down the various economic indicators that we are seeing, including, Steve, how Americans are feeling about all this.
Yeah, Amika, and the answer is Americans are not feeling good at all. So let's take a look at a couple of the numbers that we do have. So consumer sentiment obviously measures what consumers feel about the economy at a point in time. This gray line going to black here is all Americans put together, and you can see how it's rolled over like that. This is the 4th lowest reading in history since they started taking this survey. It's an interesting thing that I've shown you before, but people switch around based on who's president. Before the election, the Democrats are more optimistic, now less, and vice versa. But even this Republican number, which has gone up a little bit, in Trump's first term, confidence among Republicans was up here. So even Republicans are still a long way from feeling as good about Donald Trump 2.0 as they did about 1.0. No ambiguity about CEOs. CEOs feel like this has just gone off a cliff. This is the lowest reading since 2010 in the wake of the financial crisis. CEOs, and I've been around a lot of CEOs in the last few days, and we talked about it a few minutes ago, they hate the tariffs, but they hate the uncertainty even more. They have no idea how to plan their business. They have no idea what's coming. You're seeing CEOs at the moment releasing their first quarter earnings reports where they normally tell you the outlook for the year. And company after company is saying, we can't tell you the outlook for the year because we don't know.
Steve, I asked this sincerely. Are the CEOs you talk to, are they genuinely surprised by what's happening here? I mean, this is exactly what Donald Trump advertised during the campaign. It's exactly what places like Goldman Sachs predicted, that the economy would be much stronger if Joe Biden were reelected, or excuse me, if Kamala Harris were elected. Are they actually surprised by what they're watching here?
Yeah, Willie, they are. And I think they thought that a campaign is a campaign. People make lots of promises, and then they come in office and do something more moderate, something more like the right thing. And so they're stunned. They are really literally in a state of shock. They never expected this.
So let's look at your second chart, Steve, which gives us some of the reasons for the pessimism you just laid out. And that's inflation. That's cost of living, that it's just going to get a lot more difficult here this year to get through the day.
Yeah, so prices haven't actually started to go up much yet, but it is coming because as these goods come in and the import taxes are put on them, prices are going to go up. Consumers are terrified. The market itself actually is not quite as pessimistic about inflation, but consumers really are scared. 6.5%, up from under 3% just a couple months ago, the highest since 1981. And so you see that then reflected in something you guys have been talking about, but we'll lay it out here, which are the polls. 39% approval rating for Trump, lowest going all the way back to somewhere before Nixon, maybe LBJ at the height of the Vietnam War, who knows, but for a very, very long time, lower than where Trump was last time at this point, at first 100 days, and actually lower than where Joe Biden was after his first 100 days.
You know, Steve, I just want to go back. You said these CEOs, these captains of industry, these wizards of Wall Street. are stunned. They are stunned that Donald Trump is doing what he said he was going to do since 1987, that he's doing what we said he was going to do. We kept warning about, if you like certainty, this is not the way to go. He's going to really, really lean into the tariffs. He said tariffs is the most beautiful word in the English language. How could they have deluded themselves that he was going to come in and be Eisenhower? He never was going to be Eisenhower. He promised them every day on the campaign trail that this is exactly what he was going to do. So how can they sit back going, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing what he said he was going to do since 1987?
Joe, it's a great question. I think there's a combination of reasons, and I'm not here to defend or explain it even, but I'll try to put myself in their head for you. Trump 1.0 had some tariffs, but they were far more modest than this. They caused much less chaos. Politicians say a lot of things on the campaign trail. And honestly, just what Trump has done here with the tariffs is just so far over the top. It just never occurred to them. I shouldn't say never occurred to them. They never believed that we could have 154% tariffs on things from China, meaning effectively those toys will not be on the shelves at Christmas.
So, Steve, moving forward, President Trump said that Biden is also responsible for the future. What is the economic outlook under Trump's second presidency?
Yeah, he said Biden was responsible for what's happened in the stock market and moreover would be responsible for anything else that happens in the stock market.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what happened in the stock market. In Trump 2.0, the stock market is down 7%. That is the worst performance of a stock market in the first 100 days of a presidential term since Nixon's second term in 1973. It is in stark contrast to Trump's first term, when, contrary to what many people expected, the stock market actually went up 5%. And back to Joe's question, because he didn't come out and do all this crazy stuff. But also what is really troublesome for every American, whether you have an IRA or you're an investor, is the volatility. Look at what the stock market did in the course of these 100 days and compare it to any of these other periods. This is another form of uncertainty, which is unbelievably destabilizing to business. So where does that put us all together? Puts us all together with recession odds going up very, very sharply. We don't yet obviously have data yet on what's happened really in the last little bit, but let's just go back and take a look. There were some fears of recession back in 24 when the Fed was raising interest rates. When Joe Biden left office, you guys have talked over and over again. How about when Joe Biden left office, the economy is growing 2.5%, low unemployment, inflation on its way down, and so recession odds close to zero. Trump comes in, recession odds go up, 45 to 40%, Goldman Sachs versus Bloomberg. And then just as a fun fact, on April 9th, Goldman Sachs raised its recession probability to 65% because of the tariffs. 2 hours later, Trump rescinded some of the tariffs or delayed them, and they took that forecast back down to 45%. And this is another example of the volatility and the uncertainty that business hates and just makes their job unbelievably difficult.
All right.
So, Steve, before we let you go, Steve, really quickly, I just want to ask you about you referenced it. This report is a little quirky, just as a caveat, a little quirky because imports flooded in. People were trying to beat the tariffs. That sort of skewed some of the GDP numbers. There's no doubt that the next 2-3 months are looking pretty rocky. But you had mentioned it. Talk about why this reading was a little bit quirky.
Yeah, Joe, it was quirky for a couple of reasons, and it's worth pointing out. First of all, Trump wasn't even president for the whole 90 days. Secondly, it ended on March 31st, and the tariffs came in on April 2nd. But as you said, the key things were that imports came into the country in anticipation of the tariffs. That lowers the GDP, but you also had a bunch of businesses out there trying to make some investments and buy some capital goods before the tariffs. That makes it higher. When you strip it all apart, it does appear that the economy grew by a couple percent in the first quarter. But that I would put on Biden. I mean, Biden was the president for a month of that, plus it was his economy that Trump inherited. So I give Biden credit for what was actually not a bad GDP number. We got to look ahead. There was a jobs number yesterday from ADP. We're going to get another jobs number this Friday. But the ADP number that came out yesterday showed roughly half as many jobs being created last month as the month before. So you may start to see some effects of Trump. But looking ahead, it's all bad. There's nothing but gloom out there in the business and the investor community.
Yeah, I mean, that's why again, that we've said it here. The next 100 days will be more telling even than the first 100 days as far as the economy goes. Again, there are a couple of caveats to add to this number. But you look at consumer confidence plummeting, you look at savings rates down, a lot of reasons to be deeply concerned for Americans as we move forward over the next 3 months. Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner. Thank you so much. Caddy.
Let that be a lesson, by the way, the kids out there. Never take an emolument. If any of your classmates, if anybody offers you an emolument, tell them constitutionally. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Weekly Show podcast. My name is Jon Stewart. It is Wednesday. It's May 14th. The president is in the middle of his tour of kings, his King of Kings tour, Kings of Comedy tour, Kings of Corruption tour. He is on his way. I have to say, I don't know that I've ever seen the president so happy and comfortable. I think this is his happy place, that being with kings, having just a lot of camels. I would not be surprised if when the president comes back from the Middle East, he ditches pantaloons. I believe he may think, you know what? These guys have it, the free-flowing robe. Let the boys breathe. Let me have it. Because I think the accoutrement of monarchy truly suits him. He seems happier. It's maybe when he's done being president, if I should qualify, if he's done being president, that is where he will end up, in the way that like the Shah of Iran ends up sort of in exile somewhere else. He may end up there, because I think that's how he views the world. Who's in charge here? That dude, the dude with the robe, who's got the giant sword, he's in charge. Let's make a deal with him. It's why he fucking hates Canada and the EU now. It's like, what do I have to do? Well, we have a Congress, we have to check with them, and then the Parliament's going to vote on it. He's like, just give me the plane and I will give you these weapons. And that's how shit's going to go down. I'll be honest with you. I expect big things to come out of these meetings, because this is the type of deal making that he prefers. He doesn't want to talk about. He sits. You saw today. I was sitting with Mohammed bin Salman. He's like, you should really take all the, everything away from Syria, the sanctions and everything. He's like, you make a very convincing case. I'll just go do it. Like, he could come back. You don't even know what he's going to come back and say. He could come back and just be like, Palestine's a state. Actually, Israel, you're out. And then now he's got the South African refugees are allowed in, because that's a genocide. Look, children in Gaza apparently that should get visas right away if that's going to be the rule. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen, because there is no larger governing principle other than, I like these guys, I dig these guys, they treat me well, I'll treat them well. Handshake, you scratch my back. It's pure transactional wildness. And I think he prefers it. And it's the level of the corruption, because this is how those countries operate to begin with, that they have sovereign funds. Hey, you know what we should do? Buy some golfers. How much you think it would cost for a Mickelson? $200 million. Trump is Shopify for nations. It's just, all this stuff's coming up on my feed. I guess they really know what I like. Let me just press this button. Hey, look at that. I just bought a golf course in Doha. Boy. I swear to God, he is a Greek mythological figure, and not in the good way, in the Icarus way, in the King Midas. Oh my God, everything I want to touch should turn to gold. Oh no, my balls. So we're going to talk. We're going to talk a little bit about these systems now and how we are operating as a country with two experts on the topic, and we'll get to them right now. So corruption, conflict of interest. This is all the name of the game that we are talking, and we're delighted to have our guest today, Susan Glasser, staff writer at The New Yorker, co-author of The Divider, Trump in the White House, 2017-2021. I'm assuming there will be a sequel, because I don't know if you guys have heard, he's back. And Eric Lipton, who is an investigative reporter in the Washington Bureau of The New York Times and has wrote about these issues. Susan and Eric, thank you so much for taking the time. Eric, I'm going to start with you because you're in mid kerfuffle right now. You are kerfuffling as we speak. You've been writing about these conflicts of interest and corruption. Can you explain to us very briefly what happened to ignite Blue Sky, which turned into Red Sky when they got a hold of this? Eric, what happened?
I've been writing about the Trump family for a decade now, and I've been watching the conflicts of interest that emerge from the mixing of their personal businesses with the governance of the United States. And at the times we're quite careful about the terms that we use. And what I'm seeing in this administration, without question, is conflicts of interest. These are not apparent conflicts; these are real conflicts. I'm seeing ethics violations. I'm seeing, unprecedented breaking of norms in terms of, these financial conflicts. But when you use the word corruption, to me, you really need a quid pro quo, which is you need to take a gift, and then the action that comes as a result of that gift needs to be in response to that specific gift. And I think that there is the appearance of corruption, and the governance is being corrupted. But whether or not President Trump is acting in a corrupt way.
People were upset that you were not being definitive enough about calling it corruption because you were using the more legal definition, which has been watered down, I guess, by the Supreme Court. Is that sort of where all this is coming from?
I relate more to the terminology like around a bribe. A bribe is something when you take money and you respond to that bribe offer with a direct, with that cash.
You got to go full Menendez. You got to go full. Yes. I have gold bars sewn into my jacket, and I am going to be now giving Egypt a better deal because of that.
I think the governance has been corrupted through this process. As to whether or not President Trump is acting corruptly, I'm observing and waiting for additional evidence.
Agnostic.
I'm interested, Susan, in what you think. Maybe you disagree.
Susan, talk to me. Talk to me, Susan. This word corruption.
Well, look, let's stipulate on the front end here that corruption knows no party and no bounds. We are here in Washington, both Eric and I, and we've been around long enough to see Democrats and Republicans. Of course, Menendez, not the only gold bar. I remember there was a Congressman, Bill Jefferson, years ago. They found piles of cash in his freezer. In his freezer. Right. So I want to say that on the front end. However, I also want to say that even for we journalists who are generally allergic and should use this word unprecedented very, very sparingly, that this is a fair word, in my view, to use right now for what's happening. And the reason that I think Eric is being cautious about the word corruption, it's good to be cautious. But what I would say is that that's what we used to have a Justice Department for. And the thing that I think is the particular tragedy of the moment is not only that Donald Trump and his family members are literally adding zeros to the amounts involved in any previous known examples.
They're doing quite well.
They're adding a lot of zeros.
There's no freezer big enough to put what they're getting into there.
Can you put Air Force One in a freezer? No.
Yes.
It's not only the scale and scope of the corruption that take it into a different realm, but the fact that they've systematically gone after weakening the rule of law that would go along with constraining our leaders from accepting this kind of money. It used to be a big deal to do something that had the appearance of potential impropriety or the appearance of construction.
The whiff. I mean,
this is what a lot of Washington, quote unquote, accountability reporting was like when I got here as a kid, right out of college in the 1990s. Okay. There was a whole Bill Clinton fundraising scandal, no controlling legal authority. Yeah, forget about that, right? Okay.
Sure.
Now we've just exploded the campaign finance laws. We have, and I'm sure we'll talk about it, crypto coin for the Trump family that's literally going into the pocket of the president of the
Right.
United
The
States.
meme
So
coin.
for me, this issue of, I'm glad we started with this question of when is it corruption or not, because if we stick to that legal definition, Eric, unfortunately, in a world where Donald Trump has appointed his former personal lawyer to be the Attorney General of the United States, who literally was a registered foreign lobbyist for the government of Qatar,
There you
and has, according to you and your colleagues at the New York Times, personally signed off on a legal guidance allowing Donald Trump to accept a $400 million Boeing jet to be the new Air Force One from Qatar.
Yes. In his defense, it is a very nice plane, apparently. It is 2 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms. It is, if this were being rented on the Upper West Side, I think people would throw down quite a bit for it. But let's talk about, so this is what brings up, I find this to be a fascinating discussion, because in the United States, there's sort of this idea, this fiction, I think, in the same with separation of church and state. There is this wall, the separation of governance and business, but that separation with Trump does not exist. But let's roll back further than Pam Bondi and whatever the DOJ might be saying about this jet, and let's talk about what has set the ground for this, which I think is Citizens United, A, right? All those campaign financing. B, which was when the Supreme Court said it has to be an explicit, right? Quid pro quo. Was that case?
Yeah.
For the former governor of Virginia.
Right. And was ultimately acquitted.
And then the third leg of this chair is the decision that the president is immune from any of these kinds of corruption investigations, as long as he is acting within the bounds of his presidential duties. Given those 3 tent posts, is there a world where even explicit quid pro quo can be investigated when it comes to the activities of the president? Haven't we disarmed our entire ethics infrastructure through the Supreme Court? I'm not even talking about he's doing unprecedented things. Eric, I'll start with you.
Yeah, it is a really important question. I mean, first of all, the president is exempt under law from the criminal conflict of interest law. It's a crime, and you could go to jail as a federal employee for taking an action that a particular action that impacts your family or yourself and your financial interest. And you could be, charged by the Justice Department if the Justice Department were investigating that. The president and the vice president are exempt from that. And this president has cited that frequently, that I have no conflicts of interest. Legally,
I can't.
Right.
Yeah.
But what the Supreme Court did last year, it opens a question as to whether or not the Justice Department could even charge the president with accepting a bribe, because if it's an official act, there is an open question. There's a footnote in that decision which leaves it slightly ambiguous as to whether or not actually in what the Supreme Court majority wrote. There's a footnote that leaves a bit unclear whether or not there's enough room still to charge a president with bribery.
And how would you gather evidence if you're not allowed to get his, everything's under executive privilege?
The Constitution does make clear, though, there is the language in the Constitution does that impeachment, that one of the crimes and misdemeanors that could justify impeachment, the word specifically bribery is there in the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
As grounds for an impeachment proceeding.
Well, isn't it even the emoluments clause? Isn't that,
right? Yes.
Doesn't that in and of itself justify not being able to take a giant plane?
An emoluments clause could result in a civil suit against the president that would require the president to give back the emolument that he or she received from the foreign government.
Yes.
And it could also be the basis of potentially an impeachment proceeding, but it wouldn't be a criminal matter.
Let that be a lesson, by the way, the kids out there. Never take an emolument. If any of your classmates, if anybody offers you an emolument, tell them constitutionally.
Right.
All right, quick break, and then we shall be right back. Guys, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but getting through the news is well, what's the word I'm looking for? It sucks. It's terrible. It's really hard to figure out. But I got to tell you about. With critical thinking, media literacy, getting through the headlines with critical thinking. Think of it. Ground News pulls together thousands of news stories from around the world every day. Each story organized with, very clear visual breakdowns of what the political bias, the ownership, the reporting differences. It helps you better understand not just the story, what you're reading, but why you're seeing it presented in the way that it is. And it's built around transparency. Ground News doesn't run ads. Podcasts don't even do that. What are they thinking? They don't use algorithms to customize your news feed. How dare they not try and manipulate you? Their bias ratings come from the averages of 3 different independent organizations, and it gives you a more balanced and comprehensive view. When you're using Ground News, you can see how many outlets have covered a story, how the coverage is distributed across political spectrums. You can scroll through the headlines with the bias labels attached. You don't have to leave the app. I know you don't want to leave the app, and you don't have to. You can even directly compare how different outlets report the same story. The blind spot feed highlights stories that are being underreported by either side of the political spectrum, any side. It gives you a broader, fuller view. All you got to do to explore everything Ground News offers, groundnews.com/Stewart. Subscribers get 40% off the Vantage plan, unlocking all the features. That's groundnews.com/Stewart. When you subscribe, you are supporting an independent platform committed to making news more transparent and empowering readers to make informed decisions, which, those are the best kinds of decisions.
The bottom line question that you ask is that over a series of things that have happened over the last decade, it has made these questions much harder. And it's also part of the reason that what's happening is a conflict of interest. It is unethical. It is unprecedented. It is corrupting the government. I agree with all those things.
Right.
But whether or not it is legally, he is acting corruptly. I think that has become a harder question to answer.
Right.
But it almost doesn't matter. It's I think these terms are important, and we have to be careful with the words we use. But it doesn't matter because what's happening is unethical and wrong, and it's just damaging to American history and to democracy. And we are committed, and Susan is as well. We're documenting this. The thing that I think really matters is, as a reporter, is that let's get the primary details, the primary documents, the proof, and let's bring that to the public. And that's what we've been doing.
Transparency. It's the only thing you can do.
That's right. We are the only thing left of accountability. The Justice Department, the IGs have been fired.
Oh my God.
The Office of Government Ethics, the head has been fired.
Right. The Speaker of the House today. This was a great one today. The Speaker of the House. I don't know if you saw this, Mike Johnson. So they asked him about these gifts that are coming, to your point, Eric, of the unprecedented nature. And he said, this is nothing like what the Biden crime family did. Trump is transparent. And the reporter said, we don't know who these meme coin people are. We don't have any information on that. They're just putting money directly in. And he goes, I don't know anything about that. And the reporter goes, isn't Congress the oversight body? And he just goes, we're good.
Right.
Susan, talk about how that's changed. You were talking about, since you've been there, you've seen the erosion of these barriers. How are you seeing that play out? Because it's definitely not just this administration.
Oh, no. I mean, this is sort of the final death rattle of the post-Nixon era, post-Watergate reforms that were designed to protect the country in many ways and protect our political system from the kind of abuses that Richard Nixon envisioned. Because it wasn't just, by the way, his specific cover-up of Watergate. There were a whole host of abuses of power.
That's why Agnew went down, right? Didn't Spiro Agnew?
Well, that's right. The vice president. That was actually from corruption of a very old-fashioned, Menendez-like crime. He was literally getting bags of cash predating his time in the federal government as vice president.
I believe Bibi Rebozo had a slush fund, and they were all.
That's right. Richard Nixon was seeking to weaponize the IRS against his political opponents. I mean, there was a whole array of abuses of power that will be very familiar to anybody who spent any time reading Eric's terrific coverage in the New York Times about the Trump family. and its, essential use of basically the unclear barriers between their personal financial interests, their personal political interests, and use of official government agencies and actions to benefit themselves in a whole host of ways, both personally, financially, and politically. That's what Donald Trump's 2019 impeachment was over, was essentially seeking to take hundreds of millions of dollars in military and security assistance that the United States Congress had authorized for Ukraine.
Quid pro quo.
And to say, I'm not going to give that to you unless you undertake this personal political errand for me of investigating my political opponents. So this is Donald Trump's playbook, his MO, and the scale and scope of it is, frankly, Richard Nixon's fever dream. I mean, the level of, not only the dollar signs, but, across such a wide array of fronts. And the fact that Trump sort of does it almost in front of us, flaunting us, has served in a bizarre way to insulate him. But you're right, John, I think, to underscore that Trump is the beneficiary of this erosion over time of these laws and institutions. And by the way, one of the most important of the post-Watergate reforms was a level of campaign finance limits, disclosure. There was even a system of public financing that had previously collapsed for our presidential general election nominees. And, the Supreme Court essentially dealt the final blow to those post-Watergate campaign finance rules in its Citizens United thing. And actually, last year, when I went back and did a big piece for the New Yorker on the kind of Republican fundraising in this post-Citizens United era, and looking at basically the final co-opting of the Republican establishment on behalf of Donald Trump in the 2024 campaign, the amount of money that was flowing into Donald Trump's coffers in that campaign, that should have been this incredible warning sign for democracy. And of course, we all know now that Elon Musk managed to spend at a minimum around $300 million essentially to promote Trump and other Republican candidates and causes last year. It's just an extraordinary amount. And I think it's the classic thing. The red lines were crossed before people even understood that they were red lines. And now we're living in a world where what really frightens me is, as Eric said, that most of the watchdogs are gone. Most of the accountability that had been built in our system is gone. And even when journalists like Eric at the Times are doing this great reporting, the public is even those people who don't like Trump, I fear is supine, is overwhelmed, is unable to meaningfully process how serious a blow this is to our democracy. And actually, what I'm worried about, I don't know if both of you think this as well. What I'm worried about right now is that we're actually seeing corruption being institutionalized into our executive branch and Congress refusing to operate as any kind of a check and balance in ways that will actually have long-term ramifications even beyond the personal enrichment of Trump and his family.
I agree wholeheartedly. And Eric, I'll get to you on this, because to that point, Susan, what I would say is right now, the only check on any sort of corruption is partisanship, is ideological opposition. The Republicans were very clear about going after the Joe Biden crime family. They wanted to impeach on that. But even impeachment, I think, has shown itself to be a feckless check on whatever corruption that the situation in Ukraine in terms of weapons shipments for investigations into a political opponent is as clear cut as you can possibly be, let alone the January 6th insurrection as clear cut an impeachment as it can be. And it failed basically because it's at its heart, it's a political process. And if the political process is broken, but I'll go further than that. Eric, I once asked Nancy Pelosi, she was on the show, she was talking about, we got to get money out of politics. It corrupts people. And I said, well, you raised $32 million for your, PAC. And she said, that's different. And I said, well, why is that different? And she said, because it doesn't corrupt us. I said, well, you just said money corrupts. Yes, them. But what about you? No. And even when Ed Martin, when he took over for the DNC, what did he say? We need these billionaires out. They're billionaires, not our billionaires. Our billionaires are good. Their billionaires are bad. So the system, I fear, has surrendered. We've already surrendered. Now it's just a question of how bad is this going to get, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I think, unfortunately, campaign finance at this point, given Supreme Court actions, is sort of a lost cause. And I don't really see, unless you kind of completely remake the Supreme Court, how we're ever going back. And what we're seeing is the personal enrichment of, with Trump, he is both, effectively the chief regulator of securities and exchange by appointing the head of the SEC. And his family now runs, one of the world's largest cryptocurrency stablecoin issuers that is regulated. So he is both the regulator and the regulated. That's the threshold that we have crossed that really has no precedent. And that, campaign finance and the corruption of government through, influence and access that comes with campaign donations has been something we have written about for many years and tried to document. But we just have never seen something where the elected official is personally benefiting to the extent that Trump is through his family. So like the whole campaign finance debate is important, but it's sort of like, it's like tangential to what's going on here, which is direct personal enrichment in a way. The fact is that like President Trump will benefit from, there's this legislation pending in Congress called the Genius Act that would, for the first time, recognize the issuance of stable coins, which are a form of cryptocurrency, as legally part of the financial system in the United States.
As a security, or just as
a form of currency, basically, as an alternative form of currency that you have a form of crypto that's worth $1 consistently, and it's backed up with treasuries, and it's constantly worth $1.
FDIC insured?
It's not insured, but it would be recognized by the government, and it would be regulated by the government. But once that happens, while it does create a regulatory structure, and to some extent, you think the industry doesn't want that. But what the industry recognizes is as soon as that exists, then banks and other financial institutions will begin to embrace stablecoins, and they will really become almost a competitor of credit cards and financial cash. And for the Trump family, they are the 7th largest stablecoin issuer in the United States now.
Wait, you issue stable coins? You don't,
Yes.
It doesn't have to be created through mining or anything. You just issue it?
You issue it. And the Trump's got $2 billion worth of stablecoin deposits from the government of UAE a few weeks ago, just before Trump flew over there. And now overnight, they became one of the world's largest issuers of stablecoins. And Trump is urging Congress to act on this legislation, and he's going to sign it. But his family is already profiting, and he is profiting enormously off of the same industry that he is giving birth to as the top regulator. It's like we've never seen anything like that. That is such a blatant conflict of interest.
But isn't he just exploiting? Don't we owe him to some extent a debt of gratitude? Is he not making explicit what is the operating system? Oftentimes, we like to pretend it's not, of the world, which is a pay-to-play system where the rich and the powerful have an unusual back-scratching relationship and access to each other. I'll give you an example. So here's the small bore example of that. Susan, you can talk to this. Congressional members serve on committees that regulate pharmaceuticals, other types of things. They can also trade stocks. And there are numerous examples of congressional leaders being in meetings where they learn information about what is going to happen to a certain product that is going to have profound impact on stocks, and then making trades that play upon that information, and nothing ever happens to them. And how is that different other than the scale? Isn't he just supersizing the corruption that we have allowed?
I take the point, but I think that we're capable of holding multiple different levels of thoughts in our head. And, the difference between the petty crook who keeps cash stashed in his freezer and the most powerful man in the world, accepting billions of dollars in personal enrichment while at the same time negotiating major international arrangements is so fundamentally different in scale, scope, and character that it is, of course, a much greater thing.
I say scale and scope,
there are
but
sins and there are sins.
Is insider trading amongst congressional people really different in character?
Yes, it is. By the way, it's interesting. I think insider trading among members of Congress is a good example of something that they may finally be doing something about it right now, which is something. But it's like handing out traffic tickets when that the head of the city is a murderer. I mean, the scale of the actions that you're talking about are so vastly different. And I think Eric is making a point here that, imagine essentially if Andrew Carnegie or John D. Rockefeller was the president of the United States, setting the rules by which he could have that railroad monopoly, in the end of the 19th century, and, disabling his competitors and, rigging the system in every possible way and performing both functions all at once.
All right, going to take a quick break and then right back. Hey, everyone. John Stewart here. Do you guys get hungry? I know I do. And when I get hungry, I love to have a sandwich. Sandwiches. It's a fantastic. I don't know if you've had them. I've talked to people and they're like, macaroni and cheese. Yes, fine. You can eat that too in a bowl. But a bowl is not how certainly lunch should occur. So for me, the sandwich is the perfect choice. You can take a variety of different breads and a variety of different ingredients and combine them. I'm telling you, the options are limitless. So the next time you find yourselves hungry, try a sandwich. They're delicious.
On the crypto thing, by the way, it's not just Donald Trump and his sons who are now in this business that the government is essentially going to determine the future of. At the same time, they're earning money from it. Their partners in this business are the sons of Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's everything envoy, who is, no, that's literally true, and who is traveling the world, going from Gaza and Hamas to meeting with Putin all by himself without a translator, to Iran. Witkoff and his two sons are the business partners of Donald Trump and his two sons. Howard Lutnick is a huge proponent and investor in the crypto industry. Last summer, I think one of the signal moments, very overlooked, although covered in the Times and the Journal and elsewhere, was when Donald Trump took time out of the campaign trail in 2024 and went to Nashville, Tennessee for the annual National Crypto Conference. He was cheered like a hero by the crypto industry, and he made promises that he is now fulfilling to this industry to essentially help treat it like a currency and to give it the status that will enable them to become even more wealthy. And he followed that up in September, again, in the middle of this campaign, by taking time out to announce that they were going to get into the crypto business with the Witkoffs and his sons and create this company called World Liberty Financial. There's a classic quote from Donald Trump because he used to call crypto a, quote, scam.
Yes, yes.
And then when he made this announcement in September of 2024, he said, well, I don't really know what it is, but everybody's got to get into it.
Everybody's in on it. Everybody says it's great, so I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're dead on right. You brought up a really interesting point, Susan, which is you kind of reflected it back to imagine if Andrew Carnegie or any of these guys was also president. There is a really unique situation here, to Mike Johnson's point, which is, well, the Biden crime family, they're not business people. Trump is a business person. So why shouldn't he, rather than corruption, isn't he just monetizing his brand? Isn't that how he would view it? How is that different from the Biden family, which is what, consultants and lawyers? I don't know.
I think you can answer that question by looking at the differences between the first term and the second term.
Mm-hmm.
And in the first term, the president and his family agreed to not do what they called new international deals.
To avoid the conflict.
Right.
Great.
So they continued to run their real estate business. And now we did all write about the Trump International Hotel in D.C. and how it became a den of lobbyists and foreign diplomats that were buying, $50 martinis or, $100 Trump seafood towers at the Benjamin Bar.
By the way, the crab was fantastic.
Yeah. The Mar-a-Lago also became a magnet, and he tried to bring like the G7 to Trump Durrell, and and those, but they were not in fact doing deals overseas.
Still small ball,
ones, okay? Right. But now, not only are they doing new international deals, but they're actually doing new international deals with foreign government entities. So, UAE is putting $2 billion into the World Liberty Financial through, in stable coins. Qatar, just a couple weeks ago, signed a deal to do a $5 billion real estate project that's going to have a Trump hotel. Oman has a project. It's leasing the land for a project, another project that's going to have a Trump golf course.
The Saudis gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner to invest, didn't they?
Right. And Serbia, at the site that that NATO bombed during the Clinton administration to stop the Balkans war, is now turning that same site over to Jared Kushner, where there's going to be a Trump hotel. And Donald Trump Jr. was in Serbia having dinner with the president of Serbia, and the president of Serbia was posted on Facebook how I'm roasting a pig tonight to have dinner with the son of the president of the United States, as he's trying to keep his job as president because there's huge protest in Serbia. And he's giving land to the family of the president to build the Trump International Hotel. So having that kind of interactions with foreign governments at the same time as you are directing foreign policy and making decisions, for example, should Saudi Arabia be able to get F-35s? Should the United States authorize the sale of advanced AI chips to Saudi Arabia or to, UAE, Qatar, and what role is it, the military presence in Qatar and Serbia? Should the United States help Serbia's effort to get into the EU? I mean, these are all huge. And how are those choices influenced by the fact that money is flowing from those governments personally to the pockets of the president of the United States?
That's right.
That creates an appearance of corruption that really undermines the legitimacy of government in a way that is for any person would be disturbing. And it's happening again and again and again in front of us at a scale that's totally it's much worse than the first term.
But what you just said there, I thought was really the crucial point, which is undermining the stability for those of us. And this part, I think it's important to get into, because all these ideas of, well, they're going to benefit from this and they're going to benefit from that. It's all sort of amorphous, right? So let's get into what can be the real ramifications of this. Those systems that don't have the institutional checks undergirding their financial situation or any of those other things are less stable. They are more, the governments that function in this way, much more autocratically, much more, the kleptocracies, all those other things, hollow out the civil institutions that hold countries together in difficult times. It's why you see those countries and systems collapse violently. When we talk about the ramifications of this, and we really want to get into what are we risking, is that something that comes to mind?
John, right now, the United States of America is the single largest source of global instability.
That's bold.
Yeah. I mean, there's no question about that. When a superpower goes rogue, you have an enormous crisis for the world. And the one element, that we should add to Eric's already very daunting and distressing list of ways in which the commingling of Trump's personal business and America's foreign policy interests create a crisis is, of course, Donald Trump's single-handed upending of the world economy by imposing quote unquote reciprocal tariffs that aren't reciprocal on essentially all of the world's major economies. And in particular, targeting America's allies as much, if not more so, than most of her adversaries. And the reason this matters is because this is the ultimate vehicle for conflicts of interest, for ways in which the president of the United States personally is the decider on what happens to the fate of countries and companies. And that opens up corruption. Every lobbyist in the world is busy investing, and getting other companies to invest in lobbyists who have direct connections to the Trump family here in Washington right now. The reason for that is that Donald Trump has fundamentally shifted the balance of power in our society to essentially, instead of a rule of law society, to essentially a personalist regime.
Transactional.
He's become the kind of instability that you're talking about. That was America's theory of the case in what we saw in the 1990s as kind of the democratizing world, is like, democracies don't go to war against each other.
That's right.
That this notion, call it the quaint Washington consensus of the late Clinton era, which was the notion that integrating countries who had previously been outcast into the world economic and political order, drawing China and Russia into the rule of law, to the web of institutions, would lead to democratization, to further stability, and to further peace in the world. It didn't work out that way. And so now we have a situation where, a quarter century later, it's the United States that has gone rogue on the very institutions in the world that have actually secured and maintained our power. So, for example, Donald Trump is going after, he doesn't like the idea that the US dollar is so strong. He wants to weaken the US dollar.
Right.
He's risking undermining the US dollar as the global reserve currency. And why does that matter? Because that's one of the main reasons that we're all so rich and we enjoy this incredible lifestyle here in the world. When countries are making now a determination that Donald Trump is not just some crazy four-year aberration in the world, that he might actually be a long-term new direction for the United States and therefore the world, they're making decisions in a way that I think they were avoiding making in Trump's first term, that really have the kind of consequences. But I don't think it's overstating it. Maybe you guys do. But in my view, we're the instability.
No, I think changing it into a transaction, and I'll go further, Eric, maybe one of the reasons why Trump has a bigger problem now with Canada and with the EU is that they still operate through this system of democratic checks and balances. It's a bit more bureaucratic. It is not one man sitting in a room, shaking a hand, going, I'll give you a jet and you'll give me this. It's not as transactional because it goes through the processes that are created by constitutional stability. But if you remove that, you really are knocking away, you're hollowing something out that has worked for us for a very long time. Yes?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting just because this nation for decades now has been the promoter of is called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. I mean, we were effectively punishing companies and governments in nations around the world if there ever was any type of a government contract that involved a payment to an executive, a bribe, basically. And it was the United States was trying to enforce its value system across the world for decades now in Africa and Europe. And
Right.
Trump has basically announced that, FCPA is, it's the lingo in DC, that they're not really going to do Foreign Corrupt Practices Act enforcement anymore.
No, he said basically, if you can't bribe foreign leaders, you are going to put American businesses at a disadvantage. So we have to be able to bribe. I guess the question is he just saying, well, I'm going to operate in the world as it is, not in the world as we would like it to be?
I mean, I think the United States was successful in a way. I mean, there's still parts of, particularly like, Democratic Republic of Congo, which I've spent some time writing about, and where it's still overt. And the American companies left DRC, mining companies, because they were so concerned about the corruption and being accused of it. But the United States, to some extent, has succeeded in really discouraging that kind of corruption. And so when you say Europe and Canada and other nations are like, they're reacting like, how is this possible? Because the United States actually successfully created a norm that now Trump is exploding. So, I mean, to some extent, he's benefiting.
And not just exploding, suggesting that creating that norm made us suckers and that we are the big losers of the international order that we created.
That is such an important point. Donald Trump sketches this American hellscape vision, which is fascinating that, for the guy
a
who
shining
also,
city on fire on a hill.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
The dumpster fire vision of America is what he's been selling to his base for, essentially this whole almost decade that he's been in politics.
Right.
And it's completely at odds with the notion if America was getting ripped off and was at a disadvantage because we wouldn't pay bribes and everybody else would, then how come we were the world's largest, most successful economy? How come everybody from around the world wanted to come here? How come our regulatory norms used to be the leading norms for people around the world? Obviously, since the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act was passed, I believe, in the late 70s or early 80s, it's kind of one of the last gasps of that post-Watergate bout of reforms. The United States economy has only grown and grown and become more dominant and successful. And so it's really about making war on the idea of America as being a kind of a value-based global superpower. And in the past, right, you look at other superpowers, other empires, they were ethnic based or they were nationalist at core. And the United States was always about the notion of an idea. Now, we didn't always live up to it.
And even the spreading of it caused instability. I mean, you mentioned the past 20 years of war to spread this stable system that completely destabilized entire regions.
Yeah. And by the way, that continues to fuel a lot of Donald Trump, right? You can definitely continue to see him as a reaction against the excesses of his predecessors' foreign policy and activism in the world. In fact, just in his Mideast tour this week, you hear him complaining about neocons and military adventures, and I'm not going to lecture you. And he's responding as much to George W. Bush's Republican-led invasion of Iraq as he is to any acts by Democratic predecessors. So, it's a reaction. It's a reactionary movement that Trump has led of a minority of Americans, by the way.
Right.
He won the popular vote. He came just short of a majority in the 2024 election. But it's really the core of MAGA is a minority of Americans that have passionately subscribed to Donald Trump's essentially rejectionist view. Somebody said to me, Donald Trump wants to repeal the 20th century. Well, a lot of it came with all these rules and norms and laws that.
Right. I mean, I think he goes by the great man theory, like you say, the Vanderbilts, the Carnegies, the great men that created something that wasn't stable, though. And it collapsed in the Great Depression. And we rebuilt something that had more stability. And I think we're undervaluing all those different institutions and checks and balances, as flawed as they may be, for holding the world somewhat together, financially at least, over this time. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if the United States is saying that it is okay to be completely transactional and to be accepting multi-billion-dollar payments from foreign governments as you're making critical foreign policy decisions, it just opens up the world to a kind of a family oligarchical, global governance that isn't transparent, that doesn't have any accountability, that is profiting a very, very thin, it's like Turkey's government, or, the kind of, where you're both the financial leaders and the government leaders. And it just, the United States worked so hard for so many decades to create a world order where that was not, we were trying to move beyond that. The consequences of this are, could last a really long time. If the one nation that just imposed this new value system globally says, okay, we're done with that. We don't really agree. And we're going to start, taking payments and making decisions. So it's potentially enormously consequential to the whole world order, honestly, unfortunately.
And I talked to his comfort in this trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE is obvious. His comfort in a system of royalty, he looks so much happier there than he ever does here. The only moment that I saw that felt like the Donald Trump that we see in the United States was, I think, somebody from ABC News asked him about the plane, and he went, "That's an embarrassing question." But mostly, man, he's in his happy place. Monarchy, I think, is his happy place. I think in some respects is America, this constitutional republic that has survived 250 years and built itself up over myriad difficulties and all these, the tumult of world wars and everything else. Are we now just a subsidiary of the Trump organization?
Certainly in the Middle East, he is in his preferred aesthetic. There is enough gold everywhere to satisfy him. But I think you're right. He essentially does not subscribe to the basic principles in our Constitution. And in fact, he was directly asked about this in a television interview a couple of weeks ago. And Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, and she said, "Aren't you supposed to uphold the Constitution?" He paused and he literally said, "I don't know."
Right. He said, "I'm not a lawyer." I mean, they were talking specifically, I think, about due process for these immigration cases. And he said, I'm not a lawyer. I think he's shrewder than that. I think what he is doing is doctor shopping lawyers. If a lawyer says, well, this is the Constitution, he goes, get rid of that lawyer and get me a lawyer who'll come in here and tell me you don't have to do due process.
I think you're right that, again, this was a key shift from Trump's first term to Trump's second term, is understanding, especially in the key positions like Attorney General, like White House counsel, you want to have lawyers who are going to give you what you want. And so he's taken the extraordinary step of appointing multiple of his personal lawyers, by the way. So it's not just Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, who's the Deputy Attorney General, now also acting Librarian of Congress, because they fired the Librarian of Congress.
She was making inappropriate books available to children. And you're like, you can't just, that's not what's happening at the library.
No, that is not what's happening at the
library. What are you talking
about? It's the personalization of power, which is so fundamentally at odds with and incompatible with a system of constitutional checks and balances. That's what Trump doesn't subscribe to. This goes all the way back to his first term, by the way. He said, I have the power to do anything I want. I'm the only one that matters in our system.
I alone can fix it. Yeah,
exactly. He's long betrayed sort of a complete, not just ignorance for the Constitution, but, a sort of rejection of its basic principles. So he goes to the Middle East. He's surrounded by emirs and kings. He's greeted with monarchical reverence. This is what he wants to be. This is who he is. It's not an accident that since he stepped on the world stage, it's our allies, our democratic allies, he's consistently attacked, and it's our adversaries that he's praised. And just a point, it's not about lecturing, by the way. Human rights is not some abstract construct. Okay, Saudi Arabia, it's not just that they took a bone saw to a critic of theirs, Jamal Khashoggi, who was a columnist for the Washington Post. This is one of the most unfree societies on the planet. Okay, this is a place where women don't have basic rights granted to others in the West centuries ago. China, it's not just that Donald Trump wants to treat as an equal with Xi Jinping. It's that he's been perfectly fine. At times in his first term, he seemed to even, wave away or to justify China's human rights crackdown on the Uyghurs, putting 1 million people in camps. Not a big deal to Donald Trump.
Well, he says always, what are we so good? Are we so nice?
Right.
And in some respects, look, we have oftentimes, as you said, failed to live up to those higher ideals. But I think this goes beyond the types of higher ideals of personal freedoms and treating, with equality and respect. This is a whole other thing that, you can back off of personal criticism. We do business with terrible regimes all the time, and they do business with us. But this is very different in that we're throwing away the system for the writ of one man. That's the part that, and Eric, I'll ask you, once you throw that away, do you know of a situation where people have been able to get it back? Once you go to a transactional strongman theory of he makes the decisions, well, I don't know how you claw that back.
Unless he gets called on it and challenged, particularly by his own party. I was up on Capitol Hill last week.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I was on the Senate side, and I spent my entire day. I spent 10 hours right at where the senators walked out of the chambers. I was focused almost entirely on Republicans, and I ended up speaking to over 25 U.S. senators in the course of a day. I just spent the whole day there as soon as they were walking out and pestering them. I was asking each one of them about the Trump meme coin, and is it that he's selling access to a dinner with for 220 buyers of his meme coin. Whoever spends the most money on his meme coin, they can have dinner with him, and 25 of them can have a VIP reception, and 25 of them will get a White House tour. And so, is that acceptable to you? I was asking the U.S. senators this, and there was only 2 of them that were willing to give any. Most of them gave the answer, I don't know enough about it. That the Republican or I don't do walk and talks. That was.
I don't do walk and talks, but I will never sit down with you.
Right. Yeah. And so I think that what's the lasting implication of this? I mean, I think it really is going to depend upon a kind of a rejection of this approach. And if that doesn't happen, then maybe it is normalized. But so far, I mean, the Cutter, 747, you're hearing resistance from Republicans in the Senate in particular. And if it really does start to go forward, there could be a significant backlash there. Each step that seems more outrageous, there's a certain hints of maybe he's gone too far. And so to answer your question, how normalized this becomes, it really depends upon if it becomes normal. And if as an American public, we begin to accept it. And as Susan says, one of the challenges that we face as reporters is that even when we write these stories and we try to make sure that they're understandable, plain language, and that they're distinct, I don't sense that they're resonating as much. I mean, the American public is sort of like, well, there's nothing we can do about it. This is, and it just, I don't feel like the public is as engaged or as outraged by some of the things that are happening.
Right.
And that's also part of the normalization. So if both the Republicans in Congress and the American public is just going to sort of let this become normal, then it does become normal.
Well, some of that, I think, is because, the competing vision that they're up against. First of all, it's amazing how crazy shit has to get for even a couple of Republicans to go, yeah, I might have to look into that. Like, it's bananas to me how far it goes. And it just shows how fearful they are for their own political lives over that. And you've seen people excommunicated just for speaking out against that. But the other side of it is, the corruption of it just gets embedded into it, and with no powerful alternative. I mean, for God's sakes, on the Democratic side, you've got Chuck Schumer going, I'm going to send a strongly worded letter with 8 pretty hard questions, and you'll see. Now, maybe it's because we're in an unusual situation of they control the Senate, they control the House, they control the executive, they mostly control the Supreme Court. Maybe if that shifts, some of this begins to get adjudicated in a different way. Do you think, Susan?
Yeah, I mean, the fear is that an election is a long time away, first of all. Second of all, Democrats have a much harder road ahead to actually win back control of the Senate. So that seems more unlikely. The House is much more in reach in the midterm elections. But, it's not just about the partisan advantage, right? The system is being changed right now in ways, some of which will be quite hard to undo. So that's first of all. Second of all, I do think that the drama of Republicans was the story of the first term, and Trump won that battle. That was a hostile takeover, as he and his son-in-law Jared Kushner put it in the first term, and they succeeded in that hostile takeover. And now you've essentially got Lisa Murkowski and a fully Trumpified GOP Senate. So, I'm not wasting a lot of energy or breath thinking that Republicans are going to do anything other than the most mealy mouth of statements. In fact, Mike Johnson, you referenced him earlier. He also, I think, came out and said, oh, the plane, never mind, even though that emoluments clause in the Constitution specifically says it would require congressional approval for some kind of massive gift from a foreign government.
But don't you think they would regain their oversight immediately if a Democratic president was there? In other words, will this just be, it's sort of in the way they look at the debt ceiling. Like, if it's a Republican, oh yeah, no, we're going to lift the debt ceiling and everybody's going to do it. And then a Democrat comes into office and say, aren't we going to be responsible here? Let's do that. Is there a chance that we once again become a rules-based, responsible country, as long as a Democrat's in charge of it, that this is a Trump phenomenon, not a permanent change in autocratic rule?
Democrats and Republican presidents have participated in the creeping imperial presidency. Right now, Republicans definitely subscribe to much broader, more sweeping vision of executive authority. But, most presidents want to have more authority, not left. And the institutional shifts, like not just in foreign policy, but broadly speaking, toward the presidency are a long-term trend that have happened under Democrats and Republicans alike. So I think you would see some, reorientation where Democrats to regain control of one or all of the branches of government. But I think that it's really hard to see a meaningful way where this is just going to be wiped away, given that one of our two major political parties has become completely all right with a series of things that just don't check the box for basic democracy anymore. And that's the part that is a long-term trend, especially because we're in so much more of a politically polarized system. It is basically a fully partisan system now. The idea of a nonpartisan civil service, Trump is blowing up. The idea that there's institutional imperatives for Congress rather than just partisan imperatives, that's all, I think, disappearing very quickly.
Do you see that, Eric, in any way being a corrective once the cult of Trump is gone?
No, I think that the partisanship has really undermined accountability on both for it makes it hard to have accountability when all of these investigations, whether led by Democrats or Republicans, that the other side is immediately dismissing them as, witch hunts that are politically driven. And the Congress used to be made up of Democrats and Republicans, more so at least. I mean, like a Frank Wolf was a Republican that I can remember, or Tom Davis is a Republican. I mean, these were, the conservatives,
Partisans, but not ideologues.
They were value-based Republicans. Even Orrin Hatch was a value-based Republican, and Chuck Grassley is, a value-based Republican, to some extent. And now it's just all investigations are so partisan, and even the way that the public reacts to them is so dismissive, depending on which side you're on, that it empowers the executive, the president, to be to just ignore them and to say, oh, this is just political, nonsense. And I think that that feeds into this pursuit of greater executive power and ignorance of red lines, and I think it's unfortunate. And I think social media is also a factor in this, where the tribes are feeding each other, they're through tunnels of information that just backs up their favored politician. So I think all of this is becoming more normalized in a way that is unfortunate and potentially long lasting. But we'll see how it plays out. And first of all, we've got to get through the Trump years, and we're just going to continue. Which,
by the way,
right,
may continue until we don't even know when it's going to end.
Right.
And by the way, the more power that the family amasses, the more, look, dynastic families in American politics are not abnormal. And the more power and influence that they amass, the more likely a dynastic influence emerges through there. I don't think that's any question. I think this is going to be with us, depending, for a very, very long time. And I will end with this. The fear for me is always the stability of these societies demands the consent of the governed. And if you don't have it, things like martial law get declared, or they pull all kinds of emergency powers and crack down on certain things. And it creates the volatile political cycles that you see in countries that don't have the fealty, not to a man, but to a constitution. And that's my fear for the cycle that we're heading into. I'm looking 70 years down the line, not just 5. Would you guys comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, rule of law, it's just, the Republicans and the Democrats love to use that term, but the rule of law is becoming less real and less apparent in society today. And that's, I mean, our country has really been, held up by that norm for centuries now. And it's becoming less and less apparent. And that's really problematic. But Susan, what do you thought?
Last word, Susan.
Yeah.
You got this. Sum it up. Bring us home, Susan.
Rule of law, you'll miss it when it's gone.
That's the bumper sticker you never see at the rest area on the Jersey Turnpike. Thank you both very much, man. Very enlightening conversation. Very much appreciated. Susan Glasser, staff writer at The New Yorker and co-author of The Divider, Trump in the White House 2017-2021, and Eric Lipton, who is an investigative reporter in the Washington Bureau of The New York Times. Thank you both so much for enlightening us during this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Well, I didn't want it to end so dark. I didn't want it to
too bad
to end with "We are entering an 80-year era of darkness and despair, by which the rule of law shall be punished."
you thought a conversation about Trump's corruption would end on a glass half full moment?
I don't know. I thought maybe they had some key to this. I kept trying to throw in there, like, what about when the Congress changes it? Hey, what about insider trading? They're like, you don't understand, motherfucker.
How deep this goes.
You don't get is that what you guys were thinking?
I mean, I was kind of focusing on, you said it a few times, I think, about how crazy it is that Trump is just like so comfortable on this trip. And of course he is because he's making lots of money, but I just cannot imagine being in the same room as MBS and doing what he did, which was fall asleep.
Hey, listen, man.
Nap time. Got to keep one eye open.
Yeah, they're not. Listen, that's not where they're taking the chainsaw. That's for sure. And listen, you guys know when you fly east, much harder on the jet lag. You guys have
Absolutely.
you guys have done it before, so that can be very difficult. But they and listen, I loved Susan's sort of the scope of her knowledge. I thought was really interesting.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I found the conversation just around the use of the word corruption that you guys started with very interesting because, yes, the Supreme Court changed what's considered to be bribery and corruption in government,
Right.
but the Supreme Court is corrupt. Like they accept millions of dollars in gifts and have made it easy for themselves to do that.
That's a great point. It's a great point.
So at what point do we stop using their definitions and start using the definition that you're just using your eyes and ears to accurately describe a situation?
That's a fabulous point. And I also think anytime you get in on the idea that corruption is purely defined in the legal arena, you'll lose sight of what real corruption is. It's just corruption to me is the erosion of those things that hold something up with integrity. And the minute you erode that, whether it's the legal definition of it or not, it is certainly corrupting of the tent posts that we kind of relied on.
If you want a quo at this point, like you're going to have to pay up.
Oh, we're getting the quids, but I don't know about the quote.
$1 million to the inaugural fund does not get you a quo.
Yeah. And also the idea, like, so Cutter, they're going to give him a $400 million jet just because.
They're
Okay.
just cool like that. Yeah.
Yeah. They're cool like that.
How about Susan dropping bars on rule of law? I was like,
Bars.
okay, Susan. Yeah.
And by the way, gifts are corrupt. Like, why do you think grandparents lavish grandkids with like, that's not like, oh, I gave you a toy plane because I am buying your love.
I give my dog so many treats.
Right. All of this.
This is how I became the favorite.
Also the proving, I mean, I can't imagine trying to parse through all of the companies and all of the shady movements to prove.
You're not allowed access to the communications now. The Supreme Court has made it so you can't have access to the communications. You can't prove anything.
Yeah.
If the president is involved.
And do you think like if he was just doing one of these things, it would be easier to indict him on, like both literally and in the court of public opinion? Because isn't that what like the Biden crime family was it was just one thing that everybody could sort of focus on?
Look at how long they had to, like how long it takes to investigate, like even just Hunter Biden. The dude had like a laptop with images of him like naked holding a gun. And like that was a 3-year investigation. Like imagine if you can't get access to anything.
And it's crazy. Like you just had an hour-long conversation. You didn't touch on the media. What about all of the money he's making there? Like it really is endless.
Oh yeah, Truth Social. No.
$40 million for a documentary.
I'll get him back on the line. I want to ask some more. Now I feel terrible. I've missed all these things.
No, there's not enough time, I think.
Son of a bitch.
Whole nother episode.
What about the listeners? What do they want to know this week?
All right, we got a couple for you this week.
All right, what do we got?
Nowadays, what's the point of playing by the rules?
I don't know anymore because the system requires. Yeah, I don't fucking know. It's a great, like, I remember in the old days, like if the president can get a blowjob from an intern, what's keeping the earth on its axis? Like we're so far beyond. I think that's really where you get down to, is he exploiting the system that we've all been operating in, but with rose-colored glasses on, and didn't recognize, like, yeah, money talks, bullshit walks. And that's kind of how it is. And this dude's just ripped the Band-Aid off and said, look at yourselves. Like he's forcing us to view how this whole thing really works. Rules are for suckers. That's what I'm saying, kid. And what's the other one?
If you could only choose one, would you advance or destroy AI?
Wait, well, I can only choose one?
That's correct.
No, but no, you
Keep in
can't.
mind the AI is listening.
Oh, these hypotheses question. It's like if and buts or candy and nuts every day would be Christmas. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. I refuse to answer your hypothetical on there. It's like saying like, if we had never advanced, physics, well, then there wouldn't have been an atomic bomb. Like, you just can't work that way. What I would choose to advance is humanity's understanding of not having to do everything that they can do. That you don't always have to be in the meeting and go, hey, should we reanimate the virus from 1919 that wiped out all those people? And like somebody in the office should be like, I don't know about is there something else? Is there some way we could learn about it without unleashing it again? Is that something we could do? No, everything requires it. Progress requires providence and caution. And so you have to advance it because it's going to anyway. There's an inevitability to it. But you also have to advance our ability to understand how to mitigate. It's like, we've all talked about global warming like this all the time. I'm like, look, I don't care how many COP conferences they do. I don't care how many times you tell people, what if you just got a smaller car? Like, that's not, somehow we're going to have to figure out a way to mitigate like somebody's going to have to clean this shit up if they're relying on humans to stop being humans. And I feel the same way about AI and everything else. This is the darkest episode we've done.
And on that note,
but it's like saying like the wheel, would you go forward with it? And you're like, yes, but that means that there will be, trucks that have missiles on the back of them. Like, yeah, it's yin and yang, baby, light and dark. We got to manage it. Got to manage the shadows.
Speaking of bars.
Hell yeah.
All right.
How are the ways that they get a hold of us?
Twitter, we are Weekly Show Pod. Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, we are Weekly Show Podcast. And you can like, subscribe, and comment on our YouTube channel, The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart.
Thank you once again, guys. Fabulous. And thank you for the conversation after that. I thought that was very, very thoughtful of you guys. Lead producer Lauren Walker, producer Brittany Mimetovic, video editor and engineer Rob Vitolo, audio editor and engineer Nicole Boyce, researcher and associate producer Jillian Spear, and our executive producers, Chris McShane, Katie Gray. Come on, people. Stand in the light. Oh, fuck. All right. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart is a Comedy Central podcast. It's produced by Paramount Audio and Busboy Productions.
If someone says your podcast is skippity, you're doing great. If they say it's fire, you're doing amazing.
Your kids, how old are your kids?
15 and 14. So,
and they're still talking to you?
Sometimes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jon Stewart. This is the Weekly Show podcast, taping it Wednesday, April 30th, year of our Lord 2025. It is, I'm still hungover from the 100-day celebrations that have been sweeping the country. Oh, to celebrate the first 100 days of this gloriously competent and patriotic, just B12 shot in the ass to America. That is, oh, wait, that's not what's happening at all. We're a shit show. The economy actually contracted, which President Trump immediately blamed on the Biden overhang. Apparently, Biden forcing Trump to levy ridiculous and whimsical tariffs was Biden's fault. Damn him for doing that. as part of the celebration. I don't know if you saw how the president was celebrating the 100 days. He declared he'd be a good pope. What else did he say? Taunted Canada on the eve of their election, causing them to elect the Liberal government over what was going to be a slam dunk. But I think my favorite moment of the 100-day jubilee that is the Trump presidency of the celebration was his interview with Terry Moran of ABC, which is so instructive about the dynamic that Trump would prefer. It was one of those. Terry Moran comes in and starts asking him questions, and Trump immediately is just like, well, what are you doing? You coming in here every time? Fucking question this, question that. Whatever happened to thank you, your grace? Whatever happened to your honor? You have made our lives so brilliantly wonderful. How do you do it? You know, he's so accustomed to the just incessant ball polishing that is. Even his cabinet meetings are not even cabinet meetings. They are just opportunities for flattery. And when he's presented with anything other than the simplest flattery, the simplest question is then seen as interrogation and the Spanish Inquisition, because it is so against the tongue bath that he is accustomed to, and not only accustomed to, demands and deserves. How dare you, a reporter, come into my office and not immediately fellate? How could you? And there was an exchange. You know, there was the photoshopped picture of Trump holding, I guess it was a picture of the gentleman that Garcia Abrego, that they had photoshopped. It literally said MS-13 on it. And Terry Moran brings it up, and Trump says, well, it said MS-13. And Terry Moran says, well, that was, obviously photoshopped. No, it wasn't. And then he tries to move on. Terry Moran keeps going like, anyway, about Ukraine. No. Let's go. Let's go back. Why can't you just say I'm right? That to me is it is the epitome of the attitude of this president. Why can't you just walk in here and say I'm fucking right, even when I am so objectively wrong that there is photographic evidence of my wrongness? Why can't you just ignore that and blow me? Why? And he has no idea, zero, about the true effects on the ground for regular people of the absurdity of his actions and the lack of preparation for his trade war and the uncertainty. And he's got Scott Besson out there saying, well, it's a strategic uncertainty. It keeps our opponents off balance. And you're like, actually, it's keeping your allies off balance. And today, actually, I'm excited for this episode. We're going to get a view from the ground from a governor who is trying very hard to stimulate economic activity in his state, to make sure that his people, as these Medicaid cuts come down, are still being taken care of. And I think it'll be a really interesting look at what the true effects are of the madness of King Donald on these state levels. So we're gonna get to our guests now. Very excited. All right. We're delighted today. We are joined by the governor of the great state of Kentucky. Governor Andy Beshear is joined. Governor, how are you, sir?
I'm great. Thrilled to be on. It's Derby week in the Commonwealth, so an exciting time.
That is an exciting time in the Commonwealth. I love the idea of the Commonwealth. I'm from New Jersey. Do you have any idea what we would give to label ourselves a Commonwealth? We never get that kind of respect.
I'd like to think there's some good ones. Virginia, Pennsylvania,
Sure.
Massachusetts,
Sure.
but I like to think Kentucky is the premier Commonwealth.
You're the governor of Kentucky. I think you pretty much have to say that. I only governors would know how many commonwealths there are. And I don't know what Jersey is classified as provincial. Well, I was going to curse, but you're a governor, so I'm going to lay off of that. Governor, I want to ask you, I don't, to be perfectly frank, know that much about Kentucky. I played a couple of gigs in Lexington a few years back, had a great time. It was beautiful down there, but I am confused. So Trump Vance, they win Kentucky by 30 points, 35 points, something along those lines.
30 points.
You win Kentucky, Democrat, by 5 points. This is a 35-point swing. Both your senators are Republicans, but very different kinds of Republicans. Rand Paul, obviously, more iconoclastic, libertarian style politician. Mitch McConnell couldn't be a more insider, horse trading kind of a. Do you have a sense of what is it about Kentucky that allows for this giant ideological swings in statewide offices?
Well, I think what the people of Kentucky want is what the people of America want. They want a better life. And if you can convince them that you are working your hardest to create that better life, then they'll give you that opportunity. I won in 2019 by 0.1%. It was a close election against a sitting incumbent. But I got to spend the next 4 years earning the faith and the trust of the people of Kentucky. We had 2 of the best years of economic development in our history. We brought in more private sector investment. We're building the 2 biggest battery plants on planet Earth. We created jobs that have some of the highest wages in our history. And so while we complicate politics and government a lot, it's supposed to be about creating a better life for all Kentuckians, for all Americans. And I think when people see that, you can break through regardless of your party.
So let's dig into that, because that's very interesting to me. So you build these plants. Why in your mind do you think you were credited with that? Which, and I don't mean that in a way of like, why'd you get the credit for that? I mean it in the way of Biden administration, Kamala Harris. What was it about their investment in Kentucky, or lack thereof, or maybe the CHIPS Act or any of those other things that did not break through in any way with Kentuckians? Would Kentuckians be the correct?
Kentuckians.
Kentuckians. Okay. I don't want to say like Kentucky landers or whatever. I don't want to make the wrong. But why is it that they responded to those positive things economically that you had done, definitely had gotten accomplished, but the Democratic administration in Washington got absolutely no grace on that?
And what you have to do is get dirt on your boots, meaning you got to get out there and show your work.
Well, they didn't even have boots, Governor. I'm pretty sure they were wearing hush puppies. They're not even wearing boots.
We could have found them some boots.
All right.
But you've got to show your work so that people can see, feel, and touch it. Like the signing in the Rose Garden is no longer real to people. One job hasn't been created at the time of the signing. And so what we found is when I was running for re-election in 2023, again, we'd had our 2 best years ever for our economy. We were booming, biggest rainy day fund, biggest revenues, upgraded by all the bond rating agencies. But I only started up on my opponent on the economy by about 3 to 5 points. And he'd only worked in the private sector 1 year and actually worked for my law firm during that year.
Wait, your opponent worked at your law firm?
Yes, and actually
I bet he don't work there no more.
No. And it actually did assignments for me. It's a very small world.
Yeah.
But what we found was that people needed to be reminded. Like we did a focus group and we said, well, what about the battery plants? What about the new paper mill? What about this record number of jobs? And so we got out there to prove it. We made sure the message we were sending when we started that campaign was one of more opportunity. You can't take for granted that you passed 3 or 4 really good measures for the economy. You've got to show people how it happened. And then I think a challenge for the Biden administration was if you overregulate the programs you put into place, they take so long to create the jobs or get the internet out there that people don't feel it by the next election.
Did you have rural broadband programs that were supposed to come to Kentucky that ended up not coming to Kentucky?
Well, the ARPA funds, when they came out, were really flexible.
Right.
And we put those into hard infrastructure, including expansion of broadband. And it was incredible to see how fast we could do it and how effective it was. So part of the BEAD program, when it was passed, was based on Kentucky. But what we had to do was write about 3 Encyclopedia Britannicas to the regulators who had never instituted one of these programs, which we had. So instead of sending the money and then auditing what we did, watching what we did, overseeing what we did, we had to plan and double plan and triple plan. And because of that, there's not 1 inch of fiber from the BEAD program that's out there yet. So we as Democrats, we've got to be honest with the American people about our failings.
Right.
I think that the BEAD legislation was amazing and transformational, but we've got to be practical and say our first job is to get things done. And we've got to set up a way of administering a program that does that.
So let's talk a little bit about the things that are the bottlenecks to getting things done. And because certainly the federal bureaucracy is a very different animal than a state level bureaucracy. And I'm not sure how that bureaucracy works in the state of Kentucky. In New Jersey, I can tell you, it is just a series of small mob social clubs. New Jersey we are number 1 in corruption now, I think, 212 years running. But in Kentucky, were you able to do these battery plants and these other things through legislation? Was it more executive fiat? Are these block grants that you're redirecting into certain areas? What were the ways that you were able to execute, these varieties of economic stimulus? Everybody's going to stimulate the economy somehow. How did you end up doing it?
Well, sometimes you need some legislation, but most of the time it's your effectiveness. When people are looking at locating a huge investment, you got to have the site, you got to have the power, you got to have the water, you got to have the infrastructure, but then you've got to be able to convince them and give them comfort that they
when
can
you
get
say
it,
them, you mean
the company.
The company. Okay.
That you can get it done. On our major projects, every single cabinet that has a part reports to me every 2 weeks, because my job is to get those built as fast as we can. And we sell speed to market to all these companies that if you come to Kentucky, we'll get you up and running faster than anywhere. So we brought everybody in as a team. The environmental permitters sit down with companies ahead of time because these companies want to do right by the environment. And we work together to see how fast we can do it and where the best placement of this or that would be to meet the goals and to protect the environment. Our building inspectors are ready ahead of time and are there. It's just about making things work and understanding that when we make it easier for people to build that facility, then the jobs come to our people that much faster.
All right, we have to take a quick break and then we shall be back. Guys, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but getting through the news is what's the word I'm looking for? It sucks. It's terrible. It's really hard to figure out. But I got to tell you about Ground News, website and app dedicated to helping readers navigate today's headlines with critical thinking, media literacy, getting through the headlines with critical thinking. Think of it. Ground News pulls together thousands of news stories from around the world every day. Each story organized with, very clear visual breakdowns of what the political bias, the ownership, the reporting differences. It helps you better understand not just the story, what you're reading, but why you're seeing it presented in the way that it is. And it's built around transparency. Ground News doesn't run ads. Podcasts don't even do that. What are they thinking? They don't use algorithms to customize your news feed. How dare they not try and manipulate you? Their bias ratings come from the averages of 3 different independent organizations, and it gives you a more balanced and comprehensive view. When you're using Ground News, you can see how many outlets have covered a story, how the coverage is distributed across political spectrums. You can scroll through the headlines with the bias labels attached. You don't have to leave the app. I know you don't want to leave the app, and you don't have to. You can even directly compare how different outlets report the same story. The blind spot feed highlights stories that are being underreported by either side of the political spectrum, any side. It gives you a broader, fuller view. All you got to do to explore everything Ground News offers, groundnews.com/Stewart. Subscribers get 40% off the Vantage plan, unlocking all the features. That's groundnews.com/Stewart. When you subscribe, you are supporting an independent platform committed to making news more transparent and empowering readers to make informed decisions, which, oh, those are the best kinds of decisions. Can I ask you, in terms of, when you're talking to different corporations, I don't know if it's the battery or it's car makers or things along those lines. There's sort of this idea, globalization was a disaster for deindustrializing the United States. Companies looked at, oh man, I'd only have to pay these dudes $200 a month versus a union job where I've got to provide all these things, or, so they all offshore, they all move things out. But even within the United States, that same dynamic also takes place. A union state like Michigan or someplace else may not be competitive with Kentucky. Do you find that dynamic comes into play in your negotiations? Like, will you say to them, we don't have the level of regulation and unionization that they have in, let's say, Michigan. So if you come here, you won't have to deal with that.
We don't end up having that specific conversation because even with all the laws the legislature's passed, union membership has gone up in Kentucky each of the last 3 years. They're booming, especially in the construction, in the building trades, and they're building all these facilities, getting them done on time and on budget. What we end up talking about the most is both getting their facility constructed on time, but then also workforce. While other states looked down on manufacturing for a long time, we never did. We believe in work. We believe that we need to make in the United States what the United States needs, and so we were reshoring manufacturing before the second Trump administration. And the ironic thing is it has slowed down the pace of reshoring. That these tariffs that are supposed to encourage companies to build in the United States, those companies were already planning on building in the United States. They'd done too much with China. They were trying to hedge in the United States. Our growth was bigger than just about any other country. But it takes 3 to 5 years, and the tariffs will hit them right now. And even when they build their facility, they will need to import certain materials or parts for a long time. So these tariffs are actually stopping the aim that the Trump administration claims that it has. And everybody's seeing it. Everybody's seeing pause projects, cancel projects, and now we're even seeing layoffs. This is the single most damaging economic policy I've seen from a president in my lifetime. And the fascinating thing to me is, more than anything I've ever seen in politics, it's attributable to one person and one person alone.
Joe Biden. You're right, sir. Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. No, you're dead on. Although he is saying, he came out today, the GDP results came out today, and they said it's a little funky because so many people tried to jump the orders because they were afraid of the tariffs, but that we shrunk GDP for the first time in 3 years. So Trump came out with a huge announcement. I believe it might have been all caps, saying, this is not my fault. This is the overhang from Joe Biden's, I guess, growth economy. But how does that, so let's talk about that. You say 2 big battery plants, right? So I'm assuming, not knowing a whole lot about battery production, to be quite honest, but that has a rare earth metal component, I would guess.
It does. And making batteries in the United States right now takes foreign direct investment. So this is a joint venture between Ford, that has a huge Kentucky presence, and SK, which is a South Korean company.
Okay.
And so when you look at these tariffs, it not only makes the operations and the cost of operations that much more difficult, because we do have to import right now materials, and we're going to have to until we build out this industry, which is going to take time. But what's happening before this tariff policy, but you also are insulting and or attacking the countries where these companies are in. I mean, I never thought a president could push Japan and South Korea towards China. That's bad for foreign direct investment. That's bad for global security. I'll give you another example. The biggest Toyota plant in the world is in Kentucky. It's in Georgetown.
The biggest one in the world is in Kentucky?
In the world.
Yeah.
We make the Camry. We also make some Lexuses.
Right.
But when you push away countries that invest and their companies invest so much in us, it creates some significant concerns. I mean, you look at what's going on in Canada right now, where they rightfully feel attacked by this administration.
Well, it's about time. The free ride for Canada is long over. That that's over. Those bastards. I always liken that to attacking Canada. It's like when they have those prison stories where somebody goes into the prison yard and they walk up to the one guy. The whole theory is you walk up to the one guy that apparently wasn't a problem at all and punch him. Like that's what it seemed like with Canada, and the same with Mexico.
Or it's that guy that has walked with you everywhere you've gone, has tried to protect you, and then you turn on him.
Right. Governor, we are discussing now how globalization, as much as it may have industrialized us, there is a reality. China's real. They do manufacturing dumps. Targeted tariffs, I think most people would agree, have some utility, but the way that they are being sort of deployed on a whim, and some people are getting exempted. They're now talking about in the automobile industry, they'll exempt steel and aluminum maybe. How do the projects that are happening in Kentucky, how are they affected by that? Are they pulling back from them? Are those able to go forward still?
Well, thankfully, we've got a really good pipeline of projects, and I think our economy will continue to be hot, but we're seeing a slowdown all over the country. In fact, this Derby week, Churchill Downs just canceled a $900 million project, or at least paused it, that would have added hundreds, if not thousands, of construction jobs over the next year. And their president talked about it being because of tariffs, the uncertainty of what things will cost. And as you know, John, it's not just the current tariff policy, it's that it changes every day.
Sure, it's the uncertainty of it.
Right, or 2 or 3 times a day. And what it also suggests is they just don't know what they're doing.
How dare you, sir? How does that affect? So you're in a state that is a Trump ride or die state. I don't think there's any question about that. Does that news permeate, or is there a cognitive dissonance? Is there a willingness to just say, well, we have to take our medicine because Kentucky was suffering and these tariffs will reindustrialize us? How do they digest all this information?
It permeates. It permeates with that small business owner that was expanding and is now looking at laying people off. Small business are the first to hire, the last to fire, because when they fire someone, they know them. They might go to church with them. They'll see them in the grocery store and know the impact on their lives. And so sadly, people are feeling pain in paying their bills, pain in running their company. And so that certainly permeates. But I tell you what I hear about just as much, and it's the potential cuts to Medicaid. What it would do, first of all, for healthcare generally. I mean, Medicaid covers the people we love the most, our parents and our kids. 50% of Kentucky's kids have some Medicaid coverage. 70% of our long-term care costs are covered by Medicaid, and rural healthcare is supported and cannot exist without Medicaid, and at its current level without expanded Medicaid. So imagine if you live in rural America and they do these cuts, your hospital system, which is your number 2 employer behind the public schools, shuts down. All those jobs are lost. It hits your economy, but then you, whether you have private insurance or Medicaid, have to drive an hour or 2 for your appointment, for your parents' appointments, for your kids' appointments, to see the same doctor who lost their job in your town in a bigger city.
How quickly are these changes affecting these areas right now? Is this anticipatory, or are you seeing this play out with rapidity?
Well, on the tariff side, we're seeing it right now. UPS just announced 20,000 layoffs, which is startling.
What?
Yes, our bourbon industry has been hit. We've seen a bottling plant shut down.
Well, they're targeting, bourbon. You talk about Canada, boy. The first thing they did was go, all right, that's it. We're not getting drunk anymore. We're done.
Well, the last thing anyone should ever be deprived of is Kentucky bourbon.
Sure.
Because 95% of the world's bourbon is made here. The other 5% is counterfeit. And the whole world should be able to enjoy, because with all this craziness going along around, it can be helpful. But that does show how hurt Canada is. Right. How it's not just these tariffs, it's the talk of the 51st state. And John, by the way, they'd have the most electoral votes out of any state if that happened.
I don't
I'm-
understand how you make that giant area. Oh, it'd just be one
Yes.
state. You'll get 2 senators. You'll be fine. You'll be the same as Wyoming. Why not?
But so hurt that they're pushing back.
What does this do though to, the state budget? How much is this a sort of a bomb that's dropped in the middle of? I know that states always struggle to balance, services that were provided from the federal. When those get pulled back, somebody's got to pick that up. What is this going to do to Kentucky's budget?
It's going to be a challenge. We have about a $17 billion annual budget. I've got about 30,000 employees that do important work, from repairing our roads to doing different claims for healthcare, to ensuring our communities are safe. Government performs a lot of important functions. The federal government is doing a couple things right now that make it that much harder. First, they're trying to cancel programs that are enshrined in law, that have had Congress appropriate to it, and that we have a contract with them. And we've probably already expended the funds for them.
Which are the contracts that they're trying to cut? Is this a DOGE situation, or was this something else?
It can be from DOGE. It can also come down from the cabinets themselves. We saw that with a lot of the FEMA funding that they were trying to pause or to cancel, the what they call the COVID funding, which is really about stopping a future pandemic.
Right.
Money for addiction treatment.
So they're taking the money for future planning of disasters away from you.
And look at the cuts. The other part is not just freezing the money or bringing it back, and we're going to court and we're winning on that. So I'm able to bring those dollars back in because I've got a contract. The government gave me their word. They even passed a law, and I'm gonna stand up for my people. But then the other thing they're doing is that they're firing so many federal employees that the employees that are there don't know how the programs work. Some of our cabinets are on their 5th contact in 100 days, and so it might be that the group is even trying in the federal government, but they're brand new, or they've never done this part, and that comes down and hurts the American people. Think about that senior on Social Security,
right,
in Eastern Kentucky, and they closed the office where they're at. So now on a fixed income, they've got to drive a couple of hours.
Have they closed those regional offices? So the regional offices have started to close?
They've announced the closure in Hazard and a couple other areas. And you could tell they just looked at a map and that they don't know how long it takes driving in Appalachia to get somewhere. But then they shut down the call center. So what they are trying to make happen is that senior, who in my state probably voted for Donald Trump, drives 2 hours and then doesn't have the documents that he or she needs, and thus don't get the next check that they paid into the system and that they should get.
What about the flood? Kentucky obviously faced some really tough flooding recently. Have you seen a pullback from FEMA on helping to rebuild those areas, helping to make them more resilient to the flooding? Have you seen those effects as well?
And this is an area where if you are going to speak out against the Trump administration when they do wrong, you've got to give them credit when they're doing right. FEMA, in response to especially our February flooding, is doing some of the best I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot, 14 federally declared disasters since I became governor.
Well, that's making news, man, because that's not, everything we're hearing is they're trying to cut FEMA funding.
Which is ironic because, again, it's operating well. I think the Biden administration made a lot of these changes, but the current administrator came in, made commitments to us that he kept. Secretary Noem pushed through our request for individual assistance because the president signed off on it. A number of people in Kentucky are getting help. So I think it's important, even when you're a Democratic governor, that we have the credibility to say good job when administration does well, but then we stand up and speak out and sometimes file suit when they're doing wrong.
Right. Quick break, and then we're coming right back. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you drink alcohol, and I used to drink quite a bit of it, your body kind of breaks down the alcohol, the toxic byproduct that may contribute to feeling a little slow, a little sluggish the next day. Z-Biotics, the world's first genetically engineered probiotic that is designed to help with exactly this. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic, specifically to help your body process the byproduct of alcohol. Now, for me, the byproduct was generally a sense of shame and embarrassment. But I think they're talking about more biological byproducts. The Z-Biotic supports your body's natural function and help you feel better the next day. It's certainly not magic. Oh, but wouldn't that be nice? Just a wand. It's not a cure-all, but it's smart, science-backed preparation. Drink Z-Biotics before you start consuming alcohol. Works while you're enjoying your evening. Helps the body address the effects of alcohol at the source of it. Whether you got work, family, or fitness plans the next day, Z-Biotics helps you be better prepared. The company stands behind their product. It's 100% money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied, they'll refund you. There's no questions asked. What more do you want? What do you want? 200% money back guarantee? That's just, now you're just being silly. To try Z-Biotics for yourself, go to zbiotics.com/TWS. Use code TWS. That's in capitals, by the way. 15% off your first order. zbiotics.com/TWS. Code TWS. Prepare yourself properly. Support your body. Z-Biotics can help. You mentioned Appalachia before. It's such an interesting area because, and I wonder what your thoughts on this. It's been so resistant to the inroads of alleviating that entrenched poverty. And what is it about that area? Because they, Trump will say like, well, we got to bring back coal mining and all those sorts of things, and that will revitalize it. But those areas have had an entrenched poverty issue for so long in this country. What do you think is about that? Because, the thing about Kentucky is, you can revitalize certain urban areas or you can bring back that battery manufacturing. But that one area, boy, that's a tough one to solve. What do you think it is about that makes it so difficult?
Well, we're making a lot of progress that I want to discuss. But let me start by saying Eastern Kentuckians and Appalachians helped build this country.
Right.
They mined the coal that powered the Industrial Revolution. They powered us through 2 world wars. Yet when the energy economy started to change, the new jobs didn't go where the old jobs were. The idea of environmental justice came along a lot earlier than economic justice. And so you have an area that rightfully feels that the country that they helped build has turned its back on them and not invested what's needed. And the biggest challenge is infrastructure. You're in the mountains because that's where the coal was. Well, to build an extra lane on a road, many places may cost a couple $1 million. It costs $1 billion if you're cutting into the side of a mountain. So take our Mountain Parkway project, which I believe is transformational. We're building the first 4-lane highway into the heart of Appalachia in Kentucky history. 4 lanes are important because a factory won't locate unless there are 4 lanes because they've got to be able to bring the trucks in and out.
So you're helping to bring the infrastructure. You can't get investment into that area unless they feel like they're going to be able to have the transportation necessary. They're going to be able to have the broadband necessary. You wouldn't be able to bring them in.
And the water and sewer, but we've been using these federal dollars and other investments really targeted to move the needle in exciting ways. And now is the right time because for the first time I can remember, business is coming to people. Instead of expecting people to drive a couple hours to business.
Right, to relocate.
Yeah, they're looking at the available workforce. So this is an exciting time where we can really change things. At the same time, we're building what are called high ground communities. We're taking people who live in the floodplain who've been hit over and over and over. And we're building entire neighborhoods on top of abandoned coal mines. It's the toughest, but I think the most innovative rebuild in the history of the United States, but we're going to have thousands of people that will never have to worry about flooding again.
Are they willing to relocate? It ain't easy to get people to relocate from areas that they want to be in.
Well, everybody loves the dirt they're from, the property that their family has owned. But when your house has been swept away and when you've been holding on to your children to keep them from being swept away, we love our families a lot more than we'll ever love any piece of property. So we got a huge amount of interest and we're addressing affordable housing in the area at the same time. But I will say it was outside the box for government to come in.
Right. Were you able to streamline regulation to get that? Is that something that you had to go after, changing the environmental regulation, changing different things to get that done quickly?
Well, what we were able to do is the state ran the project. And we, of course, are the regulators up until the point where we were ready to build the houses. And that's when we bring in nonprofit and other partners. So you can actually get past a lot of the zoning and the regulatory burden
Right.
if you look at it in that way. And it's no different than what we do in economic development, where we say we've got this great piece of land. Let's make sure we got all the utilities that need to go to it. So it's doing the work.
Right.
And again, it's remembering that the most important things that we do for our people aren't political at all. It's creating good jobs. It's making sure they can get to their next doctor's appointment. It's
Right.
safe roads and bridges, good education for our kids, and public safety.
No, that's been, I think, the difficulty that certainly the Democratic Party has had, which is, getting the federal government. And that's why I think this is such an interesting discussion between what the federal government looks at and what state governments look at, because the needs are so different. For instance, in Kentucky, you mentioned, well, we moved away from those extraction jobs, fossil fuels, and the things that, you're right, fueled the Industrial Revolution, fueled the standard of living that's happening in this country. And then there was the idea of, well, we're going to end all that, but we're going to teach you how to code. We're going to teach all the people that did all those extraction jobs. Those don't exist anymore. You don't get to live there anymore. You're just going to learn how to, build Facebook. Did people take to that, or was that considered they didn't know what to do with it?
So here's where real investment and treating people with dignity comes in. Coal mining was about an $95,000 job. They were jobs that people were supporting 2 or 3 families with.
How many coal miners and I apologize for jumping in. What was the extent of that? How big an employment factor? Because it's not just the coal mine; it's everything around it that is supporting.
You're right.
Those.
You're right.
Those things.
I mean, it's in Kentucky at one point, 100,000 plus jobs. If you look at the mining and then the hauling of the coal,
right,
and the utilities
and all the small businesses that pop up around that support all of that.
Absolutely, because there's more small business if there's more economic activity,
right?
That is in the area. So you take an $85,000 or $95,000 job, the energy economy dries them up. You don't see any real federal or outside investment, and then someone comes in and says, "Well, I'll teach you to code for $35,000 a year."
Right.
That's hard.
Right.
That's hard. And so as we look at changing economies that continue, to me, it's really important to make sure that Kentucky gets the next part of that economy. So when I was looking at the automotive industry, we have Ford, we have GM, we have Toyota, we have Rivian now, and so many others. I wanted to make sure that we didn't get hit twice. We didn't see the same thing happen. And so that's why I went out there and made sure we were getting those battery factories so that we never got left behind again.
Right. Oh, what's going on? Are you having, what the heck is?
I think you're hearing my dog. Winnie wanted to be a part.
What's your dog's name?
Winnie. Winnie is 6 years old and 3 days, I think. She's my Labradoodle. This is a 65-pound dog that everybody loves.
All right. Yeah. They're very lovable. When we're discussing right now, the governor, sort of how the economics of creating growth and prosperity in your state differ from the federal level. Now, you have just been elected, I think, the head of the Governors Association for Democrats?
I am the vice chair this year and the chair next year when we have 36 races.
36 races.
Yeah, just a little pressure.
That are going to be going on for the governorships.
Yes. So when you look at 2026, it's not just Congress, which everybody is rightfully focused on. It's how many Democratic governors we'll have out there. If we pick up Virginia this year, we'll be at 24, and then an opportunity to get either halfway or the majority in 2026. And what we see is that states that have Democratic governors, they govern well. Their people see jobs. We see the expansion of healthcare. And so for me to try to lift up even more leaders is good in 2026. I also think it'll be really good for 2028.
I have a feeling, and I'm sure you've thought about, you've obviously had your name's been talked about as possible 2028, but it seems like with the Democratic brand in Washington at chlamydia levels of popularity, the Democratic governors have kind of made a name for themselves, and it's you and Shapiro and Pritzker and Whitmer and people that have had success stories in in building out the economies of states and getting things done in a way that I think is a different brand. It's almost as though you're two separate entities of Democrats.
Well, our job is to get things done. And so what you find is we are practical. We also have to talk to our people every day, not once a week or once a month, which is what you see out of Congress that's up in DC. And we don't talk in terms of what is point 3, bullet 4 underneath a clause of a bill that nobody has seen. That's really important for Congress. But we talk in terms of what's going on in our state, what's next, and how we can build that better life. And such great leaders that are out there. Everybody you mentioned, you look at Josh Stein and Roy Cooper before him. You look at Jared Polis. You look at Josh Green, Bob Ferguson, now coming in Washington, Katie Hobbs in Arizona, Maura Healey in Massachusetts.
But what's a lesson that you would say to the Democrats in Washington that you all have learned on the state level? What's a piece of advice that you would give to them?
I think it's 3 things that we as Democratic leaders ought to be doing. Number 1, focus. Focus on those core areas. Spend 80% of your time, not just in what you're talking about, but what you're doing, focused on jobs, healthcare, infrastructure, education, and public safety. Second, talk like a normal human being. I mean, we've got all these sanitized words. John, unfortunately, my state has gotten hit with the opioid crisis more than just about any other, though we have 2 straight years of decreasing overdose deaths, thank God.
Decreasing?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, and we hope it's a national trend, and I think I'm going to have some really good news next week.
Right.
That I'm really grateful for.
What do you attribute that to, or was it a surprise? What have you done to do that?
A lot of hard work. A lot of great people working in recovery. A lot of great work by law enforcement. Sadly, all of us having lost a lot of people we care about, and trying to make sure that it doesn't happen. Changes in prescribing, which has been really important. But let me tell you, everyone I know that has fought addiction has called it addiction. They don't say it's substance use disorder. Everybody's experiencing hunger. None of them call it food insecurity. But I'll give you another one.
Right.
Justice involved population.
Say that again.
Justice involved population.
No, I don't know that I've heard that one. What is that one?
Those are our inmates.
Oh, justice involved population. Do you get those? Does that come in a list from somewhere? Or here's the new glossary of terms.
Well, you get pressure by people who mean well to use them, but when we talk in those sanitized terms, it has no emotion and no feeling, and that's not how people talk to each other.
Right.
And so it makes you seem distant, distracted, maybe even professorial.
Who is pushing that terminology? Because it's not, I do hear it every now and again, like pregnant people or things,
right?
But I don't actually hear it in reality. I don't hear it utilized even on television for the most part. Is that an over exaggeration of its usage, or?
I don't think it is, but I think the point that you're making is you never hear that amongst your friends. You never hear that amongst coworkers. And so if you hear that from someone in office or running for office, how different does it sound? How detached from the world we live in? And that leads me into the last thing I think people need to do, which is explain your why. Democrats talk about what they're for in minute detail, every single bit of what they're for, but never why they're for it. So to give you an example, during my election year, I vetoed the nastiest piece of anti-LGBTQ legislation my state had ever seen. It was picking on kids.
What was the legislation?
It was an anti-trans piece of legislation directly targeting children that are already picked on way too much. And when I explained my why, I told people that this is my faith that teaches me that all children are children of God, and that if the legislature was going to show hate towards these children, I wanted to show them love. I wanted them to see that a governor sees them and cares about them. And I'll never forget the next day, I had somebody walk up to me and I thought, oh no, stuck out his hand. I shook it. And he said, I'm not sure I agree with what you did, but I know you're doing what you think is right. So when we talk about that why, sometimes we can get beyond that one hot issue and get more towards, are the people running our state or running for office trying to do what they think is right?
Are cultural issues your toughest legislative fights? Because obviously Kentucky culturally, very conservative. They've been red for a very long time. Is that where you've had the most difficulty with the legislature? And what's the makeup of the legislature? If it's reflective of 30% to Trump, is there a supermajority of Republicans? What's the makeup that you're dealing with?
There is a super majority on the other side. I'm not sure that there's anything really super about it.
Do they crush your vetoes? When you vetoed it, did they go back and go, yeah, screw that?
They do, but I wanted those kids to know that I care about them. When I vetoed anti-diversity legislation, I wanted everyone to feel welcome. And there's a power in that, John, about a governor saying, I believe in you. I see you for who you are. And I believe that there's an important place in Kentucky for you. And I get to hear that, but I mainly do it just because it's the right thing. And sometimes we get away from that. Oftentimes the right thing is the right political thing. But if people see you standing up for your principles, they can respect that, even if they sometimes disagree.
Right. And are those, you talked earlier about, we have to really consider our language and speaking like in the way that people speak. I would imagine there's no initiatives more popular in a very red state with a supermajority of Republicans than anti-DEI or anti-trans or anti-immigrant kinds of legislation, and that they can put those through pretty easily. Boy, that's a needle to thread to discuss those things without sounding like a woke intellectual that is trying to do their. How do you convince people in pragmatic terms that DEI isn't about anti-merit? It's about investing, showing people of Appalachia, like, you're a community that's been left behind. Investing in you is kind of like DEI. It's bringing in communities that have been historically left out of these kinds of things.
Well, I think the first thing you do is explain your why, which I was able to do. Diversity is always a strength. It makes us better. But then the next day, you're opening that next factory. You're opening the new road that's going to save people 20 minutes each way. Yes, those pieces of legislation may fly through, but they will never, even as politicized as they are, be as important to the American people as that good job or being able to afford their kids' prescription. And it's just not losing sight of that you stand up for your principles, but you recognize that you've got to spend the majority of your time on things. The greatest part about that focus is it helps everybody. A good job helps a Democrat, a Republican, an independent. It's truly that common ground. And so when I talk about what I think our road forward is, I'm hoping it's not just Democrats. I'm hoping it's Republicans too. I don't want to leave a broken country to my kids. I don't want to see this type of division. And I think that the most important things aren't partisan, and there should be a way in the future for us to come together.
Now, when you look at that, the things that are happening with the tariffs, the Doge cuts, they've also cut an awful lot out of, for instance, mining inspections, things that may have to do. Which one of those coming down in a practical way to your state is going to create the most difficulty for you? Is it straight up, I'll get less money from the federal government? Or is it the practical services that the feds were helping provide, whether it be for environmental or safety issues or any of those other things? Where are you looking to triage the most?
Well, the Medicaid cuts would be devastating.
That's the biggest one.
Huge Medicaid cuts will wipe out rural health care across America. And that's not an exaggeration. It will wipe out rural health care.
Will you have to try and make that up financially to provide them, or does that just go away?
We will try, but the numbers are enormous.
Okay.
The numbers that would be required there would tax the rainy day funds of states very, very quickly. Medicaid is a part of our healthcare portfolio, and it's going to need to be a part in the future. Other things that keep me up at night are the Doge cuts or the firings that impact our public safety. I think about firings of CIA analysts. I lost a classmate in 9/11. What they do is really important. Firings of FBI agents. I worked with them as Attorney General to catch child predators. Fewer FBI agents, fewer child predators are caught. Or the National Weather Service, which has given us a heads up on the last 3 major natural disasters. And we've deployed people all over the state and made thousands of rescues. Well, if we don't have that heads up, we can't help as many of our people. More people die in those disasters. So there are real world impacts that can even be life versus death to what this administration is doing.
Now, are you right now in kind of emergency mode, buckling down to try and prepare yourselves for, is everybody kind of just curling up and preparing for the storm?
What I'm doing is pushing back.
Right.
I am in court. My attorney general doesn't want to file these lawsuits, so I'm doing it as governor.
Your attorney
these are-
general does not want to file the lawsuits.
No, but he's not challenging my ability to do it either. I don't want to be
Right.
too tough because some other AGs might otherwise do it.
So you're suggesting the Justice Department in Kentucky has some independence from the executive.
It absolutely does, and it absolutely should.
Interesting. What an interesting principle.
Yes. I mean, when I was AG, my governor was a Republican who attacked me just about every day, but it worked out okay. But I also didn't challenge his ability to file, knowing how important it could later be. So I pushed back in court, and then I'm doing everything I can to speak out. But it's more than just Democratic officials speaking out. John, I think how we change the trajectory of what we're seeing right now is getting individual Americans to speak out. Everybody's got the cell phone, everybody's got the camera, and everybody's on one of these social media platforms. It's videoing how much more your groceries cost. It's showing that facility that's shutting down.
Testimony.
Exactly.
You're asking for testimony. I think that's wise. Witness and testimony.
Well, I got to have this amazing experience. I got invited to Selma for the 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. And I got to talk to some of those brave foot soldiers that are still here. And it just hit me that there wasn't one person speaking out. It was a collective courage that just changed the world in such an important moment.
And everybody stepping forward and making their mark. To that end, perhaps even a podcast. They were telling me you just started a podcast.
I did. I started the Andy Bashir podcast. I'm trying to take tips from you. We are on YouTube.
Governor, let me please disabuse you of the notion that is get out of this business now. Familiarity breeds contempt. You don't want any part of this.
Well, it's just a chance to talk to people directly, but more than that, it actually came from people asking me to do something like what we did during COVID. I mean, there's uncertainty out there. It's a scary world. The news hits you over and over. The level of stress on the American people is as big as it's been since that pandemic. So to try to talk through things like you do with humor, or that I try to do with a conversation among friends, just trying to help people process, speak out, but then refresh themselves for the week ahead, because we're going to get hit by more.
Now, do you have your constituents sometimes come on and do like a little Zoom with the governor and do different things like that?
We've done an Ask Andy segment. We have guests on that.
Are you going with you're going casual?
Yeah.
Ask Andy,
Well,
not ask the
that's
governor.
right. That's right. Then we have we've had Senator Amy Klobuchar on. Senator Coons is coming on. But then we like to introduce people to folks that they haven't met. And in the first 2 episodes, my kids even teach me Gen Z lingo.
Oh, for God's sake, Governor, get out of this business now. You don't want anybody. You don't.
In the first one, we learned the difference between skibbity and fire.
Now let's see. All right. Now I'm already lost. I'm not sure I know any of that.
If someone says your podcast is skippity, you're doing great. If they say it's fire, you're doing amazing.
Your kids, how old are your kids?
15 and 14. So,
and they're still talking to you?
Sometimes, if I invite them on a podcast.
All right. It's only got to be a skibbity podcast, and then they'll come on and do it for you.
That's
well,
right.
I'm glad about that. And I really appreciate you taking the time. I very much enjoy talking to governors, because again, it's so much about the day-to-day practicality of trying to get these things done. And I think it's so important. We are so focused on the national conversation, right? And it's the 24-hour news networks, and it's all about the cultural issues. very rarely do you get a chance to hear about the realities on the ground in a state where you really are locked into your people's needs and what's necessary to care for those. And the more that that story can be told, I really do think the American people writ large will understand better what the stakes are for these different changes in policy, what the stakes are in these different changes in the whims of our current mad King Donald. And so I appreciate you helping to educate on that.
Well, I think it shows that there's a path forward, and forward, I think, is the important word. In DC, they worry about left and right. We worry about forward for all of our people. And I'd like to think that that gives us a path to heal and to ultimately bring people back together after the most divisive time I've ever seen in my lifetime.
No question about that. Governor Andy Beshear, the great state of Kentucky, thank you so much for taking the time and spending it with us. And good luck on your podcast.
Thank you, John.
Thanks. Wow. So important. I'm so pleased that we got a chance to talk to him. I hope it wasn't too in the weeds, but it's so important to see like what the aspects go into about revitalizing economic activity at the state level and all the unforeseen consequences of the tomfuckery and dickfoolery that is occurring through this administration and the effects of it. The guy literally gets 2 battery factories to come in and help reindustrialize a state that's been deindustrialized, but because of these tariffs, or the plants that get put on hold, or the $900 million project to revitalize Churchill Downs, we can't do it now because of the uncertainty that has been injected into this economy by one man, because his brilliance cannot be denied or in any way objected to, and certainly by a compliant Congress. And this is what is happening on the ground to a state that voted for him by 30 points. Very, very interesting on the ground perspective from Governor Beshear. I thought really helpful to get a better understanding of what all this is doing to even the reddest of states. That's all. We're out of time. I apologize. Normally we would discuss things with our wonderful team about what went on, but I droned on, as I do occasionally. But once again, thanks to lead producer Lauren Walker, producer Brittany Mehmetovic, video editor and engineer Rob Vitolo, audio editor and engineer Nicole Boyce, our researcher and associate producer Jillian Spear, and of course our executive producer Chris McShane and Katie Gray. Thank you guys so much for listening, and we will see you again next week. Bye-bye. The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart is a Comedy Central podcast. It's produced by Paramount Audio and Busboy Productions.